Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Saturday to you. I know we typically, as you know, a lot of the esports personalities, people in the gaming community, we love our Saturday morning cartoons. We're going to do you one better. We got Saturday morning video games, and that couldn't be, well, I mean, again, there's nothing better than that. My whole shift with me today is Proper, one of the good longtime friends. I'm Andy, he's Andy. I'm Alan. Goodness gracious, I'm already forgetting my names. It's that early, Andy. And we've got ourselves a really fun packed day full of, again, a lot of competitive video game action today. Starting things off, though, Proper, we'll be jumping into Call of Duty, where we'll be starting the Spring Rally for Andbox off with some 2v2 collegiate gunfight. Should be a good time.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic time at that too. I mean, you got a lot of hot names ready to take the crown here during the Spring Rally 2v2 gunfight, and you can only imagine that a lot of teams want to end up taking this to their colleges home and being able to take the bragging rights along the way.
100%. And again, like you mentioned, this is the Andbox Spring Rally that's going on. And in case you don't know much about what any of that means, Andbox, of course, has been taking over the absolute esports gaming world. I'm saying that not even off of a script. I actually legitimately mean that. I remember the first time I heard about Andbox was about a year ago. And then all of a sudden, they're all over the subliners. They're all over the New York Excelsior. They're all over the state of New York, which is currently what their main focus is, trying to unify the gaming community in New York City, building on the fact of inclusivity, sustainability, collaboration that ultimately makes New York City what it is, the city that never sleeps. And that's going to include the esports and video game world here. So, I mean, again, Proper, we're sitting here rocking some sweet Andbox gear. But the goal is to try to make New York the capital of the world. Again, ignore the Chicago you see in the background here, no bias whatsoever. But for New York, again, we've seen a lot of success with what's going on with the Excelsior and the subliners and their ability to, again, make that community more inclusive to the video game world. It's been pretty special to see how much and how far Andbox has come.
That's true, and some of those examples are going to end up being the NYXL watch parties that you can go enjoy to watch your favorite team combating against all of those. I'm sure that a lot of those are happening online, especially. I hope you are staying safe wherever you are in this world regardless. Apparel pop-up shops are going to be popping up all over the place as well. You're going to be looking for partnerships along with land shops on tournaments such as this one right here. And if you enjoy the swag that we're wearing too, I mean, I'm not going to lie to y'all. This Andbox swag is amazingly, it's comfortable beyond get out. 25% off Andbox for a discount. Use code SPRINGRALLY2020 at shop.andbox.com.
That's just the start of things because, again, what are we doing here? Why are we on the screen? Why are we showcasing these games? This is the Spring Rally. And again, like you mentioned, with all the COVID stuff that's been going on, we, of course, have been forced to kind of take things online. But all of this brought to you by our amazing supporting partners at KontrolFreek, Aimlab, Corsair, and Twitch Student. KontrolFreek, again, if you like the idea of getting apparel for a quarter off, how about 20% off at KontrolFreek by going to KontrolFreek.com? Of course, we are focusing on Call of Duty first. I won't lie to you. I was looking at the website, and I need to get myself a pair of KontrolFreeks because I will bring it out. I will show you. My sticks, my default sticks, are completely busted apart. Completely busted. So I actually need to get... Warzone has destroyed my sticks, so I need to actually get myself a pair of KontrolFreeks. I'm not even lying to you. And if you're a PC player, well, they got gaming lights, cables, everything that you could possibly want. And then beyond that, with what's going on with KontrolFreek, the Esports Forge is actually being promoted. All of the teams that you'll see today in both Call of Duty and Overwatch have gotten a chance to get into that program, where, again, it's there to support aspiring esports pros and teams, helping players achieve their competitive goals from day one through KontrolFreek's esports experience and resources. It is an invite-only program, but again, there are a lot of opportunities to qualify that, whether it's in these game day opportunities with Andbox or through community tournaments that'll pop up. And then with that as well, Aimlab, again, for all you PC players out there, I know Valorant, you're out there, you've been sitting out there playing, I don't know, Animal Crossing, you're not really getting your aim to where it wants to be. This is a 100% free aim trainer that you can find on Steam. And I saw a clip from Ace from NRG, again, a pro Apex Legends player. He was promoting it yesterday, and it actually looks absolutely insane. Able to learn exactly where your weaknesses are, where your strengths are, and it'll custom develop a training course for you to try to improve those elements of your aim. So make sure you go to aimlab.gg to get that free download that you can incorporate into Steam as well.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen what great success Aimlab can actually do, even for somebody such as myself. It's actually helped me upgrade my aim by a solid 11%. Now I'm at a solid 13%. So with that being said, too, you definitely see a lot of drastic improvement. But to even go further off of that, too, let's say that you're not using those controllers. That's why we're big thanks over to Corsair, too, for supporting the voting campaign for Spring Rally by prizing clubs along with keyboards, headsets, and mice along the way, too. A lot of those items, including those headsets, I have used, and I can tell you not only is durability definitely a thing too, but you're also getting a lot of quality along the way too. Corsair is providing team with support kits to gear up their clubs for a lot of competition along the way.
And again, beyond that, Twitch Student is another one of our partners here. This is actually really interesting. We kind of got this information last second, but as I was reading through it, it seemed really interesting as, again, it's one of those things that Twitch is integrating into the academia world where you can not only work on your GPA, but how about also your GPM? When your school joins into the Twitch Student program, it'll help educate and empower students while offering some pretty incredible perks, including things like official Twitch team pages, which, again, that will give you a little bit of an extra spotlight, allow your roster to join into it. They can essentially get one central location to see where your rosters are participating. And, of course, everyone loves swag. I mean, again, we got some sweet swag from Andbox. Why not get yourself set up with a little support from Twitch? Things like that. And, of course, as they bleed purple on the website, you can bleed purple with them IRL. So let's get more into Spring Rally. Okay, there's our supporting partners, little Twitch kind of blurb out for you guys. But today, Overwatch, Call of Duty, collegiate tournaments throughout the entirety of the day. Schools, they were able to rally their communities together in that voting process that you briefly touched on. And if you finished in the top quadrant of that voting, you got a chance to show off or showcase at least what your school is able to provide for the day. So not only, again, is Andbox in the Spring Rally trying to support the local Northeastern community in New York, but we're also trying to empower specific collegiate communities through this type of event support exposure. And of course, what we're all here for, which is that competition.
100%. Yeah, this started up in 2019 with Overwatch, where Rutgers became the champion. But we're expanding into Call of Duty this year. That's why you're seeing our beautiful faces this bright and early in the morning for some Call of Duty. But due to COVID-19, the Spring Rally had expanded to include a national bracket for all U.S. schools outside the Northeast to participate. So with that being said, too, I mean, you're going to be seeing a lot of young, spry competition coming your way all day long today.
And again, we're starting things off with Call of Duty first. Top 4 from the Northeast. In the middle part of the day, we'll be doing the top 4 Northeast Overwatch schools, where, again, Rutgers, they won last time through. They have a chance to repeat that. But the big culmination comes down to we will have an Undisputed Spring Rally Championship here as the Northeast champion. We'll be playing up against the overall national champion coming out of the University of Utah. So let's take a look as far as how exactly we got here. Again, if there's a lot of prize pool up for grabs too. You see the $1,000 on the line right there for the Overwatch thing in specific. I believe we also have a little blurb here about what we're going to be playing for Call of Duty. There it is, total $2,000 worth of total prize pool. And again, our top 4 teams squaring off for either $500, $400, or $350 in the top 3. And again, if you're not familiar with Gunfight, that's what we're playing with here. It's a 2v2 gunfight tournament best of 5. That's been the entire tournament, and it's double elimination. So coming out of our winners bracket, we're actually dealing with 2 squads that we're relatively familiar with here proper because they play the Collegiate Call of Duty League. It's going to be RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. They will be playing up against Rutgers University, a team that, again, both these squads are actually, again, playoff squads from the CCL. So we should be getting a pretty solid look as far as what at least 4 individuals have to offer. But from the loser side of the bracket, we've got Montclair State University and Pace University playing up in that losers semis. And of course, we'll go through our losers finals and then our grand finals. And just a little bit of a instance here, we will be watching the winners finals first, losers finals second, and then we'll finish things off today with the grand finals. So our first match, I believe, is about to start, but we cannot go on without talking about Lou from the Rutgers team. Rutgers Scarlet.
You're going to bring him up.
I have to bring up Lou.
Man.
He's going to love the fact that we're talking about him with so much gas. He's an incredible player. Honestly speaking, he may be a little bit more boisterous than other personalities that we have in the CCL. We saw a clip of him, how he qualified for winners finals, essentially just tossing up double smokes and going for melees. This Rutgers team is feeling very, very confident. But that said, again, this RIT squad is growing into their own form. This was a team that did not well at all in our first season of the CCL, and then they went from a very bad year to an incredible year, going from one of the worst in their division to a playoff caliber team. The growth of RIT is nothing to shy away from at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a fantastic transition from Black Ops 4 into Modern Warfare. Different gun mechanics, different mechanics as a whole, too. It's a whole different game, for God's sakes. You know, with that being said, too, when you're taking a look at both of these rosters, even for today in a 2v2 gunfight tournament, Lou, you're going to have to put some of that silliness away, man, because, I mean, when you're going up against RIT, they're not going to allow you to get away with such cheese. Let's put it that way. They may end up making you Swiss cheese by putting a whole bunch of bullets in between you. I mean, that's just gunfight within a nutshell, too. You're going to be running into maybe a multitude of weapons that you may not necessarily feel comfortable with, but we know Lou made it just completely negate that as a whole, just going to pull out his fisticuffs and just probably just run at them. Whether or not it's going to find value, whether or not that he's going to find himself in the finals, like Alan was talking about, this is a double elimination bracket. So, I mean, the loser of RIT versus Rutgers is going to end up facing the winners of Montclair State University and Pace.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see again. You mentioned the cheese. We also had the nut reference in there. And I think if Lou, he ends up losing this, we'll definitely get some wine in the mix. All we need is a nice little board of charcuterie. We've got ourselves quite the afternoon. I see you shaking your head proper. It's happening. We're getting in there
11
early.
o'clock in the morning. It's talking about wine.
I don't know, man. We're just finding references all over the place. And again, for all of you guys that are interested in participating, there is a lot going on. Of course, make sure if you're not already tuned through your website browser on Twitch here, navigate over to gameday.andbox.com. Why, you might ask? If I'm already here, what's the point? Well, you can get yourself a handful of incentives just by changing over the link, and it will give you the ability to navigate over to things like our Discord, where, again, we've got a lot of different things going on a regular basis with the Andbox Game Day. Again, there's so many things that are happening. This is the culmination of our collegiate esports here in the spring, but we have a lot of other things that are going on with Andbox, including things like Overwatch, Teamfight Tactics, Rocket League, always fun. But I know one that you're particularly going to smirk about is right. The Animal Crossing Best Room Contest. I know nothing about Animal Crossing besides the fact that apparently I should be playing it. So I'm going to just tilt this one off to you, the resident expert here.
I mean, along with Animal Crossing, you get all your items, you get all your wallpapers, you get your floorings, you get tons of great furnishings too. But can end up going along with all that is how you end up decorating them too. If you have been wise enough, such as myself, to end up earlier on to pay off your entire loan, then you have a lot of rooms you can play with. You got your basement, you got your attic, you can end up talking about your side rooms, maybe your back room, but your main room, that could be the moneymaker right there too. So act accordingly to where you're placing all of those items to. Put in a lot of good furnishings, and then you could find yourself to be the victor as far as the best room contest is concerned.
I know none of that. I don't know what that means. All I know is I see on Twitter every now and again people posted like really epic screenshots of like their custom like outfits and like their custom shirts. I was like, that's actually pretty sweet. It's kind of like a little mini Sims or something of the nature
inside their own house. Like it's getting absolutely crazy. Yeah.
And if you want to know more about all that stuff, you can obviously tune in throughout the week at gameday.andbox.com. But if you want to know how to participate in some of those, head over to Discord. go ahead and just type in Andbox into the filter, or discord.gg/Andbox will get you a link, and you can inquire more about all that stuff. As again, there's a lot of things that are going to be going on, and I'm excited to see how those things are going again. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump into it. I know a lot of PSA at the top. We're going to have some fun here with the gunfight, though. 2v2, of course. Rutgers going up against RIT. It is a best of 5, and just a little bit of a background as far as, what maps are we picking? Is it predetermined? No, it is not. There is a set list of maps for players to choose from, and essentially just back and forth, veto until we have 5 left, and then they will be played out. I know personally, my least favorite map out there is currently Atrium. It was not in the pool. I've only played it once, to be fair. It was during the current gunfight tournament, and I was like, what is this map? I've never seen it before, and I got absolutely smoked. So it looks like as we are starting things off, it's actually going to be on an old-time favorite, as we'll be playing on Speedball.
Yeah, Speedball is probably one of my favorites, too. Old training range, you can get a lot of fun interactions going across the way. A lot of good headies, depending on which side that you were starting off on, too. There's a lot of cheeky angles that you can end up finding throughout the entirety of this map. That cargo container has definitely caused me a lot more pain than it has joy. That's for sure. Whether that's made out of sheet metal or whether it's made out of the thickest metal in the West, it's really hard to judge. But the wall bangs that you can end up finding out from a lot of these different windows, it's gonna be pretty interesting.
And it's going to be 725 first. We already know about this. Throwing knife for Stu. Okay. All right, team. Giving it. Oh, my goodness. Stu actually went for a second. And it looks like Lou wants to meet him in the knife fight. Sometimes they say, do not bring a gun to the knife fight, or a knife to a gunfight. This time it's fine. Pistols, though, overthrew, and Lou will lock things down pretty nicely, and it'll start off well for our boys at Rutgers.
Love it or hate it, 725 is still a very powerful weapon. And I gotta give a lot of respect over to these players, not necessarily pulling it out. I believe I saw one come through. You can rush straight up the gut, but this knife to the left can cause a lot of pain. You can get a lot of quick shots off. And that throwing knife, that one shot, but you're able to find that too with the 725. And it's gonna already, just like that, 725 trades out. 1v1 here. Or Luke gets a nice little pop-up around the corner, actually. And, well, my God. And that's why the 725, ladies and gentlemen, is still very, very good. Tight spread, even when you're firing from the hip, jump shot included. Expect a lot more fun things like that to come.
Do you remember back when Ground War first came out, and there was that clip that went viral of the guy that shot like the cross map 725 slug shot? Do you remember seeing that?
I still make the joke today that 725, whether it's a shotgun or it's a marksman rifle, you be the decider of that.
Absolutely the case. Speaking of things that pack a punch, how about the 357? I know for me personally, in Warzone, I have been killed far too many times with the double 357 snake shots, but we'll leave that conversation for another day. And with that, RIT will actually be getting their first round, and Yodi's actually been tagged up once more as he gets the first blood through. A nice headshot on the Stu. Okay, we see that. Stoop has also been hit once, so it's going to be one more shot needed. Little bunny hop from Lou. And so we will stay 3-1. Rutgers on top, and we'll get through both shotguns and pistols. And I can't say this for certainty. I don't know if it's a guarantee, but I don't imagine we'll see any more pistols or any more shotguns as far as our default loadout. So we should be seeing things like snipers and LMGs. Okay, M91 in the mix, and this is an interesting loadout. I think it's actually got no stock, no optic on it. So it's gonna kick for sure. Yodi will find the first soup of the trade. 1v1 soup has already been tagged. And again, if you're a little more unfamiliar with gunfight, a strategy you can try to employ is not only to get your Semtex or frag grenade, whatever your lethal is, out for the final blow, but if you're already getting your opponent tagged up and you have the health pool advantage, you can essentially just play for the flag. Again, that will come through in the next 10 seconds in case nobody gets the full elimination, which this looks like it will be the first round that will come into play. And again, if no one captures the flag, it'll come down to who has the HP advantage. And you can see right now, Yodi is currently in possession of that. So it's going to be up to Supa to make the play. 5 seconds for him to get on or find the kill. And he will actually find Yodi from behind just before the time expends.
3-2. Rutgers with a 1-round lead. Stockless M91. I mean, on a map like Speedball with that ADS time, with how many wall bangs you can actually find, that is traumatizing. Because again, like Shift was talking about, the HP advantage that you can find yourself, or just a raw kill, I guess. Thanks, Lou. It can be absolutely difficult to deal with in the long haul. So, 1-for-1 trade. I'm gonna see how Yodi can end up combating against this. Does have a nice little pop-up over here, try to get some information potentially to coming off of their dead comrade from Lou. Now trading off on the opposing side for Stu. Just waiting for any sort of information, maybe hit the range a little bit. Don't want to give away your position, though. 3 seconds until that flag comes around, but, well, you've been figured out, my friend. Now those tags are not going to be able to play into your advantage. Flag has now come around. Tactical has been thrown out. Now it just comes down to Yodi trying to hunt around, but the bunny hop is good. Stu able to clutch things up when it matters the most.
I guess I'm a little bit lost on why Yodi even goes for it. He's got the HP advantage by a significant margin by the looks of it. Decides to go for the capture and gets punished. And Stu is one of those guys, you know, again, between Stu and Supa, they've had to kind of step up their roles in the CCL version of RITs. We'll go to AKs here. First and second blood, no problem for Yodi. But what I was kind of mentioning on for a moment, again, RIT had some roster issues at the beginning of the year. Again, it is an institute of technology, and a lot of the majors that a lot of these players are kind of going into are usually in the engineering field and things of that nature. And I know a couple players could not actually participate when they thought they could. So Supa and Stu have actually been two of the players to really step up for the squad to kind of help them get to playoff form. With that, Supa finds first blood, and he will actually find the second. Thought for a second he might actually take down his teammate, but I don't believe there's friendly fire in this instance of gunfight, so I think he would be mostly okay. Regardless, though, RIT's actually hanging here with Rutgers, and I know we were talking a big game, you know, when we were doing all of our broadcast about how Rutgers is going to run through this tournament. At least that's what Lou is telling us. So far, 4-4. Again, first to 6 wins, and we'll be going over to my least favorite weapon in the game.
Shift is just mad because he doesn't have marking rifles. It's okay, though.
I'm so bad with the EBR, dude. I don't know what it is. I can't find it. I can't find it.
You need that one blueprint, that EBR. And although it was nerfed due to everybody taking great advantage of it in Warzone, still very fun to use. EBR is probably one of my least favorite. I actually really like the MK2. The Kar 98 is still probably my go-to as far as a long-distance weapon is concerned. Yeah, I love the Kar 98. The second that I saw that it was in this game, I was jumping at the bits to level up that bad boy. This rather aggressive play. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Supa will find one. Cooking up a nade is Lou. He's got the HP pool advantage, and he's put that in a pretty decent spot, but doesn't get a tag. So we'll try to hold on to the angle for the flag here with 15 seconds, knowing that he's got the HP advantage. All you got to do is make sure you don't get flanked onto the left here, and you should be all right. Maybe a little bit of second guessing, though. It's going to be us, the double pop shotty, which can absolutely destroy it. Oh, wait, did Supa actually see Lou on the outside? Well, now he's got some idea where he is, and if he can hit a shot, it'd be good. He's got to go in. The flag starts being captured. He misses the shots, and RIT will send us to a round 11. Oh, boy. I don't know what happened here, but the R9 comes to life for Supa at the last second. Lose shots at the EBR, not quite online. We will get a different weapon here, too, for our final round.
Almost looked like that Lou was trying to go for a melee than that final look, but gonna be an interesting way to play off this hybrid scope, but I do really enjoy how it's able to get both interactions to get a little bit of long range cross map, a little bit of up close and personal, but Lou has been figured out. Good shots there. Gotta be careful though, Supa is tagged up. HP advantage slightly in Lou's favor, and although Supa was trying to get across over towards where Lou was hiding out at, mid sprint and jump. That's not where you're gonna want to be there, buddy.
I don't know about you. So the first time I saw the striker, it was in gunfight, and it was during a 3v3 gunfight tournament, and I had 2 dudes just completely lined and just held the trigger, and it was like da-da. And I got absolutely smoked because this is a 2-round burst. And I was like, oh, okay, well, now I figured this got out. It's interesting because the spread is pretty high on the kickback, but it does, like you mentioned, with that little toggle scope, you can find some success at range. So Rutgers will take map number 1, but it was tight. It was a tight 6-5. And I'm not going to lie, that was not at all what we expected.
I mean, if there's going to be a team that pushes back against Rutgers, I mean, like we were sitting here joking before we even hopped on broadcast. Even when we were talking earlier this week, when we were just talking about this broadcast as a whole, we took a look at this bracket. We're like, oh yeah, Rutgers is going to take this with ease. But if there's one team that's going to end up pushing them back, for sure, it's going to be RIT, and that's why at the top of this broadcast we were talking about these 2 teams. RIT, they're no slouches, especially for these 2 players, Supa and Stu. Alan was talking about this coming in, especially with CCL playoffs on the horizon. You got to be careful of these 2 players. They've stepped up in a really good way to make RIT who they currently are and a playoff caliber team. No slouch to Lou and Yodi because those players are also just really adept shots. But you cannot take that for granted, and that's why we were talking about Lou having some fun, with that smoke and double melee coming through. That's why I was hinting at, I believe that he was going for a quick shot melee to finish out that one round. That probably would have been looking at a very different scoreline in Speedball. Nevertheless, what was most interesting is how well and adept we got to see for RIT on a multitude of weapons. I mean, we got a stockless LMG, we got the stockless AK-47 along the way too, both which RIT looked pretty darn good on.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I want to take storylines away for playoffs, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're only going to see 2 weapons in that playoff. I mean, MP5 M4s, but
well, no, you might get an AX50 in there, so 3.
True. Okay, fair, or an HDR, I suppose, if you like that. So if you want to say 4,
AX50 all the way, baby.
I'm the same boat. Actually, I like the X50 much more. Although I will say, like in my Warzone games, I've been trying to pull out the HDR more because like you can just get so much experience in the weapon so quickly, and the fact that like you're always getting long shots with it when you get knocks. It's great for the camo grind. But with that in mind, it's funny because I say that we get a lot of experience using these sniper rifles in Warzone, but you actually are getting a lot of M91 experience and LMG experience because that's, I don't know about you, but that's like all I find whenever I drop it immediately. It's like, hey, 3 chests. All of them are all different types of LMGs, and it always feels a little bit bad because the swap time takes so long. But
that and M19s. That and M19s.
I was about to say maybe the M19 has actually been very common for me lately as well. But again, just as kind of a reminder, what we're doing here for joining us here late. This is the Andbox Spring Rally. Again, it's best of 5s in this 2v2 gunfight for Call of Duty. We're in the winners finals. Again, Rutgers currently up 1 map so far. It looks like we've got Stack lined up next, which again, very common. We've seen Stack since essentially day number 1 of the alpha. I don't know if you remember back to like when we actually had that closed alpha period where everyone was like so pumped for Modern Warfare, and they're like, "Hey, have some gunfight early," and everyone was like, "Yeah."
And then you ended up having that pro-am tournament with a whole bunch of our military finalists along with a lot of high personalities along the way too. That's what was probably most eye-opening for me too. I still remember one of the infamous 1v1s of Dr. Disrespect versus Tim the Tatman on this exact map. But it's one of those things. One day, young little Timmy will be able to beat Dr. Disrespect in a 1v1, maybe. But nevertheless, on Stack, it is probably one of the most remembering as far as 2v2 gunfight maps that you'll ever remember, because when we got that map and we got a little bit of gunfight coming our way during that beta and alpha, it was this map. You boys became men on this map. That's for damn sure. And we're gonna end up seeing which college is gonna be able to take their bragging rights that much further. 1 game up is Rutgers University. RIT looking to answer on back in a best of 5 2v2.
Got another EBR to start off, but with a more long-range scope. Yodi finds first blood. And with that, it's just to be down to Supa to see if he could find a way to clutch things up. Actually, pardon me, the sides have swapped a touch here as far as the colors go. So it will be Rutgers in the blue, RIT in the red. Supa finds a 1v1. And this scope will give out that little flashlight glint if you see it. And you can see Lou is trying to avoid that as they're both kind of moving through the tires. Could be just down to pistols. How about this? Moving on forward is Supa, and he will find a very awkward mantle, but make the hip fire work. And all right, there's first round to RIT.
Those are things that action movies were made of right there. Gets the mantle, just drives on by. Reminds me of Wanted almost.
John Wick, I was thinking, but
John Wick is also a good one too. Jay just completely running through the opposition, gets a random hip fire, somehow lands towards the head too. Speaking of headshots, Lou able to find first blood, and the headshot's able to come through, and then immediately swaps back over for a body shot, and very quick round. Along with this nice pistol kill from over the top. It's really hard to do there on this map included too. Once you end up getting figured out, 2 sides, you can end up breaking towards it if you don't get mid-map control right off the rip. It can turn out to be a little scary. Oh, moving over to the SMGs now. Tacticals boot along the way. This round could be over pretty quickly, but with that one little tag up, it's going to end up pushing things back. The AUG has a lot of kickback to keep in mind, but not with these players being able to get a lot of good SMG control and practice along with their MP5s and 7s. But just like that, you're going to have RIT able to take the lead 2-1.
You know, there was a day months ago now where you remember when all the conversation was happening when like everyone was talking about like 10mm ammo on the MP5 and how no SMG came close, and then they buffed the AUG, and it was like an extra like percentage, like a big percentage boost, like to up close range, and like for a minute people were having a conversation that maybe the AUG would become meta. And I was like, man, I would love to see a day where, again, we can go back to a 3-gun meta when it's not, you know, including sniper rifles. But the AUG never fully got there, and it's just kind of an awkward scope. There's a hollow scope in the mix. Will definitely dance on you a touch. Yodi finds first blood, 2-on-1 opportunity, though Lou and Yodi have actually both been tagged up pretty considerably. So definitely doable here, especially from long range. Stu finds the first, has the health pool advantage here versus Lou, so it's really on him to make the play. And while he goes from right to left, he will be tagged up. Looks for a mantle spot. He's actually caught Stu at range, but again, 5 seconds, you've got to make a play for the flag. I don't think he's got any more grenades available. He's gonna have to stand on this, and Stu will punish RIT. Coming out hot here on stack, 3-1 up.
Yeah, you just got me thinking, like, what if the AUG actually made it? That would be so fun. I mean, you got a lot of players trying to force the MP7 now, too, just for that one injury.
I mean, because I think at one point in time that it was like extended mags with the AUG, because like again, it's not like I don't know, like the rate of fire, like you were chewing through ammo so quickly. I don't know. It was a long time
it's kind of like the M13 versus M4 at the same time.
That's
you're dealing with like the AUG versus the MP5. Is you just chew through ammo, but with the stopping power just isn't there. Speaking of stopping power, back over to some LMG mix and good shots from range. Lou's gonna end up getting cut down. Stu versus Yodi as they find themselves here. Gonna be pretty fun to see who ends up coming around the corner with the pistol, though it is well scouted out. 4-1 RIT. You really gotta think that something's gotta change. Maybe you gotta play a little bit more reserved, give yourself a little bit more of an option, because that M91, you cannot be rushing straight up the gut around those cargo containers. You were gonna get obliterated.
I think everybody in the greater northeastern area heard him coming around the backside with how much he was dropping through. Yodi, first blood this time. They're trying to turn things around for Rutgers as they take this one relatively cleanly. So we'll get away from our LMGs through 6 rounds. 4-2 the score for RIT. Again, best of 5 here, and Rutgers is currently up a map. And so now we'll jump over to ARs and what will be essentially the Deegs. We've got an M13, speaking of it, I think we may have saw. Lou is saying, let's go ahead and go for the Deegs. Now swaps back over to the AR. We'll find the first. And now a Stu in a little bit of a troubling spot. We'll actually back over towards his spawn, because I don't think anyone has any idea where he's gone to. So there's potential for surprise here. Never mind. Yodi's seen him. So now they know exactly where Stu is, plus the fact that he's down in the health pool considerably. He's actually at 1 HP. We'll peek over, no problem at all. Rutgers bounced back with 2 rounds in a row. And, you know, again, we don't see much out of the FAL. There was a point in time where I remember Fastballer, for those of you guys that are into the Challenger scene, he attempted to use the Omen up close in person. Remember that at Shoney where he pulled out the Omen?
Was it the Odin or the Scar?
It was the Odin, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it was the Odin, you're right.
It's Tom Gravity that's been pulling out the Scar lately.
Yeah, no, I do remember that. We did cast a good match where Tom Gravity actually found a lot of value in the Scar. I think the FAL, I mean, stockless, single fire, you can shoot this thing pretty stinking fast. And then combine that with a Deagle, that's a lot of range opportunity. But I mean, up close and personal, always been a big fan of the single fire weapons too. I know that you judge me every single time that I pull out the Odin.
I really do.
Warzone too. That thing is scary, powerful. You put that long silencer on that bad boy, it gets devastating. Speaking of silencer, that shot right there. 1911. I'm like James Bond over here.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm just getting like Pierce Brosnan is like in my face right now. Whenever I see a silence 1911, I'm just immediately like this golden eye screams at me.
Yeah, he's just breaching through the facilities, man. Like he's just ready. Dude. Oh man,
what a good movie! Can we watch that tonight?
Absolutely.
Is it on Netflix?
Probably not, but you know. Find it.
Oh, we got some Molly action in the mix too. Yodi's been scouted out. Shots though not very great from Stu, and well, there's Lou. He just runs right on forward. And with that, was that 4 rounds in a row for Rutgers? They were down 4-2 at one point in time, so they find 4 straight. The AR and the pistol rounds, and you can see some of the numbers there at the end of the board as Lou and Yodi really do a lot of work together there, but Lou over a grand to the damage department leads to now a 2-map lead for Rutgers. Again, best of 5s here in our winners finals. And it looks like, I was about to say, they started trying to queue things up really quickly there. And I was like, okay, we got a little startling action, but I imagine we'll swap the hosts around and, of course, also the maps beyond that. It's been a good one so far. Again, this, I imagine, will likely be, I don't know much about Pace or Montclair, but if I were just to go out there with, our background with the CCL, I would probably say that this would be expected to be the repeat of the finals, I imagine, as well, considering as the fact that RIT has actually played extremely well here today. We were kind of both framing up that Rutgers was likely going to run away with this one. So far, they're still flawless in maps, but it's been a little bit tighter than I think they would have anticipated.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, like going back to a previous point that I made in the first 2v2 map is that if there's a team that's going to end up pushing Rutgers back that has a brisk chance to send them down to losers finals, yeah, it's going to be RIT. Because I mean, when you get down to it, you're dealing with we've seen stockless FALs, we've seen stockless LMGs, and stockless AK-47 so far. So
right.
If there's anything much part for the course too that for some of these players, I'm sure have been not only grinding out for their scrims and have been grinding out in Warzone just to get a little bit more practice underneath their belts. Those stockless weapons are definitely going to feel a little bit closer to home for them too, whether you're a staying AR or you're a flex player or you're just a standing SMG. You can end up feeling right at home with a lot of those weapons. And well, again, this RIT squad, for Stu and Supa, it's not exactly two players you could be taken for granted until you get down to maybe some pistol rounds, and then it just comes down to those infamous gulags, whether or not you come out on top of them. But this is again, this has been a lot of fun. Even though we're only 2 maps in so far, this is just match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving into map number 3 in this best of 5, and shifted. It looks like we're going to get a little bit more high ground, low ground, sheet metal, cargo container action as we're going to be heading over to King.
Now, okay, we've seen all three of the OG maps that we had in Gunfight. Out of those 3 maps, which is your favorite? Which is your least favorite?
Oh, Speedball. Speedball's 100%. Speedball for me.
That's my favorite too.
Apart from the cargo container, like I'm not lying to y'all. When that cargo container comes into play, I do everything. Even if I start off on that left side of the map or right side, depending on which side that I'm spawning on, I yell at my teammate that I'm not going over there because that cargo container causes me so much pain and so much disaster that I would just much rather play across on the wood and all the little sandboxes too. My least favorite though, easily King. Easily. I'm not a big fan of King. Yeah, King with that center flag right at the bottom. And just the way that the 50-50 goes right over the top, it gets a little bit too weird. You can get a lot of cheeky angles, whether that's through the railings, over across the stairway, or you just blatantly just shoot right through them. There's a lot of things that you got to be concerned with when it comes down to King. But yeah, Speedball's my favorite. King's probably my least favorite. But smack dab in the middle, you're looking at Stack. Yeah,
I'm right there with you. Actually, that's my same kind of hierarchy.
That's crazy. We never agree on things.
We really don't. It's literally like a bickering old couple here between the two of us behind the scenes.
I'm getting a Muppets reference here somewhere.
Dude, I'm telling you, which one? I prefer to be Stadler if I'm going to be one of the two. So
there's where we disagree on things too. I think that I'm the Stadler, but that's okay. That's all right.
Whatever, dude. You're wild. Someone give me a new co-caster. We're jumping into map number 3 here, though. It's been pretty tight so far. Again, all of this happening through the support of Andbox and the Spring Rally, but there's of course a lot of other partners that have been in the mix here. As again, everyone that's participating in this tournament and with the Overwatch one later today will be getting a entry into the KontrolFreek esports Forge, which is again a great tool for all those aspiring potential pro players as they go and continue their studies cumulatively and curricularly, I guess you should say, in the collegiate scene. So a chance for them to really kind of take a potential next step in their careers here, even though it is just gunfight, not necessarily the most parallel thing to what we see at the pro level, which of course we're all excited about how the New York Subliners have played lately. And hopefully that meme of the dubliners with the addition of Mac Mouse will continue to be the case as they go into a big winners match today. But here, for RIT, they need to find a way to battle back, and Stu actually gets concussed and destroyed up pretty heavily, but still wins a gunfight versus Lou. So it'll be Yodi in a 1v2, and he's stuck in these outside cargo containers, and it looks like Stupid knows that.
Seems pretty aware. Yodi, trying to do their best here. Just a second. The GI mini reflex just a little bit too wide, but yeah, no, you got to stay limbered up, especially whether that's respawning for the next round or just for this sprying gunfight. We'll put it that way, but Yeah, that's pretty tough. I mean, when you got two pistols with GIs just running straight at you like that. Whether it was the trade coming through because Stu was pretty tagged up, gets tagged up to start this round. Semtech just got yeeted across the entirety of the map. It's not going to find much, and there's some of that 50-50 over top of the middle. Yoti's going to come out on top of interesting interaction, dropping down from the stairs, but nevertheless going to even things up heading into round number 3. We get a new set of weapons.
You stopped for a second there, Lou. Wanted to obviously go for the melee, but I think he was hoping he would land the other way so he could go for an assassination. You know he's trying for it.
I was hoping.
But how about this? This is an awkward scope for an AUG. It's going to be a sniper scope on the AUG. Lou locks down the spray for the first. Concussed his Supa. Here comes the full push through. Supa will find one, and Yoti just baited Lou so hard. Oh my goodness, he could open up a bait tackle shot.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's got like that prime hook and bait. It's like, I know that you're trying to keep your social distancing, and he's going fishing with his mate right now. Like, that's what we really hate to see. You really hate to see it, too. I mean, you saw what they were trying to go for, the ye old bait and switch, but Yoti did not full commit to. God, that ADS time with the sniper scope on an AUG. What? Actually, end up able to find it.
The hip fire is still pretty good, and it's actually extended back to the deep drum here for the AUG as we'll close through that round without much contact.
What did you say like that?
I don't know. I just decided to want to put emphasis on it.
Everything
about this loadout is extreme, okay? I feel like I needed to bring some kind of extreme connotation. The way over aggressive sniper scope on it, plus the barrel.
This weapon is straight out of campaign.
It's something, man. Opening shot's not bad here for Lewis. Again, you can see Rutgers playing a little bit more seriously as they go down, but still it'll be an even trade. Supa has been tagged up a little bit more than Yoti as he's got the high ground, but it doesn't matter this time as in a multi-dimensional universe. It's Anakin who takes the win in the high ground. Yeah, I see your face. I didn't think that fight was going to go that way at all.
I mean, you would think. I mean, you just underestimated Yoti's true power. You gotta be careful with that one. 100%. Swapping things up again. A lot of hardcore action coming through for Lou. I mean, here's a scope that actually belongs on this weapon, or a weapon that belongs with that scope, and a deagle to boot. Oh, Lou absolutely wins those gulags, but will not win versus the scope. That's not a gulag weapon. Scar, though, a lot of stopping power. Thank you, Tom Gravity. But
I'm serious. He is like, when I first saw Tom pull out the Scar seriously, I was like, no way. And then he pulled it out.
Then he started finding value.
Like, yeah. And then he started finding kills. It's like, all right, this is actually happening. Good tags here for Yoti. And I was about to say, if he loses this gunfight, we just turned the stream off. But not today. But you see it, right? I mean, you see exactly how Stu is lining that up. If he wins that gunfight, I lose my mind. But Rutgers bounced back pretty nicely in the AR round as they find the first, looking for a second here. Again, this was where the comeback happened last time through. This is a variable scope, by the way. Semtex over the top. Yoti tagged. Lou, though, finding first blood by way of Semtex. I believe there's actually an HP advantage here for Supa, so all he needs to find is a bullet or two. But Lou trying to finish things off with the pistol. Not quite as true with his aim as he was hoping for, but regardless, he'll still take the W. And we'll be tied up 3 rounds apiece.
Just when I thought that you were not the player that I'd have to buy back at the buy station because you win those gulags. Not this time around. Unfortunate. 3-3 though, immediately tagged up, loses their head. Stu goes down, and Yoti's right there for a second headshot too. Oh, if you blinked, you probably missed that round. We are back to M91, ladies and gentlemen. And with that ACOG, that is a pretty darn accurate weapon, especially right over the top. I don't know whether or not, I haven't seen any mounting, so
No, I haven't either.
I can only imagine, I mean, especially for these players, you know, branching through the collegiate scene, that they probably have it either unbound or they're just completely, it's unbound from their brain, not to end up going for it too. Yeah, right over top, could go for the mount, didn't end up going for it too, though it's RIT able to take that one back. 4-piece, go back and forth here.
You know, with the mounting too, you got to keep in mind that it's not a mechanic that is enabled or allowed in the CDL playlists at all. So for these guys that, again, have been spending all their time practicing, rehearsing through CDL rules. Maybe they just forget sometimes that you can mount in this game. How about this R9 shotgun in the mix with the 357, C4 as well, which could definitely set things off ablaze, and Lou will actually find first blood with that. Although I don't believe that Yodi has seen his compadre over towards the side, and with that C4 in response, hold this please, and Stu will combine for the double. I believe we'll see both of these coming in. Yep, there it is, hold that, thank you. And then the R9 over the top, 1 and a second. Again, this is map point for RIT, definitely hanging with Rutgers here.
So I'm not a fan of many shotguns inside this game. I have a lot of PTSD. Thank you 725, but
Seriously,
you know, the R9 is probably my least out of all of them that I have a fun time with. 257. Trying to find a little bit of care package movement with that C4. Won't be able to find much. So, oh, drop down right into the waiting arms. Why don't you? We are going to another round 11 here, Shift.
Oh boy. Rutgers again in comeback fashion. They've been down in all of their 3 games that we've seen so far. They've had to come back in every single one.
Yeah.
So round 11, what are we getting? How about this? MK2. Let's see it. Carbine.
I love it.
Let me see my 1-taps. I want it. We also got a frag grenade. No idea what the secondaries are. And actually, the frag has tagged up Lou considerably. This thing, okay, we've got, the model coming out for the second. Lou for the first. Stunned up is Stu. I think they know where approximately he is. Maybe not, actually. They're not looking above them whatsoever. Stu finds the first. Now it's just down to a 1v1. Yodi finds the first shot, not the second. HP advantage, though, for Rutgers. As they're looking to close this one off. Okay, up close and personal. Here comes the model in the mix. Another tag comes through. Stu down dangerously, but all it takes is one good play shot. And he will find the first. Still down to the HP, though. Has to hold this. Model 680 coming into the mix, and that'll be enough for Rutgers to take it away at the last second.
Look at this, the drive-by.
Yeah, dude, right?
Just side swipes immediately from wall to wall. I mean, that was honestly really well played for Lou. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that within, or for Yodi, rather. Like, that was just really well played in general, regardless of how you think about it, too. Had the HP advantage. Knew that there was only one win condition for RIT. They had to cap the flag. And he was like, well, guess what? I just got to sneeze on you. And there it was, whether it was 1 or 2 pellets to the shins, to the chest, able to find the last kill, too. And that model, even from that range, not going to get an immediate kill, not unless you got the slugs in him. But, yeah, going to be able to at least find that last kill and going to be able to push themselves over towards Grands. Best of 5 in 3 games. Go in favor of Rutgers.
100% the case. And so now as we go further forward, again, we will be dealing with the losers finals before we get to the grand finals. So now in the mix, it will be Rutgers, like you mentioned, awaiting the grand finals, but RIT awaiting the winner of Montclair State and Pace University, who are currently duking things out in the losers semis, which is, again, what we're waiting on to continue our coverage. So I imagine we'll throw things to a break here in a moment. But before we do, again, if you're enjoying the tournament, feel free to just go ahead, follow along with the stream here at the operating system. They do a lot of stuff with everything that's going on with Andbox, whether it's here at the Spring Rally or with the game days that are going on throughout the New York community and beyond. And with that, again, if you're not already watching through gameday.andbox.com, while we're away, go do that. Get yourself lined up for some potential incentives. And if you like incentives, hey, we've got discount codes all over the place. You're looking for some fly esports and video game-centric gear, go over to shop.andbox.com. And you put in the code Spring Rally 2020 for 25% off. That's a quarter off. It's not bad at all. It's 1/4 of the way. Having the whole free.
You know, the glass is half full here for Shift today, too. But, you know, you get a special thanks to our sponsors, to Corsair. Thank you so much for supporting the voting campaign along the way, too. For Spring Rally by prizing clubs with keyboards, headsets, and mice along the way, too.
100%. So we'll send things to a small break. When we come back, it'll be the losers finals here with the Spring Rally Call of Duty 2v2 gunfight tournament when we come back after this. Hello, and welcome back to the Andbox Spring Rally. We're dealing with Gunfight 2v2 Collegiate, top 4 schools out of the Northeast. Well, it's going to be down to 3 here in a moment, as we've gotten word that not only has our winners finals finished, but Pace University has taken a 3-1 over Montclair State University. So coming up next in our broadcast coverage here proper, I might hold shift, by the way, in case you didn't see that pop up there at the bottom for a second there. RIT, who did lose to Rutgers in a close 3-0, as weird as that is to say, they'll be playing up against Pace University to determine who will be in the grand finals to either rematch or take their first stab at this Rutgers squad.
Yeah, no, this Rutgers squad coming out of the gates with a hot 3-0. It was close. It was close, though. But that losers finals against a white-hot RIT, things could get pretty interesting, to say the least, to see who is going to end up getting the run against Rutgers in the grand finals, too, who are going to be patiently waiting. I can only imagine that Lewis is probably sitting there doing this with his hands, just waiting. Just waiting.
I don't think he's doing that. I'm sure he's doing something else.
I like to think he is. Sure. I like to think
I'm going to think. I'm just going to go ahead and just say I think Lou's doing something completely obnoxious right now, just because that seems fitting. But again, if you're unfamiliar with Andbox or the Spring Rally, again, Andbox, of course, most centralized in the New York City area. It's the whole goal of everything that they've been doing since they kind of came into the scene in electric fashion, picking up obviously the back end of the side of the Excelsior and the Overwatch League, as well as the subliners for the Call of Duty League, is to try to also unify other gaming communities in the Northeast. So in this one in specific, of course, Northeast colleges all over the region were able to submit for a potential opportunity to participate in the gunfight tournament today and to get a spot in the 8 teams that participated. There was an open voting process where the communities of those schools had to go out, try to, again, petition out for votes, and the top 8 schools through that voting process were not only going to be gifted a couple of extra utility and hardware from the accessory kind of gear of Corsair, but they also obviously have a chance to play here. And all 4 of our teams that have made it to our top 4 have gotten the chance to participate in the KontrolFreek Forge. The Esports Forge is a program essentially out there to support aspiring esports pros and teams, helping them kind of set and achieve their competitive goals while, of course, in this instance, still maintain their collegiate work that they're going through. So a lot of things on the line for these guys, but that's not all proper because we're also dealing with Aimlab, which, again, I think both of us, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is the first time we're bringing it up. This is completely authentic. We're going to have to find out who's got the best individual Aimlab score after this broadcast. I think it's going to have to happen.
Shift, you and I both know that it's probably going to be it's going to be way too easy for you to beat me in that. But at the same time, I like to believe that some of my other aim practices, because I do have some time on Aimlab already. So I mean, with that being said, too, I'm gonna smoke you. I'm gonna absolutely destroy you. Aimlab, if you're unfamiliar, it's an aim like a pro. Aim like a pro with Aimlab. It's the ultimate aim trainer. Whether or not you've seen the clip from Ace's Twitter, NRG Ace, Apex legend playing a lot of Valorant now too. You can see how that work ends up paying off. Not necessarily saying that you needed Ace, but at the same point in time, I like to believe that it also helps along the way too. It gives you feedback down to specifics. Are you bad at flick shots on the left side of the screen? Are you bad on the right side of the screen? You can't seem to be hitting jumping targets. Are you need to work on tracking? There's a lot of different things in Aimlab that you can work on so that way you can get your aim to a professional level, whether or not you're trying to be a pro-am player, whether or not you're just a casual player looking to stomp out your adversaries along the way too. It's absolutely free. You can go to aimlab.gg and you're going to end up being able to play it on Steam.
Yeah, the funny thing about the copy that we got for this ad promo was the fact that, are you bad at flick shots to the left side of the screen? It's so funny because in Valorant, I'll go and I'll shoot like 100 bots for like each a pistol, AR, SMG, and literally the left side is the side that I'm having problems with.
That's actually hilarious. Like, I'm bad on the right side. That's actually hilarious.
We complete each other. That's the funny thing. Both of our brains and right hands combined. Are you righty or lefty? I don't think I know this, actually.
I'm ambidextrous, actually.
Okay. Nerd flex.
Get flexed on, nerd.
But beyond that, like we also mentioned, KontrolFreek is also in the mix for you guys if you're out there. And again, you're interested in Call of Duty in specific. I imagine that you're like me. You're playing on controller, and maybe your controller looks something like mine, where, again, these sticks have seen much better days. I don't know if you can see this.
So
like, there's not only are they dirty, but you can see, like, the bottom, like, comfort pad on this is completely chewed through. So 20% off right now if you use on KontrolFreek.com the promo code Spring Rally 2020. I'll be there getting myself a new set of sticks because I desperately need some. And if you're not someone who's on controller, maybe you're also kind of like me. You're playing Warzone. You've got it on PC. You say, I like 144 FPS when I play Battle Royale. Well, hey, you can kind of build the background element and aesthetic of your stream as they've got plenty of gaming lights and cables to help you not only stay organized, but look cool while you're doing it. So a lot of things on the line here. Again, we're just waiting for our losers finals to come through. And beyond that, not only are we dealing with Call of Duty specifically, but we've actually got some friends that are going to be covering Overwatch with us. After we're done here, Necra and Beanies will be on the call for the top 4 Northeastern Overwatch tournament that's happening. And then later beyond that, the Undisputed Spring 2020 Overwatch Championship will be held, where, again, our Northeastern champion will be playing up against the most recent national champion, that being the Utah Utes. So a lot of stuff coming up for the rest of the day here. And again, if you're not already, make sure you go over to gameday.andbox.com. Just go there. You're not going to go away for too long. You'll come right back to a Twitch stream page. But while you're there, you'll be generating the ability to reward yourself with some incentives. So again, why not? Just go ahead. Just jump there right now. And again, coming up here in just a moment, we will be dealing with Pace going up against RIT. And again, I know nothing about this Pace squad. I'll be completely candid. We have not seen them before. They do not play in the College COD League, which is, again, where we come from. And we're familiar with teams like Rutgers and RIT, who not only participated in the CCL, but they also, of course, are in the playoffs. So we kind of have expectations built beyond for what they have to be able to offer as a competitive squad. But the cool thing about these type of things is the simple fact that we're seeing a lot of different universities in the mix. And who knows, maybe this Pace team could be absolutely nasty. They took a 3-1. So who knows what happens here?
Yeah, Faluha and Head Chief. That's who we're dealing with coming out for Pace University. And if it's off names alone, honestly, versus Super Saiyan, that's a tough one. That's a super tough one for me. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that could end up getting pretty scary right off the rip, though. And end up hopping straight into it. And it's, well, we're going back over to Stacked. Seems that we have missed a round, but hopping back over towards the tail end of that round, which was 1911, silence, so we already missed our James Bond rounds. Oh, nope, just kidding. You, me, Alan, and everybody watching. Debated. Get wrecked.
Debated. Happens from time to time.
But you know where you won't get debated, Shift?
Tell me.
That's on Andbox's website. 25% off. How about that? You're going to be able to at least get yourself a lot of swagger. You could use the code Spring Rally 2020. You like that sweatshirt Shift is wearing? You like the sweatshirt I'm wearing too? Like this sweatshirt. No, this is probably one of the most comfortable sweatshirts I have ever worn in my life. It takes a lot for me to wear a sweatshirt, especially down here in North Carolina. It's pretty darn hot, and you can only imagine too. There's not a lot of natural lighting in my room, as you can clearly see. These lights, these monitors, it gets hot. But this thing is hella comfortable. I feel like I'm wearing a blanket on my body right now. You can get one, 25% off. Code Spring Rally 2020. Go get yourself some merch.
Do it. Do it now. Just do it now. That's all I have to say. We did have a little bit of a false start here. And again, we did see for a moment that there was a 1-1 score on the board. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to hold or if we'll just kind of start things off from scratch. But again, as a reminder, format-wise, best of 5, double elimination. Actually cannot speak to if there would be a bracket reset for grand finals or not. Maybe one of our admins can help us out if that's going to happen. It's not listed on our challenge link that we currently have, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a one-and-done type thing. But again, it will be best of 5 maps. Essentially, the selection process of those maps comes down to you got a list. Each team vetoes out until there are 5 maps that are left. So as it looks like, it'll be Stack up first for us. As I imagine, we'll probably be seeing a lot of Stack, a lot of Speedball, a lot of King. And then from there, maybe some Pine. Haven't seen any Pine yet.
Gulag Showers, anybody?
Gulag Showers. I mean, I would say that out of all of the maps that we probably have, that's probably the most rehearsed map that a lot of players have, again, spending a lot of time in Warzone. And maybe not. I mean, these guys are better than you and I.
The forced practice playing Warzone.
The forced practice. I will say I have gotten a lot of Gulag practice in the last couple of days since quads came out. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just playing too aggressive, but in quads, I find myself in the Gulag way more often than I'd like to.
I don't know, Shift. We played a game the other day, too, where we absolutely hopped out of a vehicle, and it was your call to hop out of that vehicle. And where did we hop out into, Shift?
You know what?
Where do we hop out into, buddy?
Nope. It was not in the middle of a full team.
We were downtown, ladies and gentlemen. It was smack dab in the middle of a full team. I'm talking Grouse. I'm talking M4s. I believe one had an MP7. I'm not going to lie to y'all. There wasn't even an explosive. We just hopped out of that vehicle. It was a 3v4, but we didn't even get a chance to even count. It was we were all in the gulag before we even knew what happened. We were gone.
To be fair, it wasn't. I didn't drop us off in the middle of one team. I dropped us in the middle of like 3. So you're welcome.
It was like in the main street of downtown. Shift is just like, yeah, let's hop out. There's a team right over here. It was right next to the fire station when you're coming in from the north side into downtown. And he was just like, oh, there's a team right over by the fire station. Go ahead and pop out. We can go ahead and just frag these teams real quick. And then just from all angles, just from every single angle. Bad. I felt like I was holding a hard point on Azure Cave. I was just getting milliwapped on every single corner of the map. It was awful. It was awful.
Can't believe you just called me out that hard on stream, dude. I thought we had something. Tears.
That is what we have. That is literally what we have. Co-casters for over a year and a half at this point, Chef. That is what we have.
True that. It looks like we are about ready to get back into the game again. A little bit of a false start on our first. Have gotten word for the grand finals. There will be no actual reset. And that kind of makes sense. Again, best of fives usually are a pretty good determinant as far as who is the best team there. Don't need a second set of 5. So we are still in the losers finals, though. Just a reminder, Pace and RIT battling up against each other. We're loading right back into Stack for our first map. So again, not missing out on any of the content so far of this losers finals. We're going to jump straight into this one and see what our 2 squads have to offer. Again, I'm very excited to see what this Pace team is going to look like here against an RIT squad that, again, we anticipated that Rutgers was going to kind of run away with this competition. And yeah, it was a 3-0, but it was a tight 3-0. So for Fallujah and Jewel, they will be playing up against Supa and Stu Pones. And the blue, of course, is Pace. And the red will be RIT. And with that, they have stim shots available this round. So even if you get tagged up, you can still stim all the way back to 100, not once, but potentially twice.
Not going to be able to stim back when you have no head to stim. That's for sure.
True.
1-for-1 trade. I know. Completely true. So, Fallujah or Fallujah. We're going to be arguing about that. Fallujah?
I imagine that's probably a reference to like the geographical location Fallujah.
Maybe. You're probably not wrong.
I can't take you anywhere.
But in an alternate reality, that J has a nice little accent above it.
It does. And in the real world, maybe too. Looks like our overlay is a touch backwards here. Is again, Pace will be on the left here, RIT on the right. And with Jewel finding first blood in this interaction, it will be Supa down to a 1v2. Will not be able to come out on top of that. And it will be a 1-1 draw, just like we had previously in our kind of first restart that we had. So all things are level, all things are even after the restart came through.
Even Stevens. Let me get those side swaps. Thank you, production. Fallujah and Jewel tying things back up, being able to take down that first blood. And how about a little bit of this crossbow action? I like what I am seeing on screen. No, put away the pistol. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Crossbows only. Respect the game, cuz.
Oh boy! And again, these crossbow darts, you can see they're actually coming with thermite tips. By the looks of it, I know sometimes they come with poison tips as well, and yeah, that's actually the case. Fallujah's got the poison tips on it.
That's awesome.
It's so much fun, man. The only time I ever used the crossbows when we're in pre-lobbies to Warzone, and I'm so happy that it's actually in Gunfight. I didn't realize they were in Gunfight. How about this though? It's going to be a play for the flag, and actually, it's thermite grenades that are there, so. Not going to be able to get there again. The thermite, great versus vehicles, not versus AoE players. And it will be a round stolen away for RIT as they go up now 2-1 for one more crossbow round.
God, this is so much fun. I remember when the crossbow first came out too. I actually hopped right back into to a casual playlist just to be playing with them too. God, those poison darts just look so funky. Just so not used to seeing them on the screen, but they are so cool. So awesome. Straight out of campaign, maybe. UB the decider. 1911. Shots in the back, though unable to connect with the second. Would have been the work of some magic for sure, but RIT going to be able to take a 2-round lead, 3-1.
I was really hoping there was going to be a quick swap from one of those two guys back to like a no-scope crossbow. But our crossbow PogChamp moments will subside, and we will go to MP7s. Again, there was a small moment where maybe I think honestly, pro players are just bored. And they were like, well, let's get the MP7 to try. And then Simp did Simp things with it. And they're like, oh, the MP7 is going to be the next SMG in line. No, it's still not good enough yet, but does serve a purpose in Warzone. And it looks like for Stu, it serves a purpose here in Gunfight as he actually doubles up for both. So a very quick start here for RIT after really, again, going 1-1 in the beginning. It's pretty much been all them all the way through. 4-1 the score, one more SMG round in hand. And this is where pace. You do not want to go down 5-1 versus this RIT team. So it seems like this will surely feel like a must-win round for him.
Well, they have EOD. Nade, real good like. But will not be able to find the elimination. Good tags, though. Let's see. Atsupa is not feeling too good now, Mr. Stark. But Jules in the 1v2, who's kind of missing their running mate. Going to be looking for any sort of opening. Well, that's going to be able to get the final sneeze to take down Supa. Now Stooge is going to hold this angle. Sees the player crossing left to right. Oh, that last little cheeky shot. I mean, that's the one thing about the MP7 I will say, though. I mean, like, you can see it right here. I'm not too sure. I mean, it looks like that it's not its standard stock that is on there, but it's still, I mean, the recoil from the MP7 of why players have been feeling, maybe it's boredom. I'm definitely going to agree with you on that one, too. But they can definitely feel comfort heading into it, is that its recoil is pretty stellar. Yeah. Pretty stellar.
Stu with one. Oh, nice shot there. The 3.57. There are throwing knives available, and I was hoping we'd see maybe a little bit more out of that, but not the case here. 6-1 the score as RIT take map number 1 relatively easily, really with the exception of that opening 2-round exchange. You see the differential in the scoreboard there near the end. 9 kills for Stu. He dropped 900 damage in a quick one. So things looking good off the rip here for RIT in this initial matchup. But of course, anything can change. And, you know, that is kind of the fun thing with Gunfight. You know, especially with how many different maps there are. Each map brings a different dynamic, and the stack is usually a very close in-your-face battle, mostly because, again, you're so exposed from where you are in that spawn compared to a map like Pine or a map like King or even like Speedball where you can get a lot of cover. This is essentially you either are holding a very tight angle on tires or you're holding them a little bit of a cheeky heady over the top of those stairs. So a lot of the gunfight action that does happen is pretty fast and in your face, but that seemed to, at least initially, favor onto RIT so far. But with that kind of in mind, again, the winner goes up into the grand finals versus Rutgers for a very scary either rematch or first matchup here for pace. So, I mean, again, it's not just money on the line for, you know, placement from here on out, but you've also got a lot of things to kind of consider. Again, all 4 of our teams will be a part of the KontrolFreek Esports Forge. That which will, again, is going to lead to hopefully a pretty cool opportunity, kind of like a sponsorship and promotional opportunity for these players to maybe get a chance to be a little bit more catered to individually as far as, you know, what are your competitive goals? How can we potentially help you reach them? So, I mean, there's a lot of cool things on the line for these guys, not just in the immediate, but also in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, the future along the line, it's got to be bright, too. I mean, playing in a multitude of, whether it's Spring Rally or a multitude of tournaments, too, always want to end up showcasing a lot of your talents along the way. You know, it's funny, is actually, I'm going back and I'm looking through the rest of this bracket shift, is that, well, Pace University and Montclair both got knocked down to losers from guess who?
By Rutgers.
By Rutgers. Yeah. So, you know, Montclair was probably looking for that run back. Pace is on the same pace, too. Every single team, I guess, at this point in time, going from loser semis all the way until just this very moment in time, just wants to end up getting that run back versus Rutgers, too. But, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough going up into that, too. This is the Spring Rally 2020, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, it's just a lot of fun. 2v2 gunfight is not something that I not only... I don't spend enough time in this playlist because I get enough of my my love coming out from the gulag in the Warzone. But you know, apart from that, the CDL playlist too is a very fun mode, and especially for whether or not you're a collegiate player such as RIT or Rutgers playing through a very competitive soon-to-be playoffs for College COD, or you're just grinding to be a better player too. This is something that also just really works well for a multitude of players that just enjoy pubs all the way up to the competitive scene. Just to work on teamwork, just have some really fun with your mates. Take that clip that Lou found a double melee through a smoke. There's a lot of things that you can end up doing through this 2v2.
A lot of things going on, and it's not just Call of Duty. We got Overwatch coming up after this. We are getting ready to go with map number 2, which will be played on King. But like you mentioned, we've got two of our homies and waiting in the wings. Necro and BD is going to be giving you guys a coverage for the Collegiate Overwatch scene for the Northeastern Division, and I believe they'll also be staying on the call for the culmination, as we'll take the Northeast champion versus the national champion in Utah just after the top 4 playthrough. And then I also believe there's actually going to be a Valorant tournament going on for the college scene. So a lot of things being pushed around here with Andbox in the Collegiate Northeastern region. So definitely make sure that if you're not already following along with this channel here, you do that. But you also go over to the Andbox Discord at discord.gg/Andbox to get not only some notifications on when some of these Spring Rally matches are happening, but there's also routine game day elements that are coming through as well for you to participate in, whether you are an Overwatch or a Call of Duty fan. But beyond that, Teamfight Tactics, Rocket League, Animal Crossing, a lot of cool competitions coming up. We didn't mention this, but this one, Animal Crossing is your thing. Jackbox Party Pack is 100% my thing. I don't know if there's ever been a game ever that I've never, I don't think I've ever lost in trivia in that game, ever, period.
I would just believe, listen, if y'all don't know this about Shift, he's your running mate. You go to trivia anywhere.
I know
he just knows a lot of random
things.
Yeah, he knows a lot of just random things. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're all things that are gonna help you out in the zombie apocalypse, but he's just that guy. He just knows things. Knows a lot of things. And then Dungeons and Dragons too. There's a lot of different community events that you can end up showcasing for this too. Along the way too. I know a lot of you out there. I personally have never played a game of Dungeons and Dragons. Judge me if you will. But I know a lot of friends that do. And for that, along the way, it's just a great way of, especially for the current state of the world. Again, I hope you are staying safe and clean wherever you are. That you can end up just having a really good, nice night. You can get yourself a nice, cool glass of apple juice, and you can just hang out with your mates and run some D&D.
Where did you pull apple juice from?
I have a glass of apple juice right on my left. I got a glass of apple juice right here, bud.
Out of all the beverages in the world, you chose apple juice.
I like juice. What?
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad about it. It just kind of came like you're beyond upset. Left field. That's like, I don't know where that. Okay, all right. You know, I've been on a tomato juice kick lately.
I've been, all my roommates actually severely judge me for enjoying tomato juice. But when it comes down to eating a payload of protein and you somehow forget your vegetables on the side, so you got to get them somewhere. Listen, mother was right. You got to get your vegetables in. And if you're not going to end up putting that steamed broccoli, which also tastes really good, by the way, on the side of good steak and mashed potatoes, you might as well drink it. Might as well get your vegetables in there somewhere along the way too. It's just one of those things that you gotta be aware of. Healthy, balanced diet is what I'm trying to say for these college students. You need it. It can't just be ramen. It can't just be cheeseburgers.
Well, thank goodness the map is cutting off proper in that mindless rant. So as we go through, we'll be
go for
King
days.
Up next. Okay, I know you could, especially when we get to the topic of food. So as we go through, we'll get out of the hair there. Thank goodness that this one started, because I don't know where we're going to take our conversation pool next, but we will transition obviously into game here. RIT, after a 6-1 win, we'll see if they can continue to a second round. Extended mags on the M19 with the R9. Oh my goodness, the interaction with that weapon is interesting to say the least on the pump. Shot through, but Jewel will find first blood. Tagged up heavily, but able to find a couple of shots into Supa. Fallujah now from the top ropes will find little Batman swoop down for the kill, and that'll be a first round going the way of our side of Payson. I thought that was the R9 initially when they pulled it out. It's not the case. It's actually the Rogue, a newer shotgun to the mix that I've again only seen one time, and that was in a random gunfight a couple days ago.
Hey, that's that weapon's got a lot. It's got a lot more kickback than a riding horse. That's for sure. You got to be careful with how you're shooting that bad boy. You can't just end up holding it down like the R9. You got to pace yourself a little bit there. Though up close and personal, doesn't really matter, does it? Nope. Supa says it does not. Proper. Thank you very much. But a 1v1 versus Jewel. No distinct HP advantage. Just gonna swap over to the secondary. Peek and prod. You can keep your spacing here. Would actually be relatively wise, though. Across the way. I don't think he actually got a tag there. It did not. Not going to be taking the high ground. Careful down there, Anakin. What's your true power looking like, Supa? Actually going to opt in for the flag, and that will be your ultimate demise. Lying in wakes. Getting bullets in the back. Ooh, up. Go RIT.
Yeah, pace looking pretty solid here in the first instances of King. And I will say, again, you know, look into it how deeply or lightly as you'd like. A lot of it feels like it comes down to the weapons at hand. And now that we got M4s, there's no excuse for anybody. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. Simply due to the fact that this is the most meta weapon that we're going to see. So shots should be good. Interaction should be pretty darn close. Stu finds first blood onto Fallujah. In a 1v2. Couple of shots do connect this to a pop. That'll be enough for at least one trade back. And he eludes the nade from dropping in. Don't know if information has been mutual as we're jumping on board with Supa here. He'll be fighting from low to high. And the shots are decent, but not good enough for the kill. Both players 1 HP. And the ego chow comes in, but not good enough to win as RIT will find their first round.
Absolutely denied. Trying to slide into their DMs. That's a big mood right there. But
Massive.
no, it's right. That one really struck home. Much needed round win though. RIT looking to bounce things back. You see pace. By 1 round. Well, that was a very quick round. And I mean, you said it, right? M4 comes out. Absolutely no excuses. These players got to feel comfortable. I know personally, every single time that I either get like the MP7 or the M4, whenever I'm playing in gunfight too, I'm just like, oh, now's the time, and then I just run it down mid, just like what you saw coming through from RIT, and then they got annihilated.
Reflex optic for the M19 here. Got a little bit of laser action to help out with what could potentially be some hit fire shots. Supa will tag up Fallujah heavily. Stu finds Jewel for first blood. I thought for a second that was dead body was actually a player laying prone. It kind of fooled me for a second there. I'm not gonna lie, I was like, he's right there! Shots from behind, up and over, there it goes. Coalition comes through, also known as the RIT squad. They now keep it to a round differential, 2-3-4.
Base being matched. Gonna have to at least piece together a multitude here if you're RIT. And just hope that you're gonna be able to keep it going forward. Pistol rounds, 2v2 gulags. Gotta love it. But with this nice little reflex scope, gives you a little bit of an advantage. Says Fallujah.
Knife him. Do it! Oh.
Try to get the drag knife hit. Never find it. Shot mid-range. Not gonna be good. Not when you're getting shot in the back either. Okay, answering on back. Be able to take a 2-point lead yet again.
Pretty solid. Pretty solid. And what's it next? Here we go. M19. A little ACOG scope on it. Does it have a stock? That's the question, because this thing kicks like a freaking freight train.
With that ADS time, I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
Yeah, I was saying, freight trains, they don't normally kick, but you get the metaphor, the simile, whatever part of speech that is. Regardless, though, still 2v2 here. 15 seconds to play. Jewel will make it a 1v2 situation for Stu, who's already been tagged up a touch. Fallujah very low at HP, not going to make a difference. Pace kind of running away with this one here. 5-2 the score. And, you know, again, you can speculate as much or as little as you want, but with how close RIT played Rutgers in, where they got 3-0'd, but everything went to at least round 10. The fact that Pace is able to kind of take a little bit of a surge here makes you think that, okay, maybe these final 3 teams are a lot closer than we may have anticipated, as Jewel finds one immediately off the rip. And now it's down to Supa to try to extend this map in a 1v2.
Around the corner, a 1v2 format. Gonna be very careful with trying to find an isolated gunfight, but they're just gonna come find you. Just like that, Pace. Able to even things back up. Guarantee yourselves a 4th map at least, but I mean, still, I mean, like you said, Alan, I like for how close RIT kept that in a 3-0 fashion. I'm almost, I'm really guessing for that Pace versus Rutgers squad, how close was that one? As I genuinely look in there, it doesn't give me any score line, so I'm genuinely curious about like how close those ones were too. Because I mean, this is gunfight, right?
Yeah.
We're not dealing with just you know, CDL exclusive weapon loadouts coming through. It's not 5v5 variant. Obviously, it's 2v2 gunfight, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you signed up for in a best of 5 format coming through here for the Spring Rally 2020. And it's it could really make or break a lot of mentals along the way too, because you could almost sit in there saying, so you're just like, oh, if I had my stockless MP5, or if I had
right.
my Grenadier's stock on my M4, boy, would I be able to win this gunfight. But it's not going to be the case. You don't get a choice anymore too. You got to somehow be able to work with what you got. Stockless M19s, M19s with the GI mini reflex, whatever you got. You got to be able to at least play your pace. And in a 2v2 format, giving your life too early, like what we saw from RIT continuously, that's not going to work here against Pace. Definitely isn't going to work against Rutgers.
And, for RIT, this has not at all been a flawless run through this bracket for them. They had to go game 5 in round number 1 versus Alfred State College. They went game 5 versus Towson University. And, of course, they lost to Rutgers in 3-0 fashion. But they have been getting essentially been put through the gauntlet, if you want to call it that much, when it comes down to the length at which they've played most of these. And it looks like we'll be getting our next map into play. Our lobby is about to get ready to go. And it's going to be Shipment. Okay, so again, everyone's favorite 10v10 slaughterhouse will now become a lot more easy to manipulate into 2v2. And a lot of interesting angles that could be held and kind of used as a little bit of a cheeky little camping angle, potentially. I'm anticipating some weird cargo camps coming into this map.
Ship is just one of those maps, so I mean, you just had to say it like that too, right? Everybody's favorite 10v10, and no way, dude. No way, man. This map just scares the living heck out of me. It's just like, oh, I just fully streak out, but by the time that I come back off of my streaks, I've already gotten like 10 deaths. So it's just like, did I streak out or did I get streaked?
I was on Shipment the other day. I was playing with a buddy. We were going for a couple of camos, and I was trying to get my Drow unlocked a little bit higher because I hadn't been using it in Warzone. And so we got onto Shipment, and I was 1 kill away from a gunship. And it was like, that's one of those moments, like, if you get that gunship, you get that Juggernaut at the end, you're just like, yeah, hope you guys are having fun. Because you just spam, and you just...
Juggernaut on Shipment is actually really fun. That's, okay. All right,
I haven't achieved it yet.
What?
And I felt proud of myself, too, because I was using a controller, which, again, like, I'm a mouse and keyboard player by nature, and so I was feeling like I was frying a little bit.
I'll keep myself in reserves, but it's yeah, no, I mean Shipment too. I mean you already said it. Like this map is nooks and cranny all the way to the 10th degree. You got to be careful with how you're playing. Not a lot of high ground opportunity coming through. So I mean this is gonna just be full frontal assault. I can only imagine for both of these teams too. This is where honestly I hope we get some tactical knives. out here.
I want to see it, dude.
Yeah, I'm honestly all here for it too. Shotguns could also be quite scary to end up booting that out. But we're loading in here. Shipment, gunfight, 2v2. Series is tied up 1 apiece. We'll guarantee ourselves a 4th map in this losers finals. Winner of this will be facing a very patient and very determined to take it all Rutgers. So, I mean, when you're looking at like that, could be feeling pretty good considering if you're Rutgers, you threw out both of these teams. Though, again, like Alan was saying, RIT did not have a very easy coming up all the way down to the finals, where Case had to end up bringing things back and immediately just able to piece together a multitude. That was that's something you write home about right there, too. Able to get a quick flick. That's the thing about those hybrid scopes right there. You don't need that long range on the Shipment, do you?
No, sure don't. And beyond that, this FAL actually does have a mercenary foregrip, so you could hip fire this bad boy, and it would shoot pretty true. But Jewel, he finds the first 2. Now it's Fallujah who wants to find the follow-up, and I think actually it was Jewel who converted the kill. I believe it got to a very tight engagement. Yeah, it sure was. So Jewel will finish this one off, and it will be a very quick 2-0 for Pace off the rip. So we get out of our single fire ARs, and now we transition into pistols, M19 for our 3rd and 4th round. And again, you can climb up to this cargo container from the barrels below, so we'll just provide a little bit of a line of sight break. Fallujah finds one, Supa looking for the trade, gets absolutely smoked over the barrels. 3-0, Pace up early.
Pace is, they're setting the tempo, aren't they, Shift? The X16 shoots
you
hella
cannot
fast.
get away from saying Pace is setting the pace.
I didn't say Pace is setting the pace. That would be too easy. That would be too easy. I got music jokes for days.
You're nuts.
The X16 though, you want to talk about comfort coming off of Warzone too. It's either you find a kill off rip if you're dropping in Superstore, or you're just dead and sent straight to the gulag. The X16 is one of those weapons that shoots incredibly fast. You don't really have to worry about retraining that aim because it's reset off of the initial recoil. Goes just about center, so...
You know, I actually don't know where the flag spawns here. I imagine it's dead center.
Right where the beat-up
barrel. Semtex. No, he misses the Semtex! Oh, he would have been absolutely smoked, but now you got to come down to the gunfight up close and personal. And finally, we get around to the board here for our IT, but if that Semtex doesn't clip the side of the cargo container, that's another round in a row for Pace. Oh, tough scenes.
You love to see it if you're a fan of RIT.
Oh,
you don't want to be going down 4-0, and, well, this has the potential to get a little dirty very quickly. Not even gonna worry about, okay, that was a very rare fragmentation grenade that also just found an EOD hit on the Fallujah. Not tagged up as much as they were hoping to. RIT is getting tagged up too, both of them, Supa and Stu. Supa below half HP, Stu just about half themselves, gonna get tagged up. Jewel's gonna take that one, and Fallujah on the tail end is gonna be able to find the other. 4-1, Pace go up.
Again, you see it, no stock, no optic, M91. Tough to handle.
Especially
so why not just sit on a barrel and then mount it? Yeah, 100%. That's what I was about to say. Again, for RIT, there might not be all pure speculation, but again, playing a lot of their time in CDL playlist, mounting was not an available mechanic, so maybe a small advantage here from Pace. As Jewel will open things up with first blood again, looking for their 5th round. It's down to Stu for a 1v2, make it a 1v1. Very doable, but Jewel's holding an angle, knows exactly where Stu is, but has to get smoked off this barrel heady. And now just trying to use the forklift, and okay, Nate will be cooked. Stu down to like 1 HP. Jewel just has to find one shot, and oh boy, got a little bit too tight for comfort there, but regardless, 5-1 the total here is Pace. Put themselves on map point. They could potentially be up 2 maps to 1 here.
I'm glad you brought up the point again too. For these players that play a lot of CDL playlist pubs, they spend a lot of time in scrims. I would almost go back to even think about like mounting isn't probably even bound for them, both in their brain and on their controller. Like it's not within their realm of thought to end up using that thing, and that could honestly be where Pace could end up coming out on top. Oh, with the shotgun, not exactly a weapon that you want to mount. And, well, that was a very cheeky slide in right there, along with the shotgun, too. 5-2 now. RIT trying to come back from the depths.
That's the Origin, least favorite weapon in Gulag when I get out of Warzone. Least favorite.
Oh,
I can't buy a kill with the Origin in Gulag.
Oh, the Origin, alright.
Okay, Stu, a lot of damage done. C4 over the top will put Jewel down to very low HP, but he finds a headshot on to Stu. Very doable, but has to be careful. A couple of tags into Supa. Now very, very doable. One more might do it, but does get tagged up center mass, and 3 rounds will come through for RIT. A little bit of life as they survive through the LMGs. And now through the shotgun rounds. What do we got next is the big question here as we go to round number 8. It's going to be, is that a MP5 with a monocle? It's the Stinger, or the Striker coming out. So
Striker. Love it. Shift used to give me a whole bunch of crud for this weapon. I like pulling it out when we play CDL.
It sounds like it's made out of plastic, dude.
It really does. I love it. I love it. I really do. A monocle lens, though. I mean, like, that's one of those things that you end up seeing a lot, too. I always took it for granted whenever I ended up playing again, or before the CDL playlist actually came around in Modern Warfare. Just run into it constantly. Which would just trigger me, but not triggered is Pace, as they, again, being able to find themselves in another game victory, putting themselves in the lead. It's gonna be really scary heading in forward for them. So I mean, when you're thinking like that for RIT too, how do you honestly feel coming off the very close series that you just had with Rutgers? Able to send things to a round 11 constantly, not that time on shipment, and that can get things a little bit hairy. That you almost hope that you can either send things to a pine, or you can either try to send things even to the gulag showers, so at least you can get a little bit of space in between you and this enemy team of Pace that are just mounting when they have the opportunity to, because like that one difference maker in a multitude of rounds really broke things up against RIT. That was really tough to see.
Okay, so we've been through a number of maps already. The maps that we have not seen so far, you mentioned Gulag. We have not seen Cargo yet, and we have not seen Pine yet. So everything else, Docks. We haven't seen any Docks yet. That's
Oh yeah,
weird.
wait.
Docks is by far my favorite overall gunfight map.
The one that I always
Mostly
end up getting
because
to.
I don't get it nearly enough. But the reason why I like Docks the most is because it is A, obviously symmetrical, but B, the two buildings being distinct as far as like one being green, one being brick. That's kind of just easier for the call outs. You know, it's easier to work with that random guy that you just wanted to play that gunfight tournament with. And you can make those little call outs come through, maybe find some extra success. But it's going to be Speedball up next. And I don't know where I was going with that. Let's just forget I said words. RIT's down. That's the bigger story here. Pace has looked really good in these last two particular matchups. A lot of convincing rounds in their favor after being 1-6 in the opener. A 6-2 and now a 6-3, and we go into what could potentially be the final fourth map here that will be Speedball. Our players are staying ready, so we're about ready to start things up here in just a moment. I don't want to say this would necessarily be an upset, as again, we have not seen this Pace team before until just now, but it would definitely be a touch of a surprise, I think, you know, when it comes down to it. And I think the bigger question is, has this Pace team set a better day up for them today to where they could potentially battle against a Rutgers team who, again, Lou at the top of the broadcast was saying, shift, we're going to run 12-0 through this entire tournament. We're not going to drop a map. And it got tight for them in the first series that we had today versus RIT. Round 11s, round 10 matchups all the way through. It was still 3-0, so they're still holding on to that potential map count. But Pace is looking pretty strong here versus RIT.
Yeah, you're not kidding. And now I'm gonna have to be able to piece together 2 games in sequence of one another too. That could end up getting a little freaky along the way too. But, you know, speaking of games, it's not just COD that's going on today, ladies and gentlemen. Too, don't forget that Overwatch is happening later on. Soon after we're done with this 2v2 gunfight tournament, Valorant is going to be happening along the way too. And well, if you're enjoying this tournament, be sure that you gotta be following the Twitch stream. Make sure that you're following the Twitter, too, so that way you know when things like this end up happening, so you can end up watching and enjoying a lot more of these tournaments. What are you doing? Just do it.
There's also a lot of really cool esports panels happening later in the day, too. That's going to be happening on the Andbox official Twitch stream, so keep that in mind, Fallujah! Wait, did he get a knife headshot? Hold on. Or did he just one-tap this? Okay, he one-taps this. I thought he got the knife headshot. Oh, boom, bang. Okay, later. Thanks for playing. Yeah. Deeg's up close. Deeg's up front. No problem. Pace find the first round nicely.
Is that a lightweight trigger that they have on there, too? It's so hard to tell.
Oh, but looks like it.
Yeah, that thing shoots hella fast. Oh, the jump shots from Fallujah onto Supa, and then Jewel right there from afar. Not just a shooting range out here. We are taking names. Pace University.
Okay.
What?
Find out. Pace is kind of nice with it. Okay. Yeah. Pistol round down. What are we going to next? P90s with the laser. I think we'll shoot pretty straight from the hip fire position. Obviously, it kind of tickles you at range, but it does provide a little bit of a bullet hose situation if you get up close and just hold down that trigger. A lot in the tank. Fallujah for the first stew. Coming around the backside, gets absolutely smoked by Jewel, who I thought for sure was dead to rights. And then just snaps right back around, and RIT in trouble here early, 3-0 down.
Yeah, that laser sight, that laser too, really scary. The ADS time is no joke, especially with the P90. How fast it just immediately just snapped with Fallujah, immediately finding first blood there on the Stu. Supa's right there for the trade. A little tagged up though, and immediately gets sought out. Pace, 4 rounds in, 4 rounds up. That is just absolutely blitzkrieg, and that's yeah, that's the one thing here. When you take a look at this map, a lot of things you can end up shooting through, that cargo container included.
Oh, I love this little play here from the side of Pace. They're slowing down the tempo here considerably, just holding angles, trying to get wall bangs with these LMGs. Oh, man, he had an angle potentially lined up for Jewel from the range, but now finally, opportunity brewing for RIT. Long-range shots are good, and what was a must-win round. Now 4-1, but let's be honest, you got to win this follow-up LMG round 2 if you want to have a chance, you feel like, versus this Pace team with such a steep lead so far. And again, think about what weapons are still left. You do not get repeats of what you had before, so you've got the potential of there still being ARs, SMGs. Yeah, let's be candid. Things can go very wonky. Still sniper rifles on the table. Single shot, long-range marksman's on the table. How about this, though? RIT starting to bounce back. They take both LMG rounds, 4-2 the score.
Yeah, just pushing on forward, just doing what they know. Pushing on forward, taking the space, and taking down pace. RIT, though, I mean, along with their AR and SMG presence, whether you're taking a look at them CDL playlists all the way up to CCL along the way, too, that's where they're going to find their comfort.
Nice.
Super, just like that. Be able to do that and some more. 2v1 now for Jewel, who's tagged up and is sought out. That heady over top of the barrel will not work for you for long, especially when you can just shoot through that wood. But it's still really well-ranged shots there. The M13, just one of those guns, too. It just did not make it out into the meta versus the M4. The M4 having a little bit more stopping power, but damn, this thing shoot fast.
There's a blueprint that drops in the Warzone pre-lobbies of the M13 that does not move. It literally just throws lasers. And I think it actually has a commando grip instead of the Merc, but regardless, oh, nice play here from Fallujah as he dances around for one and then finds the lineup for the second, 5-3 the score. And yeah, you bring up the conversation point, you know, a lot of the reason why the M13 was talked about is because, again, it shoots straight. The problem is it kind of, again, does not have the same kind of stopping power, especially at distance, and the damage potential of the MP5 is not significantly worse than the M13, so it's not quite getting there, and we'll go to another pistol. Actually, no, it's a shotgun, 725. This thing can still hit for long range. Everyone knows the meme that is the 725. No need to mention it. Concussed up for a moment. Here is Jewel, long range shot, headshot, 2v1.
Oh my god.
Pace will be your second grand finalist. They lose the first map 1-6, then they come back 6-2, 6-3, 6-3. Gosh, the 725.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that one. I'm gonna have nightmares about that shot that Jewel just found. That happens to me every time that I'm in the gulag, too. I get the 725, I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna run at him, hip fire it up. And I just turn around the corner and just, lo and behold, right over by one of the bathroom stalls, this dude is just sitting there ADSing, just waiting for you to turn the corner and just headshot. Nothing you can do about it. That gun, I go back. Is it a marksman rifle? Is it a shotgun? You be the decider of that one, too. I'm going to go ahead and say both. Why not? Why not both, right? 725.
Porque no los dos. Porque no nos dos. But we've got our grand finals. They're set up for us. Rutgers, who's been patiently awaiting. I imagine they were probably thinking like us that RIT would be there to try to get the rematch. But no, it's Pace coming out with the fever today. Not one that you have to be worried about or call your medical professional nearby, but one that is leading to a very hot little streak there in the losers finals. Of course, they started in the losers semis where they're able to beat Montclair State, and now getting through RIT, they've got a chance to potentially not just ruin the 12-0 that Rutgers has said that they're going to be able to easily get, but maybe potentially ruin their chance of even winning this grand finals. Again, a lot of money on the line here for these guys, but everyone will still turn out a winner as the KontrolFreek Esports Forge has been one of those new recent endeavors for KontrolFreek, allowing an opportunity for all four of our players, or pardon me, for all four of our teams to have a chance to be enrolled into that program, which is, again, it's a support system for those looking to get more competitively focused in whatever respective game they're looking at. So for these Call of Duty players, maybe a chance for them to take their level one step above where they currently are. Maybe they're looking to do something with the esports world post-graduation. All of those things on the table. So KontrolFreek, big shout outs to them for helping these guys, again, achieve their competitive goals from day one with the KontrolFreek Esports Forge. We'll send things to a break here in a moment, but while we're away, again, it's not just the Esports Forge that KontrolFreek is throwing out for these players, but for you. Yes, you. I'm talking to you. Not everybody else in the chat room, just you. KontrolFreek is also putting out a discount code for all of your gaming needs, whether it's controller or PC minded. For KontrolFreek, obviously, most notably with their ability to kind of use the little add-ons on the sticks for controllers, you can find a 20% off code just by going to the website and using the promo code Spring Rally 2020. If you're not using controller, you want to kind of upgrade your stream look, well, cable management, maybe that's a bit of your problem. Maybe you want a little bit of aesthetic lighting. All that's still on the table if you go to KontrolFreek.com and check out the shop there. And while you're shopping around on the break, make sure you also stop by shop.andbox.com where you can catch yourself some of this, again, sweet merch. I've got this little cool kind of glitchy Andbox logo. Yours has got the barcode. Let's show that off for the fans real quick.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Big Andbox on the sleeve there. You can go to shop.andbox.com. Again, use the code SpringRally2020. and you will have 25% off as we get there. Our lobby's about to get set up, so we'll set things to a small break. When we come back, though, we'll conclude our Spring Rally Collegiate Call of Duty Championship in the Gunfight Tournament with Rutgers going up against Pace right after this.
Play the kick and play the relax and play the come here, let me whisper can play the yeah. Kick and play the yeah. Yeah, kick and play the yeah. Come here, let me whisper yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Andbox Spring Rally. We're dealing with the grand finals, 2v2 collegiate Call of Duty gunfight. On my hold shift with me is Proper. And again, before we start things off, number one, get on social media, hashtag Spring Rally. Let us know who you think is going to take this one. Rutgers has been clean through the winners bracket so far, but Pace just absolutely had a smoke fest that came at the expense of RIT, who was able to play Rutgers close. So I think there's definitely a possibility here for this Pace team to maybe surprise and not just take a couple of maps, but maybe even the series away from this Rutgers team.
Yeah, we know Rutgers. Lou was pretty vocal about wanting to go for a swift 12-0 across the board, not wanting to drop a single game along the way too. But they haven't faced Pace since round one, to where Rutgers knocked them down to the losers bracket. But Pace have been on an absolute tear running through the losers bracket. They went through a map 5 versus Towson in losers round 2. But ever since then, they've only dropped 2 games. One in the losers finals that you just saw versus RIT, and then one in losers round 3 versus Montclair State University. So I mean, when you're thinking of things like that, yeah, I'm going to agree with you there, bud. Going up against Rutgers, they cannot take them for granted, because we saw even in rounds to where Rutgers started taking RIT for granted, well, they started to get a little mollywop there, and you got to be very careful going up against a team against Pace who are not afraid of mantle. And when you get into those stockless LMG rounds, you get into those AR rounds, even SMGs along the way, you can tell that this, this Pace University, they came to play.
100% they did. So again, there's your background. There's your narrative. So go on Twitter right now, hashtag Spring Rally, at iHoldShift, at ProperCasts. Who do you got? Is it Rutgers? Is it Pace? Let us know. I'm not kidding. Go do it right now. We're not going to start the game until you go do it. I'm kidding. We're going to start here in just a moment, but definitely go do it. And while you're still waiting to kind of get into this matchup, again, if you're not already tuning in to the gameday.andbox.com URL, well, you're missing out on the opportunity to be entered in for free to a handful of raffles, some of which are actually big enough for the eligibility for a $125 apparel gift card giveaway here with Andbox, where you're already able to kind of use a 25% coupon code just by typing in Spring Rally 2020 on your checkout. So again, if you're not tuning into that website stream, I don't know what you're doing. You're just wrong right now. So like we mentioned, best of 5, no bracket reset. Important to note, this is a winner-take-all situation, not by prize pool, by, again, the set. There's no potential here for a reset. So for Rutgers, there's not a second lifeline here versus Pace. You have to take them in the first and only best of 5. Again, there was $2,000 total dollars up for grabs. This one, the winner, $500 goes to the champion of this. And again, the bragging rights that come along with it in our first ever Andbox Spring Rally that focuses on Call of Duty. We've got Overwatch coming back at the end of things here. There is that prize pool for you. Again, just kind of breaking down the top 3. So in this current moment, RIT will not come away shorthanded as they still find $350. But for all intents and purposes, this is a $100 differential in the mix here for this gunfight tournament that we have coming through for this grand finals. And with it, again, best of 5, map number 1, it'll be Stack.
Oh, Stacked. Love it, hate it. I surely do enjoy this map. But at the same point in time, you got to be careful. Again, going back to a previous point, this team of Pace University, got to watch your mantle spots if you're Rutgers. Got to potentially play this from range and just being able to find those headshots. And, well, wouldn't you know it, Shift. We're starting off with some crossbows.
Yeah.
I am super excited for this. Got a little GI mini reflex action going across the way. Lou finds that poison dart across the way. Now it's just going to come down to Jewel. That's a nice little heady up on top of these stairs, but that bolt that goes across the stairway is going to give away their positioning there and towards the back, right outside of their spawn. But I got to respect this for how Lou and Yodi don't want to necessarily get too up close and personal. But nevertheless, from range, no medium, going to be able to whip out that M19. The second that Jewel tries to get a little bit too close for comfort, going to be able to take down that round. But what a shot from Lou, cross map, that crossbow.
Yeah, Again, the crossbow, I don't know if there's a way to get the indicator of what are the tips on this. This is actually the explosive tip, so it's got like a mini Semtex on the end of it. Unfortunate for Fallujah as he misses the shot right up the middle. And with that, the pistols up close will come into play, and Rutgers will start things off 2-0 as the M19 gets the job done for Yodi.
It's also going to come into the conversation, too, that the communication's got to be there, too. Like, they shot the crossbow. That animation of loading in another bolt, that could take a long time to where a pistol rush could end up coming through, but pistol shots from range. Going to be able to rip the head off of Lou clean off. Now Fallujah and Jewel in a 2v1 versus Yodi. Yodi trying to do everything they can. Backside of a spawn. Going to be able to get the wrap around and going to be able to find those shots. They are very good. Gives away their position, but it's okay. In a 1v1, this is to where Yodi can end up finding a lot of comfort, but can't able to get the second. Those shots from down top. Really good there from Jewel. Good movement, too.
I want to say Jewel was at 1 HP as well. All that needed is one bullet into the body. He would have fallen, but snaps back nicely. So Pace sticking with it. 2-1 the score here. One more pistol round for us. As we'll jump on board with Yodi. He's got one in front. The stun not great, but the follow-up shots are. He tags up Jewel heavily. Lou from behind has pitched things up. Nowhere for Pace to go, and Rutgers will get out of the fourth round at a 3-1 differential.
I'm just excited to see what fun weaponry that we get to go to next.
Really having fun a gunfight, isn't it?
I just hope it's a stockless LMG. I feel like those rounds throughout them all have been probably the most fun. Won't be the case.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a primary of a shotgun, and they're just going. Yeah, it's the orange, or not the orange. It's the rogue coming into play. Again, that pull-out animation looks just like the Origin does, but this is going to be the Rogue. Again, just as good up close as the Origin is, but it doesn't have the same ability to rapid fire. You got to pump that back every single time. So Jewel will find first blood. Stunned up is Lou. He's in a world of trouble here as he's kind of going back and forth between the staircases. Now moving forward, has the opportunity. Finds Fallujah for the first. 1v1. Lou against Jewel. Jewel's got the information. Lou tried to bounce back, but it will be Pace. Keeping right along with the set tempo that Rutgers is putting through. 3-2 the score.
Really good shots here with the X16 too, just tracking them on down. I mean, of course, Lou was stuck between bullets and, well, a corner. Both a box and the wall. Really many places they could go. Don't even get regen here. This is his gunfight. The HP, although the gray ends up going away, that blood stain on your screen will not. Fallujah gets tagged all the way up to high heaven where Yodi finds the first blood on the Fallujah, but Lou... My God, that thing has so much kickback every time I see it, too. My brain automatically goes to the Origin, but the Rogue, it's just got so much power behind it. That kickback is absolutely crazy. It kicks back more than a mule when it's not having a good day.
So we've got ourselves tac rifle with the monocle. Looks to be the FAL. And opening, Fallujah will respond. Mollied up a touch here, so he has been tagged. Yodi has the decision of, do you just play for time and the flag? You're sitting back at spawn. He's got information. He'll just use that for a way to easily convert for the kill. And with that, 5-2, Rutgers up early.
It has absolutely no recoil, the way that this thing is built in that gunfight. Absolutely terrifying. Match point, as you see on your screen, for Rutgers to take game one here. On stack. So, right up on top of it, we're gonna be able to find some tags. Jewel is not looking too good there. Though Yodi gets traded with a little bit of bullets to the chest, but Lou's gonna be able to push forward and be able to find Jewel. So a 2v1, Fallujah needs to make some magic happen.
Oh boy.
Might come out, and well, this is just not looking tough for the Molly, excuse me. And well, Fallujah is found out, and that's just gonna be from the top down over. The Jason Bourne play is gonna be good for Rutgers to take the first game.
That's Jason Bourne. It's a good series of movies.
It really is.
Although
it really is.
Who played Jason Bourne in the most recent movie though?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
In the fourth one, that movie was not very good. That's okay.
I mean,
you know
like,
is good?
Listen, like when you think about Jason Bourne, I think Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
But what is good? What is good? Tell me.
Rutgers is good, but now you got me sidetracked. When you think James Bond, what actor do you think of when you hear James Bond?
Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Can we do it at the same time?
No.
No,
Because
for me,
I'm
it's Pierce Brosnan will always be James Bond in my mind.
I mean, like, I'm gonna agree with you just from like a fundamental, like when you think about like the original James Bond, it's like sitting here talking about like who's Batman to you, right? Like you're gonna end up going back to to the good ones, the classics. I'm not gonna say that you know, the new ones of all the trilogy were any sort of a slouch, but at the same point in time, they who do it first typically do it very well. It's like it's so hard to combat it up against like when you do it.
I don't think
so
anyone in our generation is going to say who's Batman in your mind. I don't think anyone's going to say Adam West. I think the most dated that you'd go back to is like George Clooney.
George Clooney was a great Batman.
He was a great Batman.
And Adam West is just a overall funny human being.
Meme Batman.
Yeah, he was a funny human being.
Let's step away from that and get back into what we're doing here again. It's the Andbox Spring Rally Grand Finals. We could go on tears for movie references all day long.
Good.
First map goes 6-2 in favor of Rutgers. Again, their whole aim is not to just win this tournament, but to do it in 12-0 fashion. Map number 2, though, is going to be Shipment. Again, best of 5. No bracket reset here, so Pace has at least something to work with. When it comes to not having to beat Rutgers twice. It definitely leaves a little bit of potential in the mix for them to walk away as the underdog and potential Cinderella in this matchup. But again, a tough task in front of them as Rutgers obviously showcasing that they're playing very close to home, very seriously. They want to take this $500. They want to be the opening and first ever champion here in the Collegiate Call of Duty version of the Spring Rally. So a lot of things to consider there when it comes into the mix, but nobody will come away a loser today as our top 4 teams not only had a pretty wealthy share of the $2,000 prize pool, but all of them have also been immediately entered into the KontrolFreek Esports Forge. Again, a selective invitation-only process and program built towards helping collegiate students in specific kind of cater towards their competitive goals as far as reaching and widespread as they potentially could be. So everyone comes away a winner. It just comes down to at what lion's share of that winner total do you find yourself in? And we will see how things go here as we go to Shipment. Again, every time I see this loading animation, I just prepare for chaos. Things will definitely slow down, though, here as we will just be 2v2 and not 10v10.
This is where, oh, man, my PTSD of this map.
I'm telling you, it's real.
It's terrible. Although there was the one time I got a Juggernaut, so I do feel good every time I think about that rock and roll music that plays when you get the Juggernaut to come on down. But just like that, round is over.
Striker, up close, personal, no problem.
That hurts.
Fair enough. Okay, Rutgers, we see you. Let's see if we can get an actual second look here at Pace.
But this is the map again. This is where Pace against RIT after RIT took the first map that they set the tempo, right? I mean, Yodi again. Jeez. I mean, SMGs, right? When you're thinking about just SMGs as a whole, SMGs and standing ARs. I mean, this is where Lou and Yodi are gonna probably feel rather comfortable.
Yeah. Pistol round up next, though, for us. You can see what Rutgers is trying to do. Oh, they're trying to run together as a beatdown duo. I was hoping we saw maybe an assassination come out, and oh, he's not going to expect him. Goes for the concussion play. They're trying. They're trying to get an assassination on the stream. I see you, Lou. They're trying hard for it.
At this point, honestly, you lose style points if you don't get it. At this point,
wow.
Lou and Yodi, I'm gonna give you an 8 instead of a 10 if you don't get at least one assassination here.
Little whack-a-mole going on with the barrel play. Fallujah first blood. Jewel has found some decent shots into Yodi, who finds a tag up with the Semtex and is going to try to change up the angle of approach. Looking for an isolated 1v1. He gets the gift of it, so now it's a 1v1 versus Fallujah. And I believe all of the utility has been given away, so now it's just down to who can find the shots with the pistol. And Pace will bounce back here in round number 4 and find themselves a 1-3 score total here at the beginning stages of the second map.
Yeah, from top down under. Yodi was tagged up, though, so it only came down to a handful more shots. And, well, that scope may not be exactly what you're looking for, and wisely so, Lou immediately goes over towards the secondary with the pistol. Good movement comes through. Yodi's going to be right there to find the kill. Tags over towards Fallujah. Oh, my God.
I was hoping we were going to see some quick scopes out of this AX-50. I think you were right, though. Everyone off the rep is saying, we'll just go pistols. But here, okay, I'm going to put money down on it just between us. I'm not actually going to pay you if this is true. But AX50, quick scopes, 360s. Let me see it. I want to see it. I want to see at least one attempt at it. Do it. Come on, Yodi. You can do it.
So someone's got to do it. I believe. No?
Nope.
Okay. You're just getting...
Darn. I was hoping for it, man. I really was. We got a little jump snipe action. Okay, we'll take that. A consolation prize. Silver linings.
In between the 360 scopes shots and the potential for assassinations too, man, Rutgers, you're really missing your opportunity here for
telling you, man.
For the style points. LMGs are on board here. Blue's gonna end up finding the first kill on the Fallujah, and now it's just a swarm over to Jewel, who just puts theirs back against the wall behind the cargo containers. Jewel's able to find Lou, though. It's not gonna mean much of anything now, is it? Top over your screen is backwards. It is Rutgers on the top right, but never in the end. Rutgers are putting themselves up on map point, only giving up 2 rounds so far to Pace.
Yep. And again, I believe this is another no-stock M91.
Oh, yeah. With that ADS time, you know it.
Very well could be. Yodi gets tagged up, going from right to left. He's going to try to re-peek this. And yep, you can mount with this thing. Fallujah showcasing that. Now a 1v2 for Lou, who's really just kind of holding an angle, holding a corner, waiting for someone to peek into him. Playing around this forklift. And again, both players for Pace are relatively spread apart. You don't want to line up, but you also don't want to give them 2 isolated 1v1s. And I believe this is going to be information here. Should be, surely. And how about that? It will be a bouncing Betty placed in that proximity behind. Oh, could have came into play. But a 3rd round comes through nonetheless for Pace. 5-3.
You saw it just pop up right there, too. That if the bullets from the M91 didn't do the trick, the mine would have. Oh, man. I think it's so tricky, too. That whirring of a noise, too, from the amount of Warzone that I played just is absolutely traumatizing. Yodi gonna go ahead and get the Batman play with a beat down on a Jewel. Even things back up. Yodi's not even tagged up. Neither is Fallujah. Pulls back out towards the Rogue and...
What?
Wait, hold on.
Did he die to the... Did he... Wait. I didn't see any hit markers come out. Now, okay, he was concussed.
But the kill feed
showed...
showed...
See the animation. Did he die from the concussion?
But the kill feed showed the kill coming through with the Rogue. I'm not too sure. I'm going to go ahead and say, just because of hit markers alone, that, yeah, it was the concussion. Which we also saw at CDL yesterday, too, a kill with the concussion. That's awesome. Yodi, though, is going to be able to find the first, and then Lou's going to be right there for the second. 6-4 is going to be the final score line here on Shipment. They're going up on series. Grand finals point. Rutgers looking to close things out in the 3-0 to at least keep Lou on pace, wanting to be on that 12-0.
He wants it. You know he's going to play for it. And I think it's more of anything, like, he put his word on it, so, like, now he feels like he owes it to at least us. That has to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I hope for Lou's mental insanity, especially for weeks to come with CCL playoffs, that he ends up getting it, too. Because, I mean, like, I would just... The bragging rights that you get along with this, too, would just be absolutely monumental for Lou to be able to live up to that nature of saying, well, you know, I got a 12-0 through a 2v2 gunfight tournament. Not like it really matters in a formal 5v5 CDL variant, but, you know, at the same point in time, too. We know Lou, he's got a lot of moxie, and when you give him those bragging rights, too, he's going to end up, well, he'll run with it.
Kid's got moxie. If Lou was in the 1920s, yeah, Lou guy, he's got some moxie for sure. I don't know what that accent is. I'm just kind of pulling up weird. I don't even know. Let's get away from that.
Move away from that. Move away.
Speedball's up next. We're losing our minds here. Again, esports before the hour of noon for me and Proper usually ends up in a lot of just nonsense, as it typically
It's been a while.
It has been a while. But going through here, again, Rutgers looking for the full sweep through the bracket, not just in this one being a 3-0, but a 12-0 potentially. Again, this is one of the top teams in college COD. The expectations were that Rutgers would have the upper hand. But Pace has been able to, again, battle back a little bit after the 6-2 and go 6-4 map number 2. But like I mentioned, Speedball up next. This is where, again, all that action is right up and in your face. Not a lot of places to really kind of hide behind because just about everything is wall bangable, which is an adverb that I'm starting to use now, apparently. But for Pace, I think at this point in time, it just comes down to we have not seen much of the AR gunplay yet. Haven't seen any SMGs yet. And I think if you're going to want to battle up against this Rutgers squad, you want to see one of the two of those, I think, in the initial round, just to keep the score close early.
Look, from the amount of the unearthly time when 2v2 gunfight tournament first came out, and I spent a lot of time in that mode, there got to come a point in time where you're just going to be recognizing this Rutgers squad is just running at you, Pace. Pull yourself back. Let them run at you. Isolate them. Even if they're just running at you looking for the melees, you get your one mate to watch your 6, while one's watching forward. You're probably going to be able to gun them down, maybe find some collateral damage along the way, too. This is speedball within a nutshell. Everything's wallbangable, which is an adverb apparently we're both using now.
I'm fine with it. Is that even an adverb? It is, right?
What do I look like, a dictionary?
I didn't major in English. I don't know. You ever watch King of the Hill?
Yeah.
Bobby, an F in English, you speak English. It's all picking up. Blue, SMG, okay. That'll do nicely. A little double up. It's so nice. We will see it twice. And again, we said we wanted SMGs to come out early for Pace to maybe have a shot in this one. Well, off of that, maybe not.
But again, like I said back on Shipment too, like when it comes down to SMGs and standing ARs, like that's, I mean, Lou and Yodi, you know as well as I do, they're going to feel pretty comfortable in that. Jewel, however, going to be able to find first blood. Yodi's tagged down, just above half HP. Then tagged up right in the shins as they try to go over towards the cargo containers. Stay out of the cargo containers! It does nobody any good!
Yeah, you can wallbang with that P90 through it, so...
Wallbang with that M19 right through it, too.
Yeah, might as well.
Doesn't matter. I think that thing is just...
It packs a punch.
Sheet metal.
Speaking of making everything into, it's not even just be sheet metal. This is going to be like paper mache now that everyone's got M91s. Lou finds first blood into Jewel, so now it's just down to Fallujah for the 1v2. He chooses to play up the middle, which is very dangerous, and Yodi will track him down all the way through. Rutgers finds the first LMG round, now up 2-1. Although it was tight, it was close. I was about to say, Yodi, you saw his health pool started to deplete from the UI. It was down pretty tight for that one, potentially to go to a 1v1, but Rutgers survived through it. So now for our second LMG round, spam off the rip for both teams, and Lou will actually find first blood onto Fallujah. It's starting to sound like Fallujah here in Speedball, how much gunfire has been coming through, and Rutgers will find their third round in the battle tail end.
That ACOG scope, look, it just absolutely doesn't even move. It doesn't have a stock. Why doesn't it move? Laser beam.
I think it does move. Rutgers is just holding on, like they're understanding the spray pretty nicely. 357 at range. Jewel for the first. Lou trying to bounce back, has to go to the throwing knife, goes to the fisticuffs. Not gonna get there. You gotta appreciate the effort.
Not opting in for the boxing match. Come on, Fallujah. Give it to the people. That's honestly what I want. I want these two teams. Just to throw down on everything. Yeah.
And then fisticuffs afterwards.
Yeah. Try your hands. There's the knife. Well, that's not exactly what you wanted. That cargo container did absolutely nothing to you. I'm the one that hates it, Lou.
Knife. Do it. Fists. Do it. Smokes. Do it. They're going to go for it. Go for the knives. They're going to go for it. Go for the fist.
Oh, that one was close. Oh. And everyone was sad. We all lost that round.
We really did all lose that round. Yeah. I thought for sure they were going to use the smokes to take it into a fist fight.
Yeah, I keep thinking back that one clip that Lou shared with us.
I'm telling you.
It's the strat. Oh. Okay.
Lou puts down Fallujah quickly, and now stunned up. Oh, you can see they're posturing for it. They really want to get these kills, but the shotgun could turn into a collapse pretty quickly, and that'll just be the pistols to finish off the round. 5-2. Championship point for Rutgers. Oh boy.
All right, look. Now hear me out. You got 4 rounds to play with before Pace ends up taking this map. Let's get some tacticals going. All right, let's get some hard flanks. All right, I want some melee kills. Maybe assassinations. Come on, Rutgers. We get tagged up here off the rip.
Playing around though.
No, they are trying to finish this. Oh, you're just gonna stop freaking vandalism, aren't you? It's a little messed up, Yodi. It's a nice little training arena that they built for you, and you're just gonna go ahead and vandalize it. EOD hit though. Yodi is really low, and well, that was gonna be a really tall ask for them to be able to come back against that one. Well, Although you can see on the screen, Fallujah was not too healthy to boot, but in a 2v1 format with about 25% HP, not exactly a winning fashion would have been absolutely miraculous.
Part 98 coming through. Fallujah.
Sniper scope,
First
too.
blood. Yeah, it's a weird sniper scope, though. This is my least favorite sniper scope by far. You would love it. Nice shot from Yodi. 360. Do it. Do it. Yodi. 360. Do it. Listen to me. No, not going to do it. It doesn't make a difference, though. Rutgers, even while concussed, Yodi finds the final kill and will take it. Championship point there. 6-3, 3-0 in the maps. Rutgers goes flawless through the winners bracket with a clean 12-0 after they had to go through just the 4 teams they played up against. Obviously, 8 teams in total. And, well, I know Lou, he's going to be out there somewhere saying that I told you we are going to do a 12-0. I told you we were going to do it. And, well, he lived up to his word. I was hoping for a little bit more style points. No, we weren't.
Yeah.
We weren't doubting.
Yeah, that's why it's an 8 out of 10 for me.
Finesse.
That's why it's an 8 out of 10 for me. Look, we didn't get assassinations. We didn't get any 360 no scopes. I didn't get a smoke melee kill either, Lou. I'm a little disappointed, but I'm still proud nevertheless. I mean, like, that's you can walk away as the winner here in the hashtag Spring 2020. Spring Rally 2020, 2v2 gunfight tournament, but it's still an 8 for me, dog. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No
cool
stop points.
7.9 for me. 7.9 for me.
But is this the price is right?
Yes, but like the opposite way. It's like I bet you bet 500 and I bet 499. Just try to play with that extra dollar. I don't know where we're going with this. Regardless, here's the bigger storyline. Bringing it back to all sincerity. How about this little factoid for you? First ever Overwatch tournament that was held last year in the Andbox Spring Rally. Winner, Rutgers. First ever Call of Duty Spring Rally came through. Winner, Rutgers. Guess who's still alive and kicking in the second Spring Rally Overwatch tournament? I'll give you one clue. It's Rutgers. And with that, they're in the winners finals where they'll be playing up against Harrisburg University. Again, those are all Northeastern teams. And it's going to be tough. This Harrisburg team is actually pretty darn good as well. So that should be a pretty good matchup. And that's going to be coming up here in the very near future. Our sign off here will be very abbreviated and short. But again, we want to take a time to thank all of our teams who participated. Again, the top 8 teams that participated in this Call of Duty 2v2 gunfight got here by way of kind of garnering for your votes in their specific communities. And Rutgers, again, the champion through 12 straight maps in the gunfight, will be your first ever champions. Again, massive shout outs here to all the sponsors to help make this happen. KontrolFreek, Aimlab, Corsair, and Twitch Student in the mix. And again, everyone coming away a winner in this grand finals, as not only they will be taking home the lion's share of the $2,000 prize pool, but with that, every team that was in the top 4 here has also been immediately entered into being a participant to the KontrolFreek Esports Forge, where they'll kind of help them kind of tailor towards their competitive-minded goals and try to find a way to help them be as successful as possible. But we're going to switch up things here. Overwatch will be up next. Top 4 teams in the Northeast battling up against one another. You'll get Beanies and Necra for the call on that one. 2 of our friends that we actually spent a lot of time casting Overwatch with back in the day. It'll be fun to see how they get that call, as again, not only is Rutgers looking to repeat, but full sweep through the Andbox Spring Rally. All of that stuff coming up with you guys just after this small break. That's been Proper. I've been I Hold Shift. Pleasure being with you guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day with the Spring Rally going through. And until next time, hope you guys keep holding it down out there. So long.
Kick and play baby. Relax, kick and play baby. Come here, let me whisper
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to ½ an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Andbox Spring Rally 2020. We're going to be changing up the games for you in just a moment, but I'll be one of the voices in your ear, Beanies, joined alongside Nekra. And before we can get to the exciting Overwatch action we have coming for you guys, we're going to need to take a step back for anyone who may be new to the stream or may not be aware of what Andbox or Spring Rally is.
First of all, I just want to say I'm really excited to be casting with you for this year's Spring Rally once again, Beanies. Being able to make a reprise is going to be really exciting. And this year get that run back going. I'm super excited. But who is Andbox, basically? Andbox's dream is a unified gaming company in New York City built on inclusivity, sustainability, and collaboration that ultimately makes the New York City metro area the greatest gaming region in the world. One of their goals is to make New York City the new gaming capital of the world.
Yeah, and Spring Rally, just for those who may not know, is brought to you by KontrolFreek, Aimlab, Corsair, Twitch Student, and Operating System. And Spring Rally is not the first time this is done. This is the second year we're doing this big event, and it's done to strengthen and empower the college and local communities through event support, exposure, and competition. This year, we brought you not only Overwatch, but Call of Duty in our tournament as well, where the schools were able to rally their support and hopefully get their teams in the competition.
And something else that Andbox is doing, not only for Spring Rally, but just for college esports in general, is Andbox Game Day. Andbox Game Day is the culmination of Andbox's support for the collegiate esports this spring. And while you are watching Spring Rally, there's a lot of other tournaments that are happening too. We've got 4v4 deathmatch for Overwatch. We have a Valorant tournament that's also running on the side. So there's a lot of action to participate in today.
Yeah, and if you want to catch all that action, make sure you're checking out the Game Day page. The Game Day is one central location where you can find all of our fun, all of the different streams. Just have to scroll through the options. And, while you're watching it there, you can also have the opportunity to be entered in a $125 gift card giveaway for the sweet streetwear that Andbox provides. And if you don't happen to get that gift card, we still got savings for you on deck, because if you use the Spring Rally 2020 discount code, you will get a 25% discount on any Andbox merch you purchase.
I mean, come on, look at the sweet swag we're wearing. You want to get a little bit of this, right? So I really love the sweatshirt. I really hope that you guys enjoy the swag as well. And if you're looking for other sweet deals, you can use the Spring Rally 2020 code for 20% off from KontrolFreek.com. KontrolFreek has you covered, gamers. For PC and console players, for gaming lines and cables to thumbsticks and grips, use that code Spring Rally 2020 for 20% off there.
And to piggyback off that, Nekra, the top 4 teams from the Call of Duty and Overwatch competitions are being invited to the KontrolFreek Esports Forge program. This is a groundbreaking program that KontrolFreek is leading the charge through, where they're hoping to support aspiring esports pros and teams, helping them achieve their competitive goals from day one, thanks to the experience and resources that KontrolFreek can provide them.
If you're also looking to get better at games, not only is KontrolFreek's Esports Forge program one of the ways that you can do that, but also check out Aimlab. Aimlab is the ultimate aim trainer, and it's free to download on Steam, so you can aim like a pro.
Yeah, and also Aimlab lets you change the game that you're trying to practice for. So whether you're choosing to level up in Valorant, that fresh new game, you're still stuck on that Overwatch grind because you love it so much, or maybe you're one of our console or PC Call of Duty players that are looking to up your aim in that flick shooter. All of that can be done in Aimlab. And once more, just for everyone who needs to hear it, Corsair has done a fantastic job at supporting the voting process in Spring Rally and Spring Rally as a whole, where they provided prizing to clubs based on their placement in the voting. They were giving away not only keyboards, they were giving away mice, they gave away headsets. I mean, I'm right now using my Corsair product. I love the MK2, which I've been using for a year and a half now. So these are definitely high-end gaming products that you need to level up your game.
Now, Beanies, I want to ask you something. Now that we have talked about all of our wonderful sponsors, let's talk about more of the Spring Rally process. There was a voting process. What was that experience like, specifically for Rutgers University as their manager?
Yeah, so I mean, as the manager of Rutgers, I was in the thick of it, on the front lines of trying to get these votes in, and it's a barn burner to say the least. I mean, schools are competing for the votes of their fans as well as their loved ones, trying to get support where they can to be voted into that top 16 bracket, where if you were voted in that top 16 bracket for the nationals, you were entered into the tournament. If you were voted in the top 16 bracket of the Northeast bracket, then you were guaranteed a spot. But anyone who hit over 120 votes was eligible to join in the play-in. So we had a plethora of teams participating, from the ends of Rutgers to Northeastern, all the way across to UCI, all the way across to Utah. So this whole event really became a national phenomenon that, honestly, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, that's something that I think the Spring Rally has done really well. For the most part, it was supposed to be a Northeastern competition, but due to COVID-19, they actually ended up expanding to include that national bracket for all U.S. schools outside of the Northeast to participate. So we will be at some point having an undisputed Spring Rally champion, but there's so much to play for today.
Yeah, it's not just the title of Undisputed Spring Rally Champion. Everyone is also competing for some sweet cash prizing, as we see from the top down, members will be getting themselves some prizing depending on where they place in the bracket. As you can see on your screen now, the prize pool is sitting at 10,000 smackaroos for Northeast Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. We have first place walking away with $3,000, second place with a nice $1,500, and third place chiming in with $900, which honestly is still a very pretty penny to walk away with.
Absolutely. And there's more that trickles down from the top 3 places as well. So all the teams that we're going to be featuring today on stream are going to be walking away with a chunk of that $10,000 prize money.
Yeah, and so moving on to the actual tournament play itself, we will be seeing a few rules that we have to abide by here for teams as they're going to be going into these matches, as we will have a best-of-5 format, so no Overwatch League rules where we may see a first-to-3 sort of, if all of you remember those good old days, but we're going to have to stick with a best-of-5, so even if you end up with ties, we could have a lowered final score than 3 wins. We also have double elimination coming in here. Unfortunately, we've played through most of that double elimination bracket, but you will see some action from the loser finals later on in our stream. And finally, the only ban coming in here today is going to be Echo. So every single hero except Echo is on the table, which is something we don't get to see too often, Necro.
Something that I'm actually really excited about in terms of just the strategies that teams might come out with is because Echo's not on the table, is we get a little bit of old school compositions that might come through. Maybe see a little bit of Torbjorn, maybe see a little bit more Bastion. So I'm really excited about seeing some of those niche hero picks that might come through.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams that we're going to be seeing taking to the battlegrounds are going to be Rutgers University taking on Harrisburg University. Now, both of these teams are well known in the East as being powerhouses. Harrisburg, a little stronger claim to that, being the defending TESPA national champions, taking that over Utah in the finals. And Rutgers, who also placed into the national land, unfortunately finished in the top 8 only. So now Rutgers seems like they have something to prove against what looks like a very dominant powerhouse of Harrisburg University.
Yeah, Harrisburg University, the reigning national champions, and they also have a new addition to the roster, an Elk, which is a former Overwatch League pro. So this is definitely going to be a team to beat, and I think a tough circumstance for Rutgers University. But, you know, we just saw Rutgers University walk away with the win for the Call of Duty Spring Rally Championships, and they're also the reigning champions for the Spring Rally. So this is going to be an absolute banger of a match.
Yeah, I mean, there is pride on the line here as well, with Rutgers trying to defend that title, as you said. And leading further down the road, the winner of our Northeast bracket is going to be meeting up against the University of Utah, who has been lying in wait after dominating that national bracket. And so when we get to that stage, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a $1,000 winner takes all matchup. So not only do we have action coming at you for money for the Northeast bracket, but when we get to the national stage, we're upping the prize pot even more. So you got to stick around. You got to catch all the fun, as we are going to be looking, as you said, for some interesting picks to come out here. We can talk about what we've seen from Utah, because they've played on a national stage many a times, and they love to play these wonky compositions.
Yeah, one of the wonkiest compositions that University of Utah actually took the national stage by storm with was one that we saw in the European contenders region, and that was from Clockwork Vendetta. Clockwork
Oh,
Vendetta capitalized on a bunker composition that no team seemed to be able to beat. The only team that was able to take maps off of them was Crescent Dew, and that was after a long season of watching and analyzing that style of play. University of Utah took that team composition and ended up getting second at the Nationals last year, and that was actually their first year they were able to ever breach the top 16. So that's kind of something that we might get a chance to see from University of Utah in terms of their style of composition and their style of play. You know they're going to be really well coordinated.
yeah, and so that's as we look a little closer here. Harrisburg also has that same exact criteria met to them. Harrisburg, you mentioned, has Elk, a former Overwatch League player, and there are no schmucks when it comes to teamwork and cohesion. Their coach, Joe Meister, some of you may recognize him from the olden days of Overwatch, was actually a competitor on the Overwatch World Cup stage, and that's nothing to scoff at. He has been leading the charge for this team for multiple years, keeping them in the top tiers of Collegiate Overwatch, and I'm excited to see what they bring out with no bans on the list, because when there's no bans except for Echo, you can really get to see them flex to maybe a Genji Tracer, see some dive if they're feeling good. Maybe they'll come out in a more meta comp, like running the May Reaper, May McCree. So it's really just what kind of tricks they want to pull out of their bag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at one of the players specifically on Harrisburg University, and that's Retina, a main tank that started learning the role last year. So they're only a year into playing that role, or a year and a half, I guess, now. And one of their favorite characters is Reinhardt. So I'm definitely looking at that as maybe one of the heroes of choice to run that front line for Harrisburg University.
Yeah, and then on the other side of the coin, we have Rutgers University, who, as we mentioned, did also make an appearance at the LAN Nationals last year, where 3 of the members of this Rutgers University roster were a part of that team, but there are a lot of fresh faces on this roster. So it's going to be dependent on people such as Kyrie, their main tank, one of the star players from the roster last year, who has always been a very vocal part of the team, as well as being able to hold down the front lines very intense, very strongly, I should say. He has a fantastic grasp on understanding the limits of how long he can hold on a point or how long he can defend his team. And that's really half of the job for what a main tank is asked for.
Yeah, and another player on Rutgers that I've always had my eye for is Fist of Yang. Very, very capable Zenyatta player. And Zenyatta in this meta can actually do so much wonders in terms of landing those Discord orbs and really directing the damage. So I think that that's going to be another piece of Rutgers kit that they can utilize in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and just to add one more name for people to keep an eye out for, or should I say 2, the DPS lineup of Rutgers University is prone to having very high caliber performances now. They have a history of being very streaky now. When you see the players going off in matches, seeing them perform well, that may be how they play for the whole match, but it tends to have ups and downs. So I think it's going to be very important for the DPS lineup of Rutgers to make sure that they find that consistency, that stability when they're playing through the matches, because the highs are going to feel fantastic and the lows are going to feel awful. But as long as you can keep that mental straight throughout all of it, then I think that's going to be a very important tool for them to succeed.
We're still getting set up for that match, and so we can speculate all we want about what we're going to end up seeing, but something else that I want to kind of touch back on is Andbox Game Day. We're not just featuring Overwatch today for the Spring Rally, and we're not just featuring Call of Duty. We have tons of KontrolFreek community tournaments, such as that Overwatch 4v4 deathmatch that I mentioned, more Call of Duty on the sidelines, Team Fight Tactics, Rocket League, Hearthstone, and there's even an Animal Crossing Best Room contest. We're spanning a whole slew of titles in order to bring you those kinds of community tournaments.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Animal Crossing tournament seems like one of the best ideas that they could have come up with. I've already seen some of the rooms online. People have been posting them on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I just got to say, I think a lot of people are time skipping. I think a lot of people are moving those clocks ahead on their Switches because they have some very high-tech rooms in there that I have not seen in a lot of them. But you know what? Some people discover time travel a little quicker than others. And honestly, they've been putting in the work. They showed off. I saw one room where this one girl had a Andbox posters all over her room, a little pool in there as well, a nice little disco feel. And that's just the kind of things you're going to be stuck dealing with if you're entering this competition. It's a very, very high intense matchup for community tournaments. But to add on to your point, Necra, we should also point out that all these tournaments are also being run by individual universities in the Northeast area. I mean, Hearthstone is being run by NJIT, Teamfight Tactics by RIT, who you just saw on the Call of Duty stream, Rocket League by Temple, Warzone is going to be run by TCNJ, Overwatch 4v4 run by UConn. I mean, it's not only Andbox and the various sponsors putting this together, but it's run by the community. It's run by different universities that have a love for not only esports, but just gaming in general and gaming with your friends. So it's fantastic to see all these opportunities people have.
Right.
And, you know, actually, on top of that, I want to add, we have Dungeons and Dragons sessions that people are going to be playing all day today. Like, that's if I wasn't casting, that's the coolest thing.
I would be participating in that too if we weren't casting. Like, let's be honest, we would go run a campaign together, right?
Why not?
There's tons of community events and esports panels, such as the Dungeons and Dragons that you mentioned, as well as Jackbox that's happening on the official Andbox Twitch. So you want to go check out all of the channels that you've got there by going to gameday.andbox.com, because you get a chance to flip through all of the different channels that are featuring all of these different community tournaments and panels.
Yeah, and then adding to that, the panels will be happening later on tonight. So anyone who is looking to further themselves professionally or personally, trying to get into the esports industry or understand it a little better, that's where you're going to want to be there. So the panels, #1 spot to try and soak up information from various industry veterans who are willing to share their knowledge and get it across to all the upcoming staffers in esports. Because, I mean, the future is now for esports when you look at, as we mentioned, the community involvement, the player involvement, and everything that really made Spring Rally and Game Day happen.
I think that's what's been really impressive about this year's Spring Rally is that you take that LAN environment and that LAN feel, but you move it completely online so that tons and tons of players can participate. And I think that's been something that's been super special.
Exactly. And, you know, not even looking at Spring Rally now, but also leading up to how we got to today would be important to look at, as these teams had to compete through various brackets to get where they are today. And for example, Rutgers and Harrisburg, both of which haven't dropped a map throughout this entire bracket run, both of which coming into this winners finals winners semifinals winners finals, but as the undisputed best in the winners bracket, just mixing it up in my head. But as the undisputed best in the winners bracket, it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out. But on the other side, off stream, we do have NYU taking on GMU. So both of these schools going to have their tasks ahead of them, as George Mason and New York both are going to have to play with their backs against the wall off stream. And the winner of that matchup will be able to play on our next stream matchup, the losers finals, against the loser of our eventual winners finals matchup.
Lots of different combinations of teams that might happen from that one. I definitely am excited about seeing, who comes out on top of Harrisburg versus Rutgers, because that's going to be a matchup you don't want to miss. But you're right, on the lower bracket, where New York University and George Mason University are two teams that have really taken form this year. I want to maybe give a little bit of a shout out to both of those schools. Specifically, like George Mason University is a non-varsity school, and I would say probably the #1 non-varsity school in the Northeast region. So I'm really excited to see them play, specifically because at another community-run tournament not too long ago, they had a very, very close quarterfinal against a phenomenal team of University of Reno, Nevada. And the captain of UNR said it was one of the closest matches that UNR has played that year. So George Mason University is definitely a team to look out for too.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, we have New York University, who is going to be playing against them. And I've had experience with New York University thanks to Rutgers actually playing them in the bracket to get here. And one of the big things to point out is New York University is a very talented team. It's hard to really pick out a single individual person on their roster who stands out. I mean, White Give was a fantastic player when we played against him. Also, Ventinark also played fantastically well. But I think the big thing is that New York University is playing well as a team. And when they played against Rutgers, it ended in a 3-0. But I said this to multiple people. It was the closest 3-0 I've ever seen, with the King of the Hill map going to 99-99 all 3 rounds, the Escort map going into overtime with an overtime push being required to finish out the map. The hybrid, or I should say the 2CP map, also ended up being a neck and neck tiebreaker, or I should say 99-99 map. So it really was just a nonstop back and forth between them and Rutgers. And Rutgers did get the better of them all 3 times, but it's not very far-fetched to say that if a few different small things went the way of NYU, they could be the ones sitting in that winner's match, whereas Rutgers would be down here. So I personally think from experience, I think NYU is going to have a very strong chance of beating George Mason, but it's looking like it's going to be 3-2 or a very close series.
I mean, these are the 4 top teams of the Northeast bracket. You know we're going to see some good Overwatch today.
Exactly. I mean, we could compare them to the top tier of tier 3 teams. I mean, you have schools like Maryville, who unfortunately could not compete in the national bracket, although they did make it. And Maryville has players that made contenders competing as a roster. Harrisburg University, another school that's very similar in power to Maryville, also has players who have experience in contenders, played in contenders on their own team. And as we mentioned, Elk also playing in the Overwatch League. So you could safely say that the competition we're going to be seeing is on the higher echelons of tier 3 to even like the lower echelons of tier 2.
Yeah, I'm super excited about what we're going to get a chance to see today. But the very first match that's going to be coming up really shortly is Harrisburg University versus Rutgers University, the winners finals and of the Northeast bracket. And as we kind of mentioned before, there's so many strong points to both of these teams, but it's going to be very, very close. I think that Rutgers or Harrisburg University could really take this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really anybody's game. And that's the thing about Overwatch is a lot of the times you can try and have these predictions about how things are going to go, but there's so many small differences that can happen, or different mistakes or advantages taken in these games that can really flip that on the head. You know, for example, Ultimate Economy, something that is very talked about with team fighting, a lot of teamwork, that you can have one bad fight in a situation where you use too many ultimates, for example, and all of a sudden you lose an entire map off of that.
I mean, something that I've been seeing a lot of is when you, specifically because you're mentioning Ultimate Economy, is we've seen a lot of McCree play. And imagine hitting a massive Deadeye. That just instantly removes 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 members from the opposing team. So anything like that could be a surprise factor in these matches.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that, using your Deadeye and then not getting any value out of it, well, now your opponent has a Deadeye on you, and then it just flips back and forth. And I mean, that's the chess game really of Overwatch, is just trying to read your opponent as best as you can and trying to out-predict where they might be going. I mean, you can also bring up various things, such as the hero options and how that would change things, because we talk about McCree being one of those heroes, but I think the most impactful ultimate that we'll be seeing today is going to be that May Blizzard, even though she did get some changes recently.
Yeah, the May Blizzard is one of those ultimates, especially when you're playing in more of a close quarters map, that can be super impactful, especially if you don't have a good answer to it, or if your heroes aren't mobile enough in order to get out of the way of the Blizzard. That could just be a team fight over in that instance.
And Necro, when you talk about a good answer, what are you thinking exactly would be a good answer to May Blizzard? Because I mean, I'm sure a lot of people watching have been dealing with May and their solo queue games for, it feels like a year now, but it's been a few months. And really, what's the good answer to a devastating May ultimate? How can you get out of that?
I think one of the biggest answers that I see, and this is where it gets really tough because it comes on kind of the support's job, is you have either a sound barrier from a Lucio, or maybe even a Zenyatta Transcendence. I think the Transcendence just does a little bit more because the sound barrier is so fleeting that I think that ends up being kind of the case here. But we're about to get into the game here. Rutgers University taking on Harrisburg University, and it's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, and look at that. We're loading up here to the Temple on Nepal, the first matchup in this best-of-5 series. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, we had this map designated by tournament admins, and then from here on out, we will be following the policy of loser gets to choose. So both these teams essentially going onto this map with equal footing, and we're going to be getting our first peeks at what the compositions are going to come out from both of these teams. Now, as you can see, Necrosis and Insane, the support line for Rutgers University, loading up on that Baptiste and that Zenyatta, whereas on the other hand, Insomniac and Soames going with the Lucio Zenyatta. Two very interesting swaps. And we should mention the Hammond from Retina. What?
Yeah, that's something that I wasn't expecting, especially because because of what I said, where Reinhardt, right? Reinhardt.
Exactly.
I really appreciate this Wrecking Ball play because I think it's going to create a lot of space for Cyrus and Elk to just pop off. Harrisburg is playing a very high pick potential composition where they're looking for openings, and that's exactly what Retina is supposed to provide.
And he tries to provide that, but unfortunately gets taken down, getting a little too aggressive there in the middle of the Rutgers University lineup. And now, with Rutgers having that advantage in numbers, they're going to try and push the rest of Harrisburg into a corner, and that is going to force them back towards their spawn. But Retna getting back so quickly thanks to that Hammond mobility, and in tandem with Elk, he's going to be dropping Wiz from Rutgers University. So now the pick advantage swings back over to the side of Harrisburg.
That's exactly what I was talking about, though, right? Look at how much pressure Retna is putting onto the backline so that Rutgers is turning around and focusing on the wrecking ball rather than the big threats on the team, which are Cyrus and Elk.
Yeah, now with Akawa controlling the point with the reset, he's going to have a very easy time of securing that objective for the rest of his team, with Rutgers having no answers to retake the point. We will see Harrisburg finally take control of this top first, and Rutgers looking to make some swaps on their hero picks.
A couple of hero swaps maybe coming through here, but what I think that Rutgers is going to really hold on to a couple of these hero choices just because they are building up to those ultimates. Necrosis now has the amplification matrix, which is actually outpacing that of Insomniac for Harrisburg. And now they will have kind of this window of opportunity to utilize this and push in big amounts of damage for Rutgers.
Yeah, and you mentioned getting that ultimate quicker. Unfortunately, though, for Rutgers, it looks like Soames is going to be hitting that Transcendence before Insane, which is a game-changing ultimate if used correctly. Now, Retna going into the backside in tandem with a Dragon Strike. We have the Mines dropped, and you can't play Minesweeper dealing with that. Elk.
There were just some really beautiful combinations that happened from Harrisburg University, and this is kind of the coordination that you expect to see from the reigning national champions, right? So I love that this team is working together in tandem. They might not be able to use the same strategy as we move on to the fall finish, just because it is a little bit closer. The sidelines just aren't as good for a Widowmaker, but I do expect that Elk might stay on this Hanzo, and or just switch over to the Mei. I think a Mei could also be a valuable choice here, as we also see Rutgers University switching over to a very similar composition, but this time it's going to be a bit more of the double barrier, the Sigma play coming out from both sides.
Yeah, and something to add to your point there, the Mei wall on this map is so useful because the point itself has only 2 entrances, and both of those entrances are oddly similar to that Mei wall diameter. So we'll have to see if they're going to use that effectively, but that won't even matter at the start of this fight because both of them are going to use the Mei wall to try and initiate an engagement. Cyrus, though, getting the better of the Scarlet Knights, getting that first blood with Akawa following suit, taking down Kyrie, and now with a wall to try and ease their retreat from the fight. Rutgers University is going to have to give up this point as Harrisburg wins yet another first fight.
Something that Harrisburg did really well there was they understood the win condition of that first fight. When you don't have ultimates online, it's really important to make sure that you're going to be winning these fights without them. And the way that they won was just by making sure that they got the main tank line down, and they're continuing to do that. They're really recognizing that Kyrie is such a linchpin of Rutgers University's composition as well as team, and they're making sure that Kyrie can't really help the team and support the team the way that they really would like to be able to. That comes in the combination of using the Mei wall, having Akawa just go ham with the hammer, and a lot of other ways that Harrisburg University is doing that. But Rutgers University isn't out of this yet.
No, they're not, but they're trying to get their way to the point. They can't even make it there. Unfortunately, 2 members are going to be falling there. Ultimates coming out here from Harrisburg, and 1 used from the Rutgers University. Harrisburg, though, will be sealing the deal on that fight, and we will be passing the 50% threshold here, as Rutgers University definitely needs to find something that's going to work, because unfortunately, everything that they've thrown at Harrisburg has been hit with a brick wall.
Or an ice wall.
Ah, yeah, well said, well said.
Just a little bit of an ice wall. Something that King is doing really well, though, on Rutgers University is kind of identifying their own moments of opportunity. But unfortunately, they're walking right into a grab.
Yeah, there's going to be a seismic slam coming down here for the rest of the team, as it's going to be Scarlet Knights trying to stabilize it back here. Kyrie's asleep on the point, and we do have 3 down on Harrisburg's side. So Rutgers may be finding the fight that they needed to get back onto the point. They do have to deal with Retina on the Sigma, though. He's dancing on the point. He has cooldowns available to him. It's just going to matter how long he can stall this out for his team. And unfortunately, it's not going to be very long at all. The Scarlet Knights do eliminate him, but Cyrus managing to take out Insane there at the end of the fight. A very clutch kill, which could pay dividends here as Harrisburg looks for a retake.
I love Wiz's positioning on this McCree right now. As the chaos was happening on the front lines, Wiz was like, you know what? I'm just going to go on a little bit of a flank here, and I'm going to see what kind of shots I can hit from the side and give Harrisburg University a bit of their own medicine.
Yeah, they're trying to deliver that medicine, but unfortunately, that's not what the doctor ordered. As cooldowns are being used here by the Scarlet Knights, and not much value being found for them. Cyrus and Retina going to be picking up 2 eliminations there for Harrisburg. A nice anti-grenade comes down on the Kyrie, but he does get the beat to keep himself alive, and he does have to rely on Insane healing to keep him alive, but he's going to be charged out of existence there, and with Stigma being dropped soon after, a nano-boosted Reinhardt on the point. There's only 5% left of Nepal to be fought over, and it doesn't look like Rutgers is going to be touching the point as the Ice Wall comes in and predicts where Doomfist will be heading, and that's going to be the Harrisburg Storm taking a 1-0 series lead.
1-0 series lead, but not in as dominant of a fashion on that second point as one might have predicted to begin with, right? Rutgers University is putting up a really strong fight, and I think this is only the beginning. Rutgers University just needs maybe a little more time to warm up.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, we do see that first round map on Sanctum, and that was not very close to say the least. Harrisburg looked dominant in that matchup, and I think something we should touch on is that even when Rutgers got a few opening picks, we saw twice onto Retina happening there. We saw one fight that went away of Rutgers, but Harrisburg did such a good job at minimizing their losses and maximizing their gains.
I think that has a lot to do with how Soames was playing the Ana. The Bionades were massive. It was mitigating a lot of healing from Rutgers University so that the damage was making the difference for Harrisburg. And I think that's kind of the secret to the team composition that Harrisburg was running, was just landing those Bionades. And then you also, in those instances, had some Discord orbs that were finding their mark onto Rutgers University, which was just adding on to the pressure and adding on to the damage that Harrisburg was able to do.
Yeah, and with Parzival playing that Sigma for Rutgers, it's really difficult to get to eliminate the nano grenades because you're not using that Diva Matrix that has a pretty consistent uptime with just, I believe, a 1-second delay in between uses, whereas the Sigma has to wait for that whole cooldown to come out and then wait for it to be up after, I think, 11 or 12 seconds. And it's really reminiscent of the original Diva design. But without having that Diva available, you really risk having these nano or these anti-grenades have massive effect on your team. And you need to try and adjust to that, whether that be having Kyrie maybe position the shield a little better, be more aware of the nades coming out, or ultimately make that swap to a Diva.
Yeah, the Diva could be a hero that actually I've seen quite a bit of play on, and something that I think is actually really beneficial to specifically like not only damage mitigation, but also just opening up and working on engagements for team fights. There's a couple of different ways that you can utilize Diva's bomb. One of them is to create space by throwing it horizontally across the ground. And another way is to just arc it over and just kind of yeet it and say, I'm going to try to get some kills with this one. So there's a couple of different play styles with that. And I think that ends up really maybe working in tandem well with the play style that Rutgers University has developed.
Yeah, and I think we got a sneak peek actually of what the next map is going to be. It's looking like Junkertown is going to be coming up next, and Junkertown, it has similar compositions. I believe that first part of the map is going to look similar to what we saw in the first round of Nepal. I believe we're going to be seeing some double sniper coming out, maybe in the Risa Sigma again. Nekra, how do you feel about that?
I absolutely agree with you. The first point specifically of Junkertown has just so many wide open sight lines that you can really make use of a double sniper composition, set up the 2-pronged attack, set up that crossfire, and just click some heads.
And I mean, we can also talk about the cheese that we get to see on First Point Junkertown. And I
That's
think
true.
a lot of people know what we're talking about when you get to you come out of those initial doors, you walk out, you're ready to fight on the point, and to your left, there's just a Bastion and company set up, and your entire team's wiped at the start.
Yeah. Do you think that Rutgers University is going to run a composition like that, though? Is that why they decided to choose this map?
I personally, I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're prone to be trying cheese that much. I mean, it is cheese for a reason. You can delay that point from being taken, but eventually it's hard to hold that. I think Rutgers, knowing that King loves to play Hanzo, knowing that Wiz loves to play Widowmaker, I think they're looking for a double sniper setup coming out here. But I think the flexibility for it is going to really come in for the support picks. You know, you're going to you depend on Mercy a lot for these kind of situations, but then what do you choose as that second support to back up that Mercy? Maybe an Ana for the nice healing, maybe the Baptiste for that nice survivability. Necker, what do you think?
Maybe a Moira.
Maybe a Moira, exactly. Lots of healing dumped out by Moira.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have such a strong tank line or a strong presence on the front line. If you're going to be going with something like a double barrier, I think Moira ends up giving you a little bit more sustain. Baptiste as well might be another great option, but you got to be so accurate with those healing bombs, and you have to be really accurate with your shots as well. So it just kind of depends on what style of play that they want to have. Immortality Field might be a huge boon to the team composition.
Yeah, and you know, even adding to that, Immortality Field requires the most precise placement and precise timing out of all of them. A good Immortality Field off by a second or two can really make the difference between surviving a Sigma Gravitic Flux and maybe when you hit the ground, everybody just sends themselves back to spawn. So it's going to depend a lot on if Baptiste comes out, how that Immortality Field is ultimately going to be used. But we will get an opportunity to see exactly what the hero picks will be from both these teams. You can see the red side, the attackers are going to be the Scarlet Knights first, and Harrisburg will be taking up the defensive mantle first and foremost.
Yeah, and that just gives us kind of an inside look into maybe how Harrisburg wants to try to play this game. I would love to see what strategy they decide to go with, whether it's or not it is going to be kind of that double sniper composition, or if it's going to be a bit more of like a close hold. But based on what we saw from the first round of Nepal, I think we're going to see that double sniper stick for Harrisburg University.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like if you're convinced or if you're strongly believing that you're a better team, I think Double Sniper can do a great job of just cementing that and really being an overwhelming force. Because when you're dealing with a Hanzo and a Widow, and it feels like both of them are getting a Mercy pocket at the same time somehow, it really takes a toll on you being able to push through an objective.
It really does. I think that the Mercy is a smart choice here. I'm a little worried about the healing potential coming out from Harrisburg University. It really looks like they're relying on high pick potential because the Zenyatta's Orb of Harmony doesn't really do that much healing. And so maybe there's kind of a lot on Insomniac's back in order to make sure that the tanks and everybody stays alive.
Yeah, and to add to that, there's a lot on everyone's backs because you have to be aware that your team doesn't have the same kind of feeling that the Scarlet Knights will. So you can't take those longer fights. And if the team isn't playing around that kind of stipulation, then it's not going to work out well. But the Scarlet Knights do start first blood here, picking up the first kill onto Retna, and now giving the Scarlet Knights an opportunity to create a bigger advantage for themselves in a 5v6. Now, that's going to be a 4v6. Harrisburg being pushed back, and ultimately, though, that Mercy Red's coming in very clutch, minimizing that loss.
Minimizing the loss, but the shield is still missing from the side of Harrisburg University. You only have one.
Look at that, a Widowmaker duel goes into favor of Harrisburg, but King taking out Insomniac is going to be that big linchpin here for Harrisburg. They have to find a way to stabilize without their main source of healing, and they're doing that right now with some fantastic tank play here coming out from their Arisa and the Sigma, taking that positioning, prioritizing themselves, and honestly, it's looking fantastic.
It does look fantastic, but I like the point that King is trying to make to maybe get a little bit of a surprise Dragon Strike onto the enemy team of Harrisburg. He went right there.
Look at that, the Dragon Strike comes out after King creates a pick for himself, and now both eliminations for the Scarlet Knights are on the back of King. He gets a little too aggressive there, taking a melee range duel against his counterpart, Elk. Unfortunately, Elk is going to find that opening and force the Scarlet Knights back, and this is again what looked like a very good opportunity for the Scarlet Knights, results in Harrisburg minimizing their losses and maximizing their gain.
Rutgers just really wants to get a full clean regroup here because these fights have been so messy. When you take a look at a double sniper composition, it's really difficult to kind of take advantage of who is actually on the up and up in terms of who's going to be winning the team fight. You have picks that are coming out left and right, and I think that Rutgers University actually doesn't want to take too many of these 1v1s with switching off of the Widowmaker, going onto the Tracer.
Yeah, we do have a Goridic Flux used, as you say that, Retner throwing that down, not going to be picking off anyone for the time being. Elk, though, finding that elimination onto Wizard's Tracer, and that's going to start disaster here, because Elk picks up another, and this man is absolutely fragging out right now, ladies and gentlemen. He has 2 kills to his name in this fight alone. 2 kills to his name in the last fight, and honestly, you need to find a way to deal with this Hanzo, because he is the biggest issue right now for the Scar. Again, dies to Elk, comes back from spawn just to get shot again. That is unfortunate, to say the least.
It is unfortunate, and it's making it very difficult for Rutgers University to figure out a game plan to approach this point. The way that Harrisburg has set up their positioning for the latter part of point 1 of Junkertown, how do you approach this as Rutgers University? You can't really go to the left, you can't really go to the right. There's enemies waiting for you around every corner.
Maybe you take a step back and hop once this time, and then hop twice this time. I mean, maybe if you slide real smooth, you can get through. Unfortunately, though, there is no downhill forward slope for them to be sliding down, and they are actually going to have an uphill battle looking ahead now, because Akawa picking up 2 eliminations right there. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure you look at the upper part of your screen. There are 20 seconds left here for the Scarlet Knights to break through Harrisburg, and that means they need to lose their lives, come back from spawn, and touch that point again. And Necro, as the clock ticks down, the Scarlet Knights are in a worse and worse position to try and get that overtime.
Well, they did just get a pick though, so one barrier has been removed, and Rutgers University is denying the resurrect, so it is going to be a little bit of movement and mobility for these Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, they do get to the point in time, so cutting it close, but still able to get that job done. Now look at Stone just dancing in the front line. He has a barrier to help him out. He was just holding down that left click, trying to get some frags. Unfortunately for him, though, King is taking up the kill feed, dropping 2 frags there. Siren going to be taking 1 back for Harrisburg. Renga using that Goridic Flux, trying to delay this push, but with the res getting in there in the nick of time, thanks to that immortality field, it looks like Scarlet Knights have a chance to push him off the point. But remember, those respawns are going to be coming in from the defense, and look at that. The Hammond comes back. It may be Akawa on the hamster this time, but look at that. Oh my god, the Scarlet Knights got pushed off. The Harrisburg managed to push them off and hold for the full first point of Junkertown.
There is a little bit of a defender's advantage when you take a look at how far the cart was pushed towards that first point objective. So it did kind of speak to reason that Harrisburg University was able to come back, but Rutgers looked so strong in that last fight. I was really rooting for them to get that first point.
Yeah, and it honestly, it looked like it came down to an issue with target focus there. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but when it came down to that final fight, it was really Harrisburg able to keep themselves alive at the brink of death and survive just long enough, as you said. But the Scarlet Knights didn't look like they were all attacking the same targets. And when you're not doing that, it doesn't matter if you have 3 different heroes with 10-15% HP left. It's better to have 2 heroes and one of them just eliminated from the fight.
Well, Retna on the Sigma was also such a big nuisance, stalling out that last team fight just long enough for reinforcements to come back, especially because Akawa was coming back on that speedy wrecking ball. They were able to come back to that point and stall it out long enough so that there were just numbers on an advantage for Harrisburg.
Yeah, now looking forward, the Scarlet Knights know the kind of ground that they can give up here. They know that they cannot give up anywhere past 84 meters of this map completed. And so that means they're going to have to put up the same exact performance Harrisburg did, except a little bit better if they want to see themselves move into a 1-1 series score. Now with Harrisburg moving themselves out onto the map, we're going to be seeing very similar compositions coming out here from the other side. So nothing too surprising.
No, not yet. It's again, you're going to be really chaotic here because of the double sniper composition on both sides. Picks coming out left and right. You're not really too sure who's going to be on the upper hand of these engagements, but King getting the first blood.
And we saw that happen last time. King striking first blood, and he'll have to see if he gets a better return on investment this time around. Unfortunately, though, there is that mercy factor that's being played into here, and he does actually get taken down by Cyrus. So neither team will have their mercy res available for the next 15 seconds or so, and that means that the Scarlet Knights cannot bring back their Widowmaker. They are going to need to find another avenue to get these kills, and unfortunately, they don't have necrosis to keep the team alive. And when you're losing these members one after another, and the point is so far pushed up, the Scarlet Knights look like they are running headfirst into disaster. As with 3 minutes on the clock, the rest of Harrisburg is a mere 10 meters away from getting themselves a 2-0 map score, and by the looks of it, they're going to do just that.
Yeah, Harrisburg is definitely leading the charge in this specific matchup, but Rutgers University, again, just looks better on this map, and they looked a lot cleaner. I think, again, we're just kind of looking and waiting for Rutgers University to just wake up a little bit, or it could just be that Harrisburg University is the team to beat in this Northeast bracket. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, Harrisburg right now does have that reputation, that record that gives them that little oomph. You know, as we mentioned in the beginning of the broadcast, that Harrisburg is the defending national champions for TESPA, so they do have that chip on their shoulder. And going into this, they haven't lost a single map yet. So even in this series against Rutgers, they're keeping that streak going where they have yet to drop a single map throughout the entirety of Spring Rally. And that, my friends, is dominance at its finest.
Yeah, we have two powerhouse teams going head-to-head for this winners finals. To talk a little bit more about Rutgers University's comp, though, I think that the main tank and the off tank were working really, really well together. I think specifically Parsival, that was playing the Sigma on that jungle. It just looked like the team wasn't playing.
Yeah, I mean, it was really difficult for Scarlet Knights to really find any real value for most parts. It felt like the mirror matchup was really suffocating them because they couldn't outduel their opponents on the exact same heroes, which really, in the case of a mirror match, that's really difficult when you're just losing that 1v1 against the opposing Hanzo, and then that Mercy res comes in a little sooner than yours, and now you're on the back foot.
Yeah, I think that Mercy was a fantastic choice for both teams, not only because you have the damage acceleration that ends up happening from the blue beam, but you also have the ability to res. So just in case you do have those moments where you end up getting a quick pick onto the opposing team or a quick pick happens to you, you have the resurrect ability, but that cooldown is very, very long. So it is kind of difficult to utilize that well, because you kind of do have to make a big decision of who do you res on the team? What's the most important role that you still need to have?
Yeah, and that's really just a big decision that the Mercy player is stuck to their devices with, unfortunately. They have to deal with not only choosing that one member that they pick up, but they need to make sure that that member is in a good spot where they're not going to be instantly dropped once they're res. And for that matter of fact, the Mercy can't be giving up her own life for the sake of a res, because then you lose that consistent healing and damage boost.
Yeah, the damage boost is probably the most important aspect of Mercy's kit, specifically in the double sniper composition, because it allows you to get clean headshots, even on the tankiest of heroes. And so I think that was kind of smart from both teams. But we're going to be going into an assault map next, where the choices are Hanamura, Anubis, and Volskaya. So for Rutgers, I kind of wonder what they're going to choose here, because a lot of these maps look really strong for a Widowmaker.
Yeah,
and a Hanzo.
Yeah, and it's so far we've seen both teams running that double sniper pretty prominently, albeit both of the maps are those two, Nepal and Junkertown, those two maps where it's really you can run it a little more often, I think. But depending on where we go further down the road, we may not see it as much. But because of the success that's come out of it, I mean, Wiz and King have tried their best, and they've won a few duels here and there, but really, Elk has been stealing the show for me on Harrisburg. He's just been not only finding kills equal to that of King's, but he finds the kills in better times for the team. So he'll find an elimination right after a res came through, so it's no longer can't be rezzed, or he'll find an elimination and then use a Dragon Strike when everyone's stuck in a tight room, and that just further snowballs the victory. So I think that's really a big difference between the mirrored picks on the DPS.
So if you're Rutgers University, then do you try to get off of the mirrored composition, and do you go with something that's maybe more of like a death ball that might be able to just kind of plow through the front line of Harrisburg University?
I mean, honestly, at this point, it feels like that, right? I mean, it feels like if Double Sniper was the comfortable pick for the Scarlet Knights, and unfortunately they lost that pretty handily on both maps, then I think it's time you pull something else out of the hat. Find something else in your bag of tricks. Maybe we go to something that's a little bit of Gouda cheese. You know, you talked a lot about Clockwork and Utah, and maybe it's time for a Torbjorn to come out, because albeit a active and fantastic meme in the Overwatch community, he does provide a lot of utility and a lot of damage, and even just elimination of certain parts of the map when you have that magma, that lava that just covers certain areas that you can no longer walk through.
The hot sauce, the spiciness.
The hot sauce.
The spiciness of the cheese, right?
The spicy boy.
We'll see what happens. We're going to have we are going into Temple of Anubis, and we are going to have Harrisburg University take their role on defense once again, just to kick things off, and Rutgers is going to remain on the attacking side. I like the change up that we're seeing here, though, from Harrisburg University's team composition, where it's not actually going to be the Widowmaker that comes out of spawn, but in this case, it's a Junkrat. And that could be really powerful. Rutgers University is going to have their work cut out for them to figure out how to get around this Junkrat. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, and I think something else to talk about is Junkrat really makes these specific entrances to Anubis such a pain, because as you see, he's set up on the left side from the attacker's perspective. You go in there, and that's just a field day for Junkrat to hold left click down. You go onto the right side from the attacker's perspective, and then you're leading into another very tiny room where Junkrat can just lay down his mines nonstop. So it's really difficult to get past a Junkrat who understands how to play it. And look at that, starting off with elimination there is Elk. Cyrus picking off Wiz there with the Ash. And honestly, this composition, while looking a little spread out in terms of meta and non-meta picks, really is going to do a fantastic job at holding down this front line.
I like the composition that Rutgers University decided to go with, though, because even though you have to have a very patient style of play with this dive-centered comp, it's disruption, it's chaos. This is exactly what's happening on your screen.
It's absolute madness, and look at that, Parzival getting knocked up, bounced around, and you'd think that he would be the one causing all that distraction. Unfortunately, though, he will not be down for long for Harrisburg as he gets that res from Insane. Unfortunately for Rutgers, they are going to have the rest of their team after that res just fall one after another, and Harrisburg showcasing yet again what a fantastic job they do at getting out of bad fights, collecting themselves as a team, and then re-entering successfully.
Well, something that Harrisburg ended up doing really well in this fight was rotate. Sometimes when you see an attacking dive comp, it's very difficult to kind of figure out when to rotate off of this middle high ground, especially when you are running a composition that includes the Ash, includes the Roadhog, includes the Arista, more of that bunker style, and Harrisburg did that beautifully.
Yeah, and looking at this now, we have Harrisburg losing one member. Unfortunately for Rutgers, the other member does get rezzed up, so it's going to be what looks like an advantageous fight for the Scarlet Knights, but we have to remember, the Scarlet Knights have had multiple fights go in their favor at the start and ultimately go in the favor of Harrisburg at the back end of it. We see a nice little dash coming in here from Elk, a beautifully timed blink combo coming out from the DPS of Harrisburg, and with King using that Dragon Blade, going to try and secure a fight win here for the Scarlet Knights, and it's so hard to deal with the damage that comes out from that ultimate, and that's going to be 2 kills coming in here from King. A Diva Bomb and a Bob both being thrown out there, trying to not Diva Bomb, Spacer Bomb trying to throw it out there to secure some kills. Ultimately not going to be picking up anybody. Cyrus though, with that Bob, securing a kill on the Kyrie, and a combo dropping Parzival. So once again, Necra, it feels like the same things that we did over and over again. The Scarlet Knights are fantastic at finding these opening picks, but once they have that advantage, they just don't know what to do with it.
I think it's because of how Harrisburg is rotating. It's making it very difficult for Rutgers to follow up on those kills. But I agree with you that Rutgers is doing a fantastic job of securing these openings, but they still have to play patient. They're waiting for another Dragon Blade to come online so that they could potentially pair it with this Nano Boost coming up from the Crosis.
Yeah, that Nano Boost is really going to be the deciding factor in this next fight. Who is he going to choose? My gut tells me Parzival on that Hog, but you don't know what else can come your way. And Insomniac, the Mercy joining in the fun there, picking up an elimination onto Wiz. And now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, but his teammates will pick him back up and make sure that he's okay to keep going for this next fight, because now the Scarlet Knights only have 30 seconds left for them to try and take any of this initial objective here on Temple of Anubis.
Oh, King's getting really close though. Might have just gone down, but it's very close to getting that Dragon Blade online. But look at the choice that Cyrus has decided to do. A lot of Harrisburg has actually switched up to almost like a half dive, half bunker. They've got Retina on the Winston, they have Cyrus on the Genji, and they have Elk on this Tracer that are working in tandem to go after these targets.
Yeah, and now Kyrie with that Hammond is going to be an interesting back and forth between all these unique tanks, as Retina picking up one there on the Necrosis, and that's going to be no longer having that Nano Boost, and that's going to be all she wrote for the Scarlet Knights, because without that ultimate, you are not going to be getting very far in this engagement, and King pulled out the Dragon Blade to look pretty at the end of the round, but that's Harrisburg with another full hold here, taking it on Temple of Anubis early on.
Another full hold, which means that they only need a third of this first objective after securing 2 map wins already. First on Nepal, second on Junkertown. Is Anubis going to be the last one?
It might be. I mean, if you ask me, I think it is for sure. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for the Scarlet Knights to come back from this, especially from a full hold on Temple of Anubis, let alone having been full held on the previous map of Junkertown. So it's going to be a test of their mental fortitude for sure if they're able to keep themselves straight and straight-headed and fully focused on what's going to happen next, really.
Well, let's see whether or not Rutgers is going to be able to get this full hold. It's not unheard of to see a full hold from both teams on the first point of Anubis. I mean, they do have the nickname for this map for a reason. So I definitely expect that if a team can do it, then Rutgers University is definitely setting themselves up for success with the Immortality Field as a part of their kit, and they also have a Torbjorn and a Junkrat.
But Necra, talk to me about what we're seeing Harrisburg running out with, because to say it's interesting is a very, very minimal statement. What are we seeing from this offense?
We don't usually see too much Genji. It's been a long time since I've seen Genji in this meta. Rutgers the first one to run it in a long time, but Harrisburg considering it as well. After seeing the composition that Rutgers University is running though, they actually changed course a little bit and decide that they're going to go for more of a pharmacy composition. It's a little bit unorthodox to see the pharmacy with a Zarya and a couple of other things, but one of the reasons why you might run a Zarya with this composition is actually to utilize those bubbles for when you have your Winston dive in and for when your Pharah decides to ult.
Yeah, I mean, it's reminiscent of those Mountain Goat stage where your Winston would just get that Zarya charge and turn her into the real carry. King, though, taking out Cyrus only to have that resurrected by Insomniac on the Mercy, so it's going to be a 5v6 with the favor on the side of Harrisburg. So they're just going to depend on playing that slow and steady game, something that they've shown to be very proficient at. Retina dropping incredibly low right there on the Zarya, but thanks to that pocket coming in from Insomniac, he's going to be well off just looking to secure his ultimate charge as he gets past that 50% threshold, and Cyrus taking down Kyrie on that Orisa. That's going to be a very difficult pick to come back from. Thankfully, though, Insane is able to bring that Resurrect up for him and keep him in the fight.
Keep him in the fight and definitely keeping them in the air as well, as Harrisburg University is starting to make progress on this first point.
Yeah, progress. They're finishing off that first point, and that's Harrisburg with a dominant 3-0 victory here against the Scarlet Knights, and they will be moving into the grand finals of the Northeast bracket.
Going into the grand finals of the Northeast bracket is definitely an accomplishment for the team of Harrisburg University, who's already a very decorated team. So I'm really excited to see who the next team is going to be. Oh, we're going to figure that out very shortly.
Yeah, then so now with this decision or with this result coming in, we're going to have the Scarlet Knights moving down to the losers finals, where they're awaiting the victor of George Mason University versus New York University, which is happening off stream right now. So that's what we have to look forward to. And Harrisburg, as we said, they're going to be sitting in the grand finals of the Northeast bracket, lying in wait. All they need to do is just watch their opponents in the next matchup, scout them a little bit, and then just need to see how they're sitting for the next upcoming matchup. But before we can get to our losers bracket finals, before we can bring you even more Overwatch action, unfortunately, we have to take a very short break. So when we come back, we will be bringing you the Scarlet Knights in the losers finals against either GMU or NYU. So don't go anywhere. More Collegiate Overwatch action will be brought to you very shortly.
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game. are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Play the kick and play the relax and play the come here, let me spin
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a little bit, not too long though. I hope you didn't miss us as much as we missed you. And because we were gone for a little bit of time, we've been waiting to hear about the losers final, which is finishing up very shortly. I'm Beanies, joined alongside Necra, and we're going to be bringing you more action from the Collegiate Overwatch Tournament here at Spring Rally 2020. But before we can get into that action, we need to make sure we shout out the lovely folks over at KontrolFreek. Not only is KontrolFreek known as one of the most prominent console gaming accessory companies, but on top of that, they have fantastic PC accessories as well, from cables to lines for your controllers. They got thumbsticks and grips, and all of that is going to help you level up your game. And if you use that Spring Rally 2020 code when you purchase any of these fantastic little accessories, you will get 20% off your order. Just go to KontrolFreek.com and get your play leveled up today.
I don't know about you, but I got really inspired by the commercial that we got a chance to see during the break. So I might have to go head over there and use that code myself. So
yeah, I mean, I just love the colors they use too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're enjoying this tournament and you're enjoying the stream, make sure to click that follow button for operating systems on Twitch to see more awesome streams like this. It's been super amazing to have the production team behind us to give us the action and give you guys the action. So make sure to smash that like button.
Yeah, and while you're at it, OS also has a community Discord. They love getting everyone together. They have movie nights, they have game nights. It's really part of what Andbox tries to do with this community and make New York feel like one centralized family that loves gaming. And OS is one branch of that family that helps make it happen. So if you need some friends to game up with, or maybe just like to chat during these long days, then hop into the OS Discord community.
Have you heard about the other things that Andbox has been doing too? Not just with OS, but with Game Day. There's been so many different tournaments that have been happening because of for all sorts of types of games like Overwatch, more Overwatch basically, Teamfight Tactics, Rocket League. There's been Hearthstone. There's been a lot of different types of tournaments. So if you're following along at gameday.andbox.com, then you get a chance to scroll through all the different streams that we have operating today.
Yeah, and don't forget, the action doesn't only consist of Overwatch, as you said, and the action won't end when this Overwatch stream ends later on today. We have Valorant going on as well. We have panels later on tonight. And as Necro mentioned, we have these lovely community tournaments. And my personal favorite addition to the Spring Rally Game Day, the Dungeon Masters who are running their own D&D campaigns. If you've ever wanted an opportunity to get into a Dungeons and Dragons campaign but just couldn't find someone to lead it, you have no better reason than to hop into the Andbox one. So why not just be a part of this lovely community? And I think one of the best parts about this lovely community is the fact that we're able to have these tournaments happen. And we just saw a good example of why these college tournaments need to be going on, because Harrisburg put in a dominating performance against Rutgers. And going into this matchup, both of these teams had no maps lost throughout the whole tournament. So it was definitely a battle of titans, but when they actually stood toe-in-toe, Harrisburg's Titan was maybe 50 feet taller.
That was the winners' finals, too. So that means that with the win that Harrisburg University took over Rutgers University, they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, pushing Rutgers University down into the losers' finals, who we're still waiting to see who's going to be their opponent. We have New York University and George Mason University battling it out in the lower bracket right now. And one of those teams is going to get knocked out, and one of those teams is going to get a chance to fight back for redemption versus Rutgers University.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things about that matchup is GMU is looking strong in it, and NYU is fighting with, I want to say, a little bit of an injury to them, so to speak, just because NYU's had to deal with, COVID-19 issues, just like everybody else, unfortunately. And one of their players, an international student, had to go home during this whole debacle. So NYU, even with one of their players having to be in a totally different server, is still putting up a good fight against GMU. And honestly, I can't wait to see who comes out on top of that, because we're going to get to watch the winner of that, as you said, play against Rutgers University very shortly. And actually, as I was saying that, I just got that confirmation update that GMU actually wins the series against NYU 3-0. So now we're going to be watching George Mason University taking on the Scarlet Knights very shortly, Necra.
Yeah, that's going to be a really exciting one. As we stated a bit kind of towards the top of the Overwatch broadcast, George Mason University being a non-varsity team is probably the #1 non-varsity team in the Northeast. So I can't wait to see how they're going to stack up against Rutgers University, the reigning Spring Rally champions. George Mason University just put on a fantastic show over New York University, who you said really had a pretty good performance against Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stress enough, when we played against New York University, they really lost a 3-0 as close as you can possibly lose it, with every single map going to overtime, every single map having neck and neck scores until the very last second. And it's unfortunate that they had to deal with that extenuating circumstance with their player going back over to Russia. But you know what? They still got an opportunity to play in the Spring Rally. They're still going to be walking away with some prizing too, because even though they get knocked out at that 4th place spot, they still get to get some of that sweet cash prizing thrown their way.
Absolutely. There is $10,000 worth of prizing for the Andbox Spring Rally Overwatch tournament. And that's a lot. That's a lot. It trickles down from $3,000 at first to $1,500 at second and $900 at third. And all the teams that are featured today are going to be taking home a bit of that prize money.
Yeah, exactly. And as we mentioned earlier, all the teams featured there today are going to be a part of the KontrolFreek Forage, one of the up-and-coming programs that KontrolFreek is trying to get off the ground to make sure that they can help out aspiring esports athletes and pros get their way to the pro scene, where they will help out everybody along the way, not just with getting those first baby steps in, but they'll guide you right out until you have that cap and diploma from whatever esports team that you're looking to get to. So if you're looking for any sort of info on that, make sure you check out everything KontrolFreek, because I can't stress enough how influential and important they've been in making sure that Spring Rally and Game Day was a success, because this was meant to be a LAN before all of this craziness happened.
Yeah, I'm really impressed again with how this kind of still feels like a LAN. Even though we had to move to an online environment, it still feels like we're all gathered together in one place, and or even just like at multiple schools having a ton of fun playing video games that we all love.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the best part about this, is the teams are able to play against other universities in a time when really there's not that many tournaments that are happening right now. Most tournaments having to deal with, cancellations or delayed, but Andbox able to still put this on, still able to have the tournament go through, and really give a lot of these teams an incentive and a reason to keep playing the game, because it can be very difficult to keep that scrim grind and constant need to improve up with everyone on the team if you don't have a goal in sight. So really, Andbox making sure that all these players have an opportunity to get that competitive edge out of themselves, get those competitive juices flowing, and really just make sure that they can flex their muscles on a big platform like Andbox is providing.
I mean, if you're just tuning in, you missed out on a complete dominant performance there by Harrisburg University that is going to be moving up into the grand finals as our first grand finalist over Rutgers University. So we are going to be seeing Rutgers University face off against George Mason, who just knocked out NYU in a 3-0 scoreline. I'm just kind of excited about seeing them play out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to depend, I think, a lot on how Scarlet Knights are able to recover from the 3-0 that we just watched. GMU in the totally different ball game right now. GMU coming off the heels of a successful 3-0 victory, with Rutgers being on the opposite end, having a 3-0 defeat dealt to them. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Scarlet Knights are able to come into this next matchup with a refreshed mentality and feeling good about themselves, because we're losing a 3-0, especially when you were coming in as such a dominant team, can really be difficult to bounce back from in some situations.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. So I wonder whether or not Rutgers is going to be taking a bit of a brief break and try to get kind of wrap their head around everything, because it is kind of difficult in this competitive environment to take a heavy loss and then also have to just go into the next game and try to figure it out from there. But, I've seen how Rutgers University performs under pressure, and I know that they're a team that can do this.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, unfortunately, our viewers did not get a chance to see GMU play. But going into this match, GMU is going to have a lot of tools available in their toolkit, because they've talked about how having no bans available means that they can really flex their muscles on whatever picks they want to play. And they're very confident in the amount of flex picks that they have and the variety that the different players can bring to the field.
To be honest, I haven't seen much of George Mason University's play, but you're absolutely right. I have heard stories about how flexible and how wide those hero pools are for all of the players on the team. Knowing that they have practiced multiple different styles of compositions, they'll be able to flex onto things that are really comfortable, given the map pick and also given what the other team is going to run.
Yeah, and going in to the first map, I believe it's going to be Ilios as that first map pick. So it's going to be really dependent on how they play that unique map, because Ilios is one of those maps that I believe all three of the rounds have very possible and very realistic environmental kill options.
It's not just that though, but it's the architecture of the map changes so significantly from round to round, and from map to map on Ilios, that you really do require some really flexible styles of play. Because if you go to, let's say, Ilios Ruins, you might try to run a double sniper composition. But if you go to Ilios Lighthouse, you might want to try a Pharah or an Ashe, and then, completely different story. You've got that huge pit in the middle that you can really play around with in terms of getting environmental kills.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen many of Reddit Lucios try their best at finding some crazy clips into that middle pit there on Ilios. Well, you also have the opportunity for your snipers, as you mentioned, the different map layouts, the opportunity for your snipers to get a chance to avenge themselves in Rutgers' case, and in the case of GMU, to continue that momentum if you go to a map like Ruins, where everything on Ruins is just horizontal lanes. It's reminiscent of Call of Duty map style, and in a certain way, just because it's basically a 2 to 3 lane map where everyone's going to have long sight lines and you're going to have some short sight lines, and then you have the objective that everyone has to fight around.
Yeah, it's really interesting to kind of take a look at how the architecture of that map fares. But if you're also looking at some of the other map choices that we have in the pool, now after we start out on Ilios, we go to yet another escort map. And when we got a chance to see Rutgers University play against Harrisburg, Rutgers chose Junkertown. Maybe they're going to choose that again out of the 6 choices that we have available, but there's also Havana, Dorado, Rialto, Route 66, and Watchpoint Gibraltar that are on the table too, that all have various styles of play that really require.
And Necro, to that point of various styles of play, I know Junkertown is one of these maps that doesn't really lend itself to the meta every single time. Junkertown is one of those maps where it has its own unique meta, regardless of heroes that are played. And that meta I'm talking about is often double sniper. So do you think that would affect in any way the pick? Do you think Rutgers would want to run it back there on Junkertown, or are there other maps that can have the same kind of long range success outside Junkertown?
It really depends on what Rutgers really wants to play. Like, if they want to go with a double sniper, I think that the first point of Junkertown is probably one of the best to do that on. But, when you look at kind of all those different escort maps, each point also looks very different in terms of what play style you really need to have. Like Junkertown, very wide open on that first point, that second point much more enclosed, and then third point even more so, with that U bend, that beautiful U bend that a lot of teams end up struggling to get around. It goes the same for a lot of other of the escort maps that are in the pool. So it really just depends on what Rutgers University ends up wanting to play for their team.
Yeah, and then going through the maps, we have the third type, Assault. Now, some of you may be aware, some of you may not. Overwatch recently made the ruling that they're going to be taking another look at Paris and Horizon Lunar Colony. So those two maps are not available in the Assault pool. We have only Hanamura, Anubis, and Volskaya available to our teams. And we saw Anubis already, which again was Harrisburg just dominating the Scarlet Knights with another convincing full hold. So going into this Assault map, for the third pick, Hanamura and Volskaya Industries. Do you see those two maps having different kind of situations than Temple of Anubis, or could we see similar, Junkrat and Ash coming out for, some teams like we saw Harrisburg do?
Depending on what you're comfortable with, you could probably run anything that you really want to on that map, right? Or on any map, really. But specifically, when you look at like Hanamura, you see a lot more maybe Mei getting played on that map. And then even on Volskaya, you see a lot of different compositions come out there too. The last map of Volskaya that I got a chance to watch was actually this morning, and I saw a lot of McCree, and I saw a lot of unfortunately Echo, which is going to be banned in this specific tournament, not available for play. But you also saw a lot of Wrecking Ball, maybe a lot of Die. It just depends. Assault maps also, the architecture of the map changes so much between point A to point B. It does require a lot of flexibility.
And another thing about that is the play style of an Assault map is so different from every other map in Overwatch, because the possibility for punishment is so strong. On that first point, the offense can punish the defense a lot, and on the second point, the defense can punish the offense a lot. So it really changes up how you should think about Overwatch, in my opinion.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But it looks like it's taking just a little bit more time to set up that lobby than what we thought it was going to. So we're going to have to go to a little bit of a short break. And then when we come back, it will be Rutgers University versus George Mason University. You're not going to want to miss it.
are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Whoa, it's us again. We're back and we're live here, ready for some Spring Rally action. I'm Beanies, joined alongside Necra, and we're going to be bringing you the losers finals of our Northeast Overwatch bracket, where we're going to see GMU, George Mason, take on Rutgers University. And Necra, we only had an opportunity to see one of these teams before, and that wasn't a very good showing from them. So going forward, we're going to have to give both these teams a clean slate and see what they can do.
Well, a clean slate, especially because they are facing each other for the first time in a while. George Mason University versus Rutgers University is going to be an absolute close match. I think that, especially not knowing too much about how George Mason University wants to play this game, I am really excited to see them in action.
Yeah, so George Mason, I know for a fact, has been working very hard for this matchup. They've been getting coaching from the likes of Natter, a prominent member in the Overwatch community. So they're really doing their best to secure that bag and get themselves into the grand finals, where Harrisburg, as those of you who saw, is already waiting for their next opponent. And we're going to find out who that opponent is in one series from now. So we have Ilios as the map. Necro, we talked about well before it being such an interesting map and a fun map to watch, and now we're going to get a chance to see what the teams are going to roll out with on this map.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to potentially see some Mei action on this map. I think that Mei can be a really powerful force, just because the Blizzard is going to take over the entirety of the control plane, and you also have the walls that can segment off a lot of the teams' the ability to play together, and that's something that you really want to do. But I'm looking at the difference in the main tank that each of these teams has chosen, and even just in the off tank as well, where you have Rutgers University going for that double shield composition with the Orisa and the Sigma, and that's going to be a composition that really wants to get to point first and take control of it before George Mason University gets a chance to.
Yeah, and then on the other side of the coin, as you mentioned, George Mason looking to bring the fight to Rutgers, and they kind of need to do that now because it's very hard to find value with a Reinhardt if he's not able to get up close and personal with his opponents, and it's going to be a tall task for big boy McMahon, and he will actually find the opening elimination here in the fight, and a beautiful wall there by Cupid going to finish off another kill, and Scarlet Knights sectioned off from the point, giving up first fight to GMU.
First fight to GMU, which means they're going to take control of this point first, but look at how hyper-aggressive they're playing as well. Ooh. They are chasing down these kills right now. 2-0 showing us what they can do on this McCree so far, especially with the extra addition of that bio nade coming in from Neuro. Neuro already has their nano boost right now, doubly outspeeding the charge that Insane has been able to get from Rutgers University, and that nano boost is going to really help put George Mason University in the driver's seat for their ultimate economy.
Yeah, and now Neuro's going to throw that boost down onto Big Boy McMahon. Unfortunately, though, he gets frozen up and can't use that, but that will not matter that much at the end of the day because we have the Scarlet Knights falling to this incredible onslaught that GMU is bringing out. Another fight win, and a convincing one with that.
Yeah, did you see how massive that bio nade was? That was an entire purple for the enemy team of Rutgers University, and you were just able to just swing away at it and hit hard with the DPS heroes as well as everybody on the team for George Mason University. Rutgers University is coming back, though they're very, very close to having this Blizzard, but they still might need to take one last fight before being able to really get value from this ultimate.
Yeah, and it's going to be an important fight to say the least, because if they don't win now, they're stuck in a very bad spot. And Obio is going to be picking off one, make that 2 eliminations coming out from the Diva here on the side of GMU. Wiz trying his best to salvage a fight here for the Scarlet Knights, but hit only 1 elimination, won't amount for much. And 2-0 is actually doing him even one better, getting 2 eliminations on that McCree, and the percentage is ticking closer and closer to that 100% mark.
This is going to be last fight territory, so this is the last chance that Rutgers University is going to be able to have in order to touch this point, but the Deadeye is buying them so much time to take control.
Yeah, look at that. 2-0 does get dropped right there. A stun and Fan the Hammer comes in. The Shatter thrown down. Kyrie can't get to the point. He's fighting against an anti-grenaded Reinhardt, and the Blizzard is actually eaten there by OBO. Everything going so well here for GMU, and they haven't even lost a member on the point yet, as Scarlet Knights are all falling one after another, and GMU is going to win round 1 here on Ilios.
Looks like that coaching from Natter is working. Opium didn't even have to use a Diva Bomb in that fight. That's how much work that Diva was putting in by being inside of that mech. A lot of fantastic work here coming out from George Mason University so far. Now let's see whether or not they switch up their composition, as we are going over to Ilios Ruins. The same strategies might not fare the same on this specific round of Ilios.
Yeah, so you don't have that big well in the middle, which I feel is already a big sign that we're going to have a little bit of a different look coming out here. And we already get to see a Doomfist coming out from the likes of King, and Wiz actually going to a Reaper, Parzival and Kyrie on that Zarya Reinhardt. So we're looking like the meta from about 3 months ago, Necra.
Yeah, but this is very strong, especially if King decides to utilize the kit of Doomfist to go into the backline and then, you know, get a quick pick and then maybe get out with the rest of the rollout. Then that's going to be something that's very strong. There's no mercy on the side of George Mason University, so all of the picks that happen from all of the Reaper Shotfire as well as the Doomfist is going to be permanent for these next upcoming fights.
And now the Scarlet Knights are trying to take the point away from GMU, but a great job at rolling out onto point control. Unfortunately, though, Neuro will get found out by that Doomfist. A charge across the map there by Big Boy McMatt, putting on his Big Boy pants and taking out 2 members. Make that 3. Big Boy Matt is just having a field day right now, and he is not stopping anytime soon. Make that a 4-piece there for the Reinhardt from GMU.
Big Boy McMahon, oh my goodness. I mean, that's one way to take control of this point as long as somebody is there to cap it. It looks like they're really comfortable playing this Reinhardt. Already 75% towards an Earth Shatter, which is going to help to just kind of take control. Kyrie, though, is on the Reinhardt, so might be able to use their shield reflexively to block the Earth Shatter. But as it stands, George Mason's been doing a fantastic job of blowing that shield down as these fights commence.
Yeah, and Insane was the first Ana to get boost this time around, but unfortunately they didn't get any direct kills with it. They do see King picking up another elimination that's starting to fight here, so that's going very well for them. But 2-0 picking up 2, make that 3 eliminations right there. So well done with throwing out that Death Blossom, picking up 1 member somehow. It didn't seem like there was too much around him, and he's now the only member left on the point, and he cannot finish off the elimination. And Big Boy McMatt is really just lighting up the kill feed.
Yeah, the nano boost was very important there from Neuro to be able to allow George Mason University to hold on to that point. It was just a lot of extra oomph and a lot of damage mitigation in terms of taking down the final members of George Mason University from this point. Now we have 56% capture progress, and this May is doing so much work to really stop the momentum Rutgers University wants to have.
Oh, look at that. The Blizzard comes down so well timed, taking out the focal point of the Scarlet Knights, and 2-0 is having his way with the rest of the Knights lineup as he is just holding left click into them and having no retaliation for his decision.
No retaliation just yet, but I think that Rutgers University is able to fight back here. They have some combinations coming online. You can kind of go for the Seismic Slam, right, with the Graviton Surge as well as the Meteor Strike combination from the Zarya and the Doomfist respectively. And you can also kind of open things up with an Earth Shatter.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth Shatter can be used, the Graviton can be used, even the Doomfist ultimate can be used, but it all doesn't matter when a big Shatter comes through for Big Boy McMatt, and that's going to be 3 eliminations on the side of GMU, even though the point goes over to the Scarlet Knights. And with the Scarlet Knights trying that last-ditch effort, trying their best to just make it onto the point, secure any kind of eliminations, it's going to depend on Wiz and the Crosses, and somehow they're able to pick up 2! That could have been exactly what the Scarlet Knights needed, and it is! They do manage to just barely survive this fight.
I don't know if it was just barely. I think that was some well-calculated play coming up from the Scarlet Knights. They really understood what they needed to do in that situation in terms of taking this point back, which was utilizing those ults and also making sure that the ulted last. George Mason University used that sound barrier so early that they weren't able to survive that powerful combination.
The wall comes up from May, but as she said, it's beautifully timed, forcing the Scarlet Knights to go around, giving GMU precious time for them to reevaluate their decision. They're trying to back up. They can't get out of this fight, though, because the Scarlet Knights are now the ones hitting the go button, and GMU are turning tail and heading back to spawn. With 50% of the point eclipsed now by the Scarlet Knights, we have ourselves a matchup.
Interesting note to make here that GMU has a very interesting meta style of meta is kind of countering the style. Oh, this is kind of an interesting from chat. Thank you so much, head coach from NYU. GMU's style of meta countered the style that New York University was trying to run over the last couple of weeks. They're really good at using frontline bait and surviving, and I think we've been seeing a lot of that from George Mason. Last fight territory, though, can we see George Mason do that again to take back control of this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get closer and closer to that 100% mark, and whoever wins this fight here is going to have themselves a round victory under their belt. A shatter comes down, and it doesn't hit anybody there by Big Boy Matt. Unfortunately, he gets the nano boost now. Kyrie also is going to be stopped from having that shatter hit anyone, so both Reinhardts not providing value through their ultimates, but they have plenty of value coming out through those nano boosts, and Kyrie charging a Diva Mac, making sure the bomb doesn't go off in his face, and his team is standing strong with him. But Big Boy Matt also loading in those left plays. Unfortunately, though, he cannot protect his backside, and Wiz picking up that final elimination along with his team. And it looks like the Scarlet Knights found some life in their play and are able to force a game 3 here on Ilios.
The Rutgers just got so much better at target priority and target focus in these last couple of fights. And something else that I want to note too, I think both of these teams, their play styles are very defensive. Once they have control of the point, it's very, very hard to find an opening to take it back. So the fact that George Mason was able to go from basically 0 to 100 on Well, and then they lost control of the point on Ruins, Rutgers University was also kind of able to go for the reverse sweep there. So really excited to see us going into a round 3 on Ilios here, going over to Lighthouse, where the architecture changes once again. The same styles of strategies aren't necessarily going to work, but it looks like George Mason University hasn't really switched up too much yet. Whereas Rutgers, getting off of the Reaper, Wiz is going to be playing a McCree here, able to take advantage of these high grounds.
Yeah, and it's going to go back to seeing how he can deal with his counterpart, Chuo, who I personally think has been the better McCree in the matchup, really flexing his muscles into multiple opportunities. But for the time being, just posturing here on the point, or outside the point, I should say, on this high ground, just balcony to balcony, a little Romeo and Juliet action, calling out for each other, waiting for someone to make the first move. And it looks like George Mason is going to be doing just that, positioning themselves onto the point and telling Rutgers, you have to take the fight to us now.
They do have to take the fight to them. I mean, moving to point first is something that is really beneficial for any team, especially on Lighthouse, because there's not too many places that you can really attack from. So now having the defender's advantage is going to be very important for Rutgers University to hold onto it and not overextend. That's really going to be the opening that George Mason University is going to look for, is when Rutgers ends up making a mistake like that and provides them a window of opportunity.
King on the Doomfist, sitting up on that cheeky little high ground spot. I want to see what he's going to be doing with that, as he's in a good spot to get a good seismic slam, maybe chunk out a squishy. Wiz, though, isn't going to give them that opportunity. He'll fall too early in the fight, and King gets slept as he comes down. Neuro, an incredible sleep by the auto from the side of GMU, and that's going to be a fight that's all in favor of GMU, even with the shatter coming down. The bubble is there to keep him alive. Then you have the ice block, making sure that he stays up. Cuplet will be perfectly fine, as well as the rest of GMU, as they take this fight and the point.
Yeah, I kind of what I was talking about there, and now George Mason University is rewarded with a smattering of ultimates that they'll be able to choose from. The only thing that they don't have up and running is going to be that Graviton Surge. But Wiz with a quick pick onto Early Bird that's going to remove a significant source of healing and a significant way to maneuver the team on George Mason University. This might be Rutgers' opening.
Kyrie going in there, trading blows. Parzival eats Cuplet's Blizzard. A very big ultimate, no longer in the field of play. Parzival also picking off an elimination there against Early Bird. So the Scarlet Knights are in a good position here to take the fight. A shatter, though, coming down from Big Boy McMahon. Tries to be the game changer. Unfortunately, he won't end up securing much off of it. They do drop Wiz in that exchange overall, but ultimately the Scarlet Knights are going to be the ones standing tall after that fight.
Is Saints living up to his name right now? Absolutely. Look at that high ground coverage that this Ana has been able to take advantage of, landing massive bionades, huge sleeps, and also being able to heal up the entirety of the team. George Mason University cannot let Insane just sit up on the high ground because it's giving them too much advantage in these fights.
Yeah, and it can be kind of difficult to deal with that Insane Ana up on the high ground because you have no one directly able to get to that high ground, so you have to kind of try and deal with her in some other way. And unfortunately, it's been a difficult task for them. But now with Kyrie actually being pushed off the map, that could be the opening that GMU needed. They're going to have positioning control on this point. No more tanks are left alive on the side of the Scarlet Knights. And when there's no more tanks left alive, your point is going to be very difficult to hold. And 2-0 with an interesting spot right there. Going to be playing a little hide and seek on the point. And we'll have to see if he sticks around.
Based on the way that George Mason University has been playing these team fights, I think a Graviton Surge is going to be enough for them to hold on to this point for the next fight. You have a Reinhardt that can just swing their hammer. You have an Ana that can land those nades, and that has been landing them to great fruition here. Rutgers is going to have to be very careful. Parsifal is going to have to be on the ball or just set the pace.
Oh, Parsifal was on the ball to a T right there, picking up the Graviton Surge with a beautiful defense matrix, with picking off 2 with his high noon, securing the 3rd with the flashbang. And just as GMU was nearing that 99% mark, the Scarlet Knights take it back. But we're still entering that one fight territory now, Necker. It's getting to that point where whoever wins this next fight is going to win out on the map.
Yes, and Parsifal's gonna have to be ready yet again, because guess what Quiplet on George Mason University is coming up to?
Wow.
Now Blizzard, another tasty ultimate for this Diva team.
That was such a quick ultimate game by Qplet. Necrosis, though, going to be dropping Ana out of the fight right now. That's going to be huge because there's no more Nano Boost available for GMU. And that's Chatter in tandem with the Blizzard. Could be eliminating Kyrie with the beat as well. Ultimate after ultimate coming out here from GMU. And with both tanks down, the Scarlet Knights, the fight has been flipped entirely 180 on its head. And now GMU are the ones in a strong spot. But Wiz, if he has something to say about that, he's going to change it. King also coming in there, trying to be the heroes that the DPS players always dream of being. And now the Scarlet Knights are going to secure the objective and take a 2-1 series.
This is close. We had a suspicion that this match was going to be close, but oh my goodness, it looks like this is going to be Rutgers University taking this map of Ilios, and yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights do win out 2-1, opposed to what you're seeing on your screen right now. Scarlet Knights have won Ilios 2-1, so they will be up 1-0 in the map score. And now, as we talked about early on broadcast, that means that the next map type we will be seeing is Escort coming out from these teams.
This is going to be George Mason University's pick, though, so
yep.
It will be very interesting to see what they decide to go with, just because you do have that very interesting style of play where they are frontline baiting Rutgers University, especially when they do get a chance to be in the driver's seat. Where I feel like George Mason University is going to do best is on the attack. I think that when they get a chance to have that momentum in their favor, they do probably some of the best work that I see.
Yeah. I mean, momentum is honestly half the battle in Overwatch. You could speak metaphorically about it, I should say, about, momentum being a good morale booster for the team and whatnot. But momentum in terms of ult economy is a real thing that players and teams need to focus on. We touched on ult economy earlier in the broadcast, but making sure that you're able to use your ultimates when needed and have the momentum of just constantly having 1 or 2 ultimates available every fight is going to be huge for any team, especially on an escort map with a constantly changing kind of map type.
Yeah, I mean, every single point's going to look a little bit different, but I don't know if we're going to see too much difference in terms of the composition from George Mason University, even on all 3 points of Ilios, where you can argue the architecture is the most wild. They utilized a similar strategy every single time. So if I had to guess, moving into the escort map, they might pick something like Dorado or Rialto, maybe even a Junkertown.
Yeah, I mean, we might be seeing that. If all signs point to that, we might be going there. And we saw Junkertown the first map, or the first series of the day, Necra, but we didn't really see Junkertown. We saw a third of what the map has to offer. So seeing what the Scarlet Knights actually, have prepared for the other 2/3 of the map, if we get to there, would be interesting.
Right. I mean, Rutgers was hovering over the double sniper composition, specifically against Harrisburg University for that first point. But the double sniper doesn't necessarily work out as well as you hope that it will on points 2 and 3. There just aren't favorable sight lines, and it's really easy for the defending team to kind of find you on that high ground, especially if they decide to go for more of a diveable composition. Then your kit is very well suited to reaching those points on points 2 and 3. So I'm really interested to kind of see what's going to happen from Rutgers if we move further on the map. We might not. That's just kind of how Junkertown goes sometimes, where teams just don't get past that first point.
Yeah, and I feel like Junkertown is one of the few maps where that's actually a very realistic idea. You know, some maps are more lean to the offensive side. You know, often we don't see too many full holds coming out from certain map types. You know, first thing that comes to mind might be Gibraltar. It's a very open map and has very specific corridors where the offense can get themselves in a high ground position. But on the likes of Junkertown, especially as you get closer to that gate at the end of the first point, defense really has a strong high ground control there, and they have multiple avenues to exit through the gates and get out safely. And I really think defense has a strong case for being able to hold first point on Junkertown a decent amount of the time.
It depends, though, because sometimes I see teams make that mistake of trying to hold that high ground when it's really not favorable to do so. So you got to make sure you're doing it at the right time and that you have the ability that you need to in order to hold that high ground. Otherwise, you're putting yourself in a really unfavorable position moving into point 2 if you lose that first point of Junkertown.
Yeah, and that just adds to the topic before, momentum. Got to make sure that you're keeping up that momentum and that tempo throughout the entire map. And we're going to get our first looks here at the compositions teams are running out with. Not too surprising from the defensive side, but we're going to have to wait and see what the offense is going to be pulling out. We're seeing a few hovers here and there, but it's never set in stone until the clock ticks down.
The way that Big Boy McMatt was playing the Reinhardt, I actually expected to see maybe some Reinhardt. Maybe we'll see it a little bit more towards the end of the map. But here's the double sniper. Here's a change up in composition. Here's where George Mason University gets a chance to show off that flexibility. But also take a look at what Rutgers is trying to do here. This is a very interesting composition from Rutgers, especially if they decide to leave the gates with this. This is very divey, and King and Wiz are able to work in tandem together with a tank line in order to just dive targets. But where do they go? Where does King find that mark?
And better yet, Necro, what do you expect King on this Sombra to be looking to do in this fight, in this first point of the map exactly?
I think it's trying to take out that Widowmaker, really making sure that 2-0 is like identifying that 2-0 is going to be a threat.
He is going to do just that. Necro, one eliminated here for the Scarlet Knights, and now King is trying to defend against the Res, and Kyrie's going to make sure that Res can't come to fruition because he's going to take out Early Bird. And now with 2 members down for the defense, GMU is not going to have an easy task of holding this defense. They have to get out of dodge now and try and recontest at the end of this first point because Scarlet Knights are going to be moving the payload very quickly.
There's still plenty of time for George Mason University to get back into this one. Well,
that was very close. Cuplet was on the verge of dropping right there. Very close. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a little bit close for comfort there. George Mason University, though, able to come back, and they've changed up their composition significantly, where now they have the double shield, but instead, it is going to be Big Boy McMahon back on this Reinhardt, and look at how dominant and forced George Mason comes back.
Yeah, you and Matt having the same mentality. He gave the Orisa a shot. You know, teams often say Orisa's very good on this first point, but now he's on that comfort pick. Now he's on what he knows and is practiced on. Having that Reinhardt available, it's going to really change things up for them, I feel like. And on top of that, their retake was very good. Shout out to them for coming back very strong and taking back the point when it looked like the Scarlet Knights were in a strong spot. But Necra, look at the ultimates available right now. That Sombra ultimate is the definition of hit ultimate win fight. It just depends how well he can use it. And the first ultimate we're actually going to be seeing is a Primal Rage coming out from Kyrie, separating Reinhardt from the rest of his team. And he's going to actually eliminate one there. Cuplet going to fall. Parzival and Wiz following up with kills of their own. And with the Nano Boost coming out, the Scarlet Knights hold off on using that Sombra ultimate for the time being. And it looks like they're trying to push through second point with that.
I think that's the right call. I mean, if you don't need the EMP because the Primal Rage got the value that you wanted from it, then why waste another ultimate from your kit when you can utilize it for what's arguably one of the hardest points to get through? Yeah, you gotta utilize everything that you've got. So the EMP is going to be very valuable here, especially because George Mason University could come back very close.
Kyrie getting in a tough spot, but Parslow covering his teammate's backside actually takes out Big Boy Matt. A bad situation turns into a great one for the Scarlet Knights as they're up 2-1, but with that coalescence ticking right now, it could spell Nero and company for a comeback. He is trying to stabilize his team right now, and it can be so difficult to manage the heal with the damage on Moira. Insane picking up King there after the point has been cleared, and yet again, Scarlet Knights are pushing this payload fairly effortlessly, but it's not out of GMU's pocket to retake very dominantly.
Ooh, GMU taking the high ground advantage now, maybe waiting for the first shatter to just flat down.
Look at that shatter. It secures the fight win with a single ultimate. He's dropping multiple members. He may be put to sleep, but honestly, Matt deserved the rest after putting the team on his back right there. And this is very, very good for GMU. Making sure that they can stop all that momentum the Scarlet Knights have and set up a proper defense can be absolutely huge for securing a fight win. And the poor D.Va gets staggered out at the end.
Something that you always hate to see, right? It's not if you're George Mason University, though. You're trying to buy valuable time off the clock. Yeah, a lot of valuable time being drawn off the clock now from Rutgers University's plan of attack. But they do have some ultimates to use here. A lot of heavy hitting power from the pulse bomb. But hey, we see 2-0 is ready with that flashbang. Wiz might have some trouble getting into the backline now.
Yeah, it is very difficult, and there's going to actually be Kyrie using that Primal Rage alongside a Nano Boosted D.Va. Two very powerful tanks that you have to try and mitigate, and the Blizzard is going to be able to do just that. The D.Va Bomb comes out, and it's just going to spread out the defense here, not going to end up securing any eliminations. Opio actually going to pick up a kill outside of his D.Va mech thanks to a cheeky little melee, and that's GMU faltering in the first point, but on the second point, looking very, very strong.
Well, take a look at the composition that they're running. It's very similar to the style and the composition that we saw in Ilios. So it really speaks volumes that maybe this is their comfort pick, and this is something that they are incredibly practiced on, especially because May is such a powerful force. Now, King on Rutgers University trying their hand at this Farah. This is going to be a little bit tricky, though. Farah has some limitations on the second point.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about how GMU is able to use that Reinhardt and said comfort picks to make them feel a little bit better at playing. And when you don't have to play on that Arita and that Sigma and double sniper, it can be a lot easier to execute a death ball composition, and we're seeing it right here.
Yeah, especially the McCree, though, as well. Rutgers is running some heroes that have some pretty high mobility. I think King switching off the Sombra is a pretty good indicator of that, of how much those backline heroes like the Sombra and like the Tracer are going to struggle against the backline of George Mason, because 2-0, it just seems ready. And Opiope is actually doing a fantastic job of swiveling and making sure that they are defense matrixing that backline, too, to keep them safe.
2-0 picking off Wiz, Parsville taking down his counterpart, so it's a 1-for-1 trade overall between both these teams, but have to give defenders advantage for the time being as they do have that positioning. Jets have to try and deal with King in the sky because this Farah has been raining down from above for a long time. He's going to have that ultimate available, but he gets too aggressive with the ultimate and he will fall for it thanks to a beautiful job coming in from 2-0 and Early Bird on that Lucio, getting very high up on the wall to contest the Farah. Oh, from the side, 2-0 gets a cheeky little stun onto Insane, forcing the rest of the Scarlet Knights to back up. And now we're looking at this Necra. We only have 20 seconds left. The Scarlet Knights need to hit that Go button, and they need to hit it now.
That's why they hit the Nano Boost. That's why they're hitting the Farah Barrage right now, because they're trying to find as much progress as possible, and they gotta empty the ultimate bank in order to make that happen.
They do, and they actually managed to ult out everyone except Parzival, and they do get the priority on the point, but the recontest is what we have to look at. GMU has shown a great ability to come back from these fight losses and stabilize at the 11th hour. It's just going to depend if they can do it on this second point.
Yeah, they need to also regroup as a team of 6 to maybe this D.Va Bomb's going to be enough here, just throwing it.
The D.Va Bomb comes out, not going to amount to much of anything from Parzival. But now, the only ultimates in play are GMU Ultimate, and ladies and gentlemen, the overtime timer has started. So at any point we see the Scarlet Knights leave the payload, they're going to take closer and closer to giving up that fight. And you know what? It's not going to matter if they leave the payload or not, because they are forced off of it by GMU. And that's going to be George Mason University defending the end of second point on Junkertown.
Defending the second point, but let's see whether or not Rutgers University is able to kind of build up their own defenses here. That was a very convincing push from Rutgers. This was farther than they were able to make it the first time they played on this Junkertown map, despite the fact that it was against a different team. But I am really excited to see what they're going to do. Before we switch sides, though, all of the top 4 teams that you're seeing today playing in the Call of Duty Championships and the Overwatch Championships are invited into Forge, KontrolFreek's program to support aspiring esports pros and teams. Use that code Spring Rally 2020 for 20% off on KontrolFreek.com.
Oh yeah, you gotta get your level up coming in, whether you're a PC player or a controller player. KontrolFreek has you covered, and we're gonna have you covered for all these Overwatch matches as we're following along with some barn burners now, ladies and gentlemen. The Scarlet Knights, after winning a close Ilios map 1, have now been stopped on the point number 2 here of Junkertown, and we get an opportunity to see GMU flex their muscles on their offensive pick. And Necra, we're seeing. No, we're not. I was so ready to see protect. Oh wait! Oh, never mind. Baited me. Okay, we will be seeing that protect the president composition. And we haven't seen Bastion run like this in quite a little bit of time.
Yeah, but the Scarlet Knights are ready. They are at this spawn. They don't want this Bastion leaving at all, but Neuro has that immortality field in order to save the team and give George Mason University a chance to get out of spawn.
King actually taking down Early Bird there. Very nicely done by him. And that's Opio falling as well. So the Scarlet Knights seem to be very ready for this Bastion pick. And they understood that, you know, if the Bastion can't get to the payload, he can't really defend it as well.
Yeah, they're going to switch up their composition. They tried it. They're not able to get out of spawn with it, so they're going back to the tried and true.
Yeah, and you know what? It's worked for them in the past. Why not go do it again? Big boy Matt has shown to be very proficient on this Reinhardt. And talk about anti-grenades. My gosh. Nero just ends that fight single-handedly with a beautiful anti-grenade, cutting off healing from, I believe, 4 different members of the Scarlet Knights. And with the rest of these kills just being scrap pickup for GMU, it's going to be off the bat of their flex support. Anti-grenade.
Some of these fights have been a little bit messy for George Mason University, though. I know it was because they were trying to get out of spawn, but it looked like they had their focus a little bit split there onto whether or not to focus on Kyrie or Parzival, the last remaining members of Rutgers University. So hopefully the communication can be there, as they are going to be a team of 6 moving into this next point. No ultimates yet. Going to have to create some space for 2-0 to get the picks.
Yeah, 2-0 is looking to create those opportunities, but Wiz picks him off without having an opportunity to make one. And Kyrie with a charge on the early bird and nano boosted, swings once to take out Nero. Scarlet Knights, even with their main tank being charged off, we're going to have a pretty easy time finishing up this fight. And now it's going to be up to George Mason to take back the payload that they have lost.
George Mason is definitely going to have to come back in full. They will be able to have the Earthshatter online, but really what's kind of surprising me about this composition for both of these teams is, well, not just the fact that it's mirrored, but the fact that Rutgers University is doing so well in these 1v1s. Like, take a look at the 2-0 versus Wiz duel that's happening right now.
Yep. I mean, we saw it happen on Ilios, and now it's continuing over here on the Junkertown. The 2 hit scans just trying to trade blows back and forth, with one getting the upper hand over the other, and that's going to rely a lot on having them hit their shots. And so, with a blizzard coming out from both teams, creating a nice Venn diagram of Overwatch capabilities, going to see if one of these teams can get the better of the other, and statistics point to the side of the Scarlet Knights, who have made sure that they are finishing off all of their opponents and getting the job done. But the spawns are coming back for the offense. They're going to have to make sure that they don't let these kills get away from them.
Ooh, look at the Diva just going after that as like a shark.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they finish these off. Big boy McMahon is still alive, and with Lucio coming in the backside, they're going to have an opportunity to maybe... No, they're going to have to wait for them to regroup and take this one last fight, possibly, Necra, because we're at 40 seconds, and with all the timers included in there, it's going to come down to this.
Yeah, it's very possible this is going to be the last fight. There is a significant advantage, not as super significant, but there is definitely a sizable advantage here from Rutgers University, knowing that their spawns are so close. So George Mason going to have to utilize his bomb maybe to try to create some space. And touch this point, Parzival doing such a good job making sure 2L can't function.
Wow, Parzival and Wind and Insane's even joining the fun. Everybody's getting a piece of the kill feed now on the Scarlet Knights, and with a Diva Bomb coming in, it's not going to amount to any kills. And that's Big Boy Matt actually being the only one on GMU to finish off a member of the Scarlet Knights. He will be taking down Kyrie, his counterpart, but nobody will be left to touch the payload. As I say that, though, 2-0 and Hammond do get back in time for now with the stall comp coming out. A Diva Bomb being thrown down. It's in perfect position as they squeeze out Hammond. That hamster can be such a pain to deal with, but when you stop him in his tracks like that, he is very, very easy to knock down. And with only 2 members, make that 3 coming back here from GMU. A Nano Boots thrown down on the Kyrie. It's just the end of it for the side of GMU. The Shadow may come down from Kyrie for good measure. The Hammond may get back in the nick of time, but it's not looking too promising here as the stalls just aren't finishing off any sort of eliminations here for GMU. And yep, that's going to be it. Scarlet Knights take a 2-0 series lead here against GMU.
The longer that overtime, the longer you have heroes that are on the point during that overtime wick, the shorter that overtime wick expires. But I hope that this play was actually some of the play that we got a chance to see from Parzival going after these individual members of George Mason University. I think Parzival has really shined on this Diva so far, especially working in tandem so well with the rest of the team of Rutgers. I definitely think that they're target focusing a lot better than what we got a chance to see them do during their fight against Harrisburg.
Yeah, and I think we can also point out, it feels like Parzival has had more of an impact than we saw his Sigma against Harrisburg. When he played that against Harrisburg, it really felt like he wasn't doing that much at all. He wasn't able to get much value from his accretions. He wasn't able to get much value from his ultimate even. But on this Diva, he looks much more comfortable. It looks like it's not, as thought intensive, and he can focus a lot more on just doing what Diva does, and he doesn't need to think about ins and outs of a certain hero. So it's very possible this is just more comfort picks across the board from Scarlet Knights that are making it a little easier for them.
I mean, whatever it is, maybe it was that they were practicing with Aimlab, the ultimate aim trainer. You can get that free download on Steam, but they're definitely aiming a lot better, and they have a target in their sights, which is revenge on Harrisburg University for sure.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you go to shop.andbox.com, use the 25% discount code SpringRally2020, and you can be looking as fresh as all these players do in this lobby. Because trust me, they are looking very good, even going into this third map now. Both of these first 2 matchups have been neck and neck. Even though we have a 2-0 score in Necra, it doesn't feel like a 2-0 would normally feel.
No, it definitely feels very, very close. I think that for George Mason University, especially after their impressive win against New York University, I just think that also the Rutgers needed some time, right? I think that they just needed some time. In terms of George Mason University, I want to see them play together a little bit more. It looks like, especially in this situation where Rutgers is really target focusing and target prioritizing a little bit better, I want to see George Mason maybe focus a bit more on the front line and not get caught out by the flankers and get surprised. It looks like George Mason's getting surprised.
Yeah, and honestly, it's really a back and forth with that too, because we saw moments when people, for example, 2-0 was able to sneak up, get a cheeky stun, drop Insane on that Mercy. So they are able to pull out some surprises themselves. It's just that it seems like the Scarlet Knights, especially on that last map, were able to set the tempo a little bit better as well. And we'll have to see if that carries over here on the Volskaya, because everybody's well aware assault maps are a whole different ball game, a whole different mindset, a whole different set of, tempo, just use that word again. And it's going to be interesting to see if this exact same composition, it looks like, from George Mason is going to hold up better on this unique map mode.
I mean, May fits in pretty well on Volskaya Industries,
Sure.
not just because of the blizzards and the freezes, but because that wall spans so much of the distance of those choke points, and you can really put your opposing team into very difficult positions by utilizing that May. I think we're going to see a bit of a mirrored composition now coming out from Rutgers University, which is going to match that on the defense. And I think this is where you really need to see some kind of patient play. Watch for those flanks.
Yeah, and we say that Wiz being a little too impatient right there, going around the wrong corner, getting caught out, and that's going to leave the Scarlet Knights with a 5v6 as they try to rotate, but a beautiful wall comes in, also putting an end to that, and GMU looks focused and ready to take this fight to the Scarlet Knights.
Woo! Another Diva Stagger on top of it, too.
Oh, those are the worst because you're just watching Parzival. He can't get to the edge of the map. He gets walled off. Unfortunately, the wall didn't close off all avenues, so he can sneak by, but still, Necro, that's another 10 seconds added onto these spawn timers that you really just can't be affording to lose.
Bit of a swap up. Rutgers does not want to play they thought about it. They didn't really want to play the mirror composition. They thought about running the Sombra, but King is going to go back over to the May, going to give this another good effort and a good try. Hopefully everybody can get through the choke this time.
Yeah, having that May is going to be a huge difference now for the Scarlet Knights. They put their own wall up, hoping to stall out their opponents, and that may have been exactly what they needed to do as they get into their objective safely. Parzival dancing on the payload, just forcing them to change their fight, and Kyrie actually charging across the gap right there into a unique position here for the Reinhardt, going to try and change the line of fight here for GMU, and it pays off as Wiz is able to pick up an elimination there onto Q-Play, and Earlybird actually returns the favor onto Wiz, so with each team now sitting in a 5 versus 5, and the Nano Boost actually thrown down on the big boy Matt. The Scarlet Knights may be able to take this back, but Parzival loses his neck and his life, so it's looking better and better here for GMU as they have these numbers, and they have to deal with a Nano Boosted Reinhardt, who actually did get anti-grenade, so looking very good for GMU.
It is looking good for GMU. They haven't had to use too many resources yet, and they're about to have 5 ultimates on the board, which is going to be very useful for this upcoming fight. Don't want to see George Mason University use everything here, but I definitely want to see whether or not they can maybe pair up the Earth Shatter with the Diva Bomb, or just try to get some quick picks. You don't want to throw everything at the kitchen sink just yet.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to spread out those ultimates. If you use too many too early, then the other team's going to have an easy second fight. But, Kyrie and company taking their time here. They know that the rest of GMU is well aware of their positioning. It just depends on if they're able to succeed in their objective. Parzival trying to knock off a few of his opponents from the top, and the rest of GMU just jumps off on their own. They have the beat backing them up as they go into this fight, and with a wall separating this McCree from hitting that high noon, and going that is actually going to pick off the last member, King there, and that's actually Parzival throwing up the Diva Bomb, taking 3 out from the sky. GMU was looking so strong until Parzival wanted to make a game-changing play on his own, and the rest of the Scarlet Knights, while they may be dying here and there, it looks like they have the numbers, they have the respawn, and they're going to have first point of Volskaya.
They might even have second point of Volskaya. Look how many ultimates Rutgers University is going to be packing for this next fight. It's going to be very difficult for George Mason to hold this because they don't have the sound barrier for the Blizzard, and this Blizzard's going to span the entirety of the second point. There's a lot of momentum that Rutgers University was able to generate from that last team fight, and they're really hoping that they can utilize it going into this next one for a quick and clean capture of the second point.
Yeah, Necker, I think we need to point out the big difference in a lot of these fights, in my opinion, is those anti-grenades that do or don't get through. And as we see Insane losing his sleep dart and actually gets dropped to a beautiful set of clicks right there. And that's going to be exactly what GMU needed to make sure that they do not lose on the very first fight of second point. And Scarlet Knight turning around, hitting that retreat button and trying to get out of dodge. Wiz picks up an exit kill on the backside, but it's not going to change much of this outcome. And Scarlet Knights have to take a little bit more time to retake, and GMU getting valuable time to accrue more ultimates as they do hit that high noon.
Yeah, very, very valuable when you get a chance to also hit these staggers too. George Mason University is finding more openings now to be able to fell a member on the side of Rutgers University before they even touch spawn or even have to use a Maywall to segment somebody off. Has a lot to do with the 2-0 kind of finding those openings, finding those headshots specifically, and really hitting that mark. I want to go back to the point that you made though about the bio-nades. I think you're absolutely right about this. Both divas need to be on point with their defense matrices, but as soon as those are down, those bio-nades are going to hit. So that's something that both Insane and Neuro are looking out for on the opposing diva team.
Yes, for sure. And on top of that, you need to watch out for that shield. If you know that Reinhardt's have the shield available, all it takes is one right mouse button and they can get that right up and save the team. So it's a lot of mind games that these supports are going to be playing, and there's going to be a lot of brute force here on the point as these brawling tanks are trying their best to just assert dominance for their team. And with a sleep and a stun coming out there to hold off the defense of GMU, they managed to mitigate any losses that could come out. Kyrie, though, blocking a shadow as Parzival is taken down by Early Bird, and with 2 members of the Scarlet Knights falling here, that's going to be GMU securing yet another fight win. And with 1:20 left on the clock, Scarlet Knights, they do have time left, but it's ticking and ticking ever so closer to that 0.
Parzival switched over to the Zarya. This is a little bit of a difference now. Now you can use the Zarya bubbles to cleanse those anti-nades off of yourself as well as your teammates and also build up some charge. I think that's going to help a lot on the front line where Parzival is taking a lot of damage on the income, but utilizing those bubbles for lack of a better word, selfish reasons and for good reasons to build up that charge to make sure that those shields on George Mason University can get chunked down.
Yeah, and that shield from Big Boy Matt has been holding strong through numerous fights. He's been doing a great job at managing his resources and making sure his shield is up and available when it needs to be. Now the Scarlet Knights are just taking the fight right to him. A shower comes down by Kyrie as the B is thrown down, and a bomb comes down for good measure, but only 2 members fall after all of that. Kyrie and Opio both falling, Wiz picking off Big Boy Matt, and now GMU, without their tanks, are going to have a tall task ahead of them as they have to try and control the point without anyone tanky enough to do so. The Graviton Surge comes out, securing last-minute elimination from the Scarlet Knights, and that's going to be 1, 2 almost taken there from the Scarlet Knights. Unfortunately, did not hit that second tick, so it's going to depend if they can win this next fight and keep the stall from GMU off of the point a little longer. Parzival, though, he's got the nano boost, he's got the charge, and all he's waiting for is an opportunity to hold that left click on anyone who's unlucky enough to get into his sight lines. A nano boosted Meg is going to be the power freezer that GMU needed, and look at that, with 2 ticks taken, GMU and the defender's ability to come back into these fights so quickly may have been just enough to prevent the point from being taken, and with only Kyrie left, it will be just that. So GMU managed to hold off the final third of Volskaya and give themselves an opportunity to outright win on their offensive push.
A valiant effort by the Scarlet Knights, though. They were able to capture 2 full points, 2 full sections of Point B of Volskaya Industries, which gives them a really strong win condition moving into the side swap here. George Mason University is going to have the work cut out for them, approaching not only this first point, but this second point as well.
Definitely. And now, with the field getting it swapped for both these teams, going to have the Scarlet Knights get an opportunity to show us what they can do on defense. It's going to be interesting to see what hero picks they come out with. I'm expecting to see similar compositions, but maybe, just maybe, Parzival's feeling comfortable on that Zarya and decides to stick with it. I'm hoping not, and it's looking like it won't be, but we'll have to wait and see until they finally do leave their spawns.
Doesn't surprise me that George Mason University is hovering over a very similar composition to what we've seen them run on the maps prior. I'm able to really get a sense for their playstyle more as we've seen them more in action. I really like the way that they synergize, specifically on the front line. The way that Opio and Big Boy McMatt really do work together has been really special to watch. But also the way that Early Bird has been playing this Lucio, you just can't touch them. You can't.
You can't. He's been dancing on the high walls, making sure that they're not in direct sight line. We saw even on previous instances, you know, with Junkertown, we saw their Lucio contesting Afara in the sky. So Early Bird is not afraid to go and get that worm. It's just going to depend if it presents itself to him in the right situation. And now GMU trying to make their way over to flipping the point here on Scarlet Knights. We saw a similar strategy come out from Rutgers. So both these teams having the same idea for how to play this on attack. Just going to have to see if they can execute those micro differences in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, the high ground difference means that you got to play a really patient game. So George Mason University is just trying to figure out when the right time to attack is. You have to use quite a bit of your kit. Like there goes the defense matrix for now, and they're really trying to wait to drop to bring the fight to the point.
Necrosis is trying to catch a lagging Cuplet off guard. Unfortunately, Cuplet will ice block and get himself out of dodge for now. Diva from Opio going to be contesting the point, forcing someone from the Scarlet Knights to contest it as well. That's going to be Kyrie, followed up by Parsville doing his work, but King, looking at King, he's trying to sneak up, trying to get them from behind. The sleep does miss, but so does all of King's abilities, unfortunately. And now that's going to leave the rest of the fight split between two sides. King going to fall. A charge coming in from Big Boy Matt and an anti-grenade on the rest of the Scarlet Knights means that Rutgers is not going to have an easy task ahead of them to try and take this fight back. But with Kyrie on the point, he has the nano boost, he has that pocket from Ana, and he throws a shatter down that may have been enough to just stall it out a little longer. And Scarlet Knights are going to end up losing that fight. And Necra, they committed their shatter and their nano boost to that defense.
Yeah, because they thought they had a chance at being able to hold on to this point, and I don't blame them for utilizing those ultimates in that scenario. A little bit of a switch up, though. I think that King going onto the Doomfist made it a little bit difficult for the team to synergize the way that the composition itself is supposed to work. Like, the reason why you see these 6 heroes together is because they work so well in tandem, and when you change up a piece of that formula, it really does shape the way that you have to play the game. But George Mason University trying their best here with the Deadeye.
Yeah, Deadeye's coming out from George Mason as Wiz is dropped before he can throw his down in the gauntlet. And that's 1-2 eliminations coming out here from George Mason. Makes that 3. They are controlling this point with incredible speed now. A beat comes down just for good measure from Early Bird. And just like that, the snap of a finger, George Mason take Volskaya. And now we have a 2-1 series score between the teams.
We do have a 2-1 series score. This is exciting. Does George Mason University get the reverse sweep coming? Or is this next map that does feature another payload portion, which Rutgers University was more dominant on, is that going to be the deciding factor for this match?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. That's a good question that you pose right there, is that seeing the side of the Scarlet Knights have to choose a map now, they have the opportunity to give themselves a chance to really choose the map that they think they'll succeed on the most.
And that is going to bring us to another potential match point, and that choice might just be the difference maker for Rutgers University taking this one, or George Mason having an opportunity to tie up the series and go 2-2 and bring us to a map 5. That would be really exciting. But I know that Rutgers University is trying to close it out here so that they can try to get their revenge on Harrisburg.
Yeah, I mean, they must be feeling a little bit salty after getting 3-0'd in the first match of the day. So they're going to have to win out in this next map against GMU. And GMU, we didn't get to see them play against NYU, but we heard about the 3-0 sweep that they pulled out. And if that's anything to tell us, is that GMU still has a lot left in the tank. And Volskaya is a testament to that statement. Because even when Volskaya was, looking a little even back and forth, when we got to the second point and there was the opening that the Scarlet Knights gave them by using those ultimates, GMU just forced the door down and ended it. I want to say 30 seconds from them taking point A and taking point B.
Yeah. They just saw the opportunity and they really wanted to take it. And I think that's something that George Mason University does very well. Again, momentum team. They're definitely a team that orients well with setting the pace and also continuing through with that pace.
Yeah, exactly. And pace is a big name of the game here as we're keeping up our pace, and we got Kings Row coming to you next. It was chosen by the Scarlet Knights, and now we just have to wait for everything to be set in stone. But Kings Row, I'm well aware of, I'm sure most people are, that it's considered a pretty universally well-liked map by a lot of people. So when this map comes up, it feels like both teams are going to be prepared for what's coming in Kings Row, and it's just a matter of who has the better strategy and performance on that practice map.
Well, if we're going to see both teams run very similar compositions, then like the Reinhardt's very favored on this map, so is the May. the McCree also, as long as their tanks are creating space, the McCree is able to either, sit behind on the cart and do some McCree things, or go even on a flank, especially on that second point of King's Row. So there's a lot of different ways that I think this specific style of composition that both of these teams are opting to run is going to work really well in King's Row. It does matter, though, who ends up coming out on top in terms of just to decide the match.
Yeah, exactly. To decide the map. And honestly, if the Scarlet Knights come out on top, they're going to be moving themselves into the grand finals, I should say, of the Northeast bracket. And Necro, we should also add that this is whoever loses this match is going to be third place, and whoever wins it is guaranteed second place. And there's a decent bit of prize pool difference between those two placements.
There is a decent bit of prize money. You have $900 for third and $600 for fourth. Second place gets $1,500 out of the $10,000 prize pool that we have here. But it is stand to reason that no matter who ends up winning this one, it's still going to be a tough fight. Harrisburg has played against both George Mason University and now Rutgers University and has swept both teams in a 3-0 fashion. No, I don't know how close the George Mason game was versus Harrisburg University, but we saw that Rutgers University game on stream.
Yeah, and Harrisburg right now looking like a Goliath in the finals, waiting on whatever David makes their way over to it. It's just going to depend a lot on who's coming ready for that fight. And now Cuplet and company are going to try their best to stave off the offensive that the Scarlet Knights are going to roll out with here. And looking at the compositions, there's nothing to be surprised about here. This is pretty standard, let alone standard for King's Row, because of, again, how well May can work on these maps when the streets are so tight. And look at that! Big boy McNabb looks like he got Control-Alt deleted. He just disappeared off the map. And now the Scarlet Knights, without an opposing Reinhardt to deal with, they have a chance to strike at the jugular, but Euro actually taking Wiz out could be exactly what GMU needed to hold off.
Maybe. I mean, this is where we see GMU kind of get a chance to do what they do best, which is take advantages in fights that they might have already lost somebody.
Yeah, and look at that. Big boy McNabb was able to get back in the nick of time, and they do take out Parzival's mech and Kyrie as well, alongside King, and make that another one insane. It's 2-0 world, and we're just living it, everybody. And that's GMU, to your point, and to the various commenters' points, doing a great job at, while they lost that first engagement, they minimized their losses and were pushing back so fantastically when they could.
Yeah, I think that's something that chat has picked up on really well is how George Mason University is able to find those advantages. But these May walls kind of doing a lot of work, more so for George Mason University.
Yeah, now we have a nano boost thrown down onto Big Boy McMatt, making sure he has a little extra oomph to push his opponents back. And we have a May wall coming in here as they tried to solve up the D.Va. They got a little aggressive, and King actually may have found the opening that they needed, as two members are going to fall for the Scarlet Knights, and 2 members are going to fall for GMU. It's an even trade out right there, but with the respawns in the favor of the offense, this could be the Scarlet Knights forcing their way through off the back of King's May.
I think that was a bit of a mistake that we saw George Mason University make, which was just overextending and trying out to stagger out that D.Va, right? Forgetting that May was going to be a problem.
Yeah, and also King doing a great job at hitting the go button. You know, sometimes you may see players want to hold off on that ultimate and try and make sure that they don't use it poorly, but that was a great spot to use it. Unfortunately, though, the following fight didn't look as successful there for the Scarlet Knights, but we are used to that with GMU by now, who, as we've said time and time again, are able to take these fights and run with them as much as they can. 2 May walls, though, coming out right here. Cuplet going to get his Blizzard down safely without D.Va getting in the way of it. And now, with that Blizzard stopping any movement from multiple members of the Scarlet Knights, it's going to be GMU taking back the point that was once theirs and having only a minute and a half left to defend it.
Not too much longer. Something that I've noticed is in a lot of these fights, and this speaks back to the point that we made a couple of team fights ago, is Neuro is hitting those bio-nades first.
Exactly, yes. And having those nades hit first is such a difference maker because you can't undo that without a Zarya Necro.
No. No, you can't. So, that mitigates so much damage, so much help.
And so we have Shatters coming out here. We have a D.Va bomb from Opio picking up 2. Big Boy McNabb taking out his counterpart as well. And that's 3 quick kills coming out here for GMU. And now Parzival, poor guy, gets staggered yet again. But will get dropped soon enough. And now Necra, this is safe to say the last fight for Rutgers Esports to try and get themselves back.
Definitely going to be the last fight, but Parsival, we've seen Parsival fire back with Diva Bombs of their own.
Yeah.
Is this another moment to see this Diva Bomb shine?
Yeah, we have a wall coming up. Necrosis actually getting first blood now. And with the Diva Bomb going over the wall into the backside, it's going to separate the team. And Kyrie getting a little too aggressive there. Will get saved by a beautiful sleep coming in by Insane, preserving the life of his tank. But Early Bird and 2-0 are both going to be able to follow up and take out two members of the Scarlet Knights. Now Wiz responding with a kill of his own. It's back and forth right now, trading it out with Wiz and Parsival tag teaming 2-0 there in the hotel, and that's going to be the Scarlet Knights at the 11th hour managing to pull out a victory on first point of Kings Row. But now, Necra, they have to deal with the rest of the 2/3 of the map.
They do have to deal with the rest of the 2/3 of the map, and it's going to be pretty difficult because everybody on George Mason University, they got the early spawn. They're going to be able to take a pretty significant advantage in this next fight, just be able to defend so early.
Yeah, look at that sleep, taking down Parsival, not slept for too long. Nano boost from going on the Kyrie, but Wiz actually going to break through the shielding that big boy McMatt tried to provide. That's 2 kills going over to the high noon with Kyrie finishing up a 3rd on the Opio. And now the Scarlet Knights looking to take priority positioning here at the end of second point. And Necra, we haven't touched on it, but King swapping over to a Genji.
Yeah, this is again a weird map to see Genji on, but it's something that I'm interested in seeing because that's another piece of the kit that deflect, that's able to kind of deal with these bio-nades that Neuro's been throwing out. But here comes the recontest from George Mason University.
Oh, the shatter comes down, dropping multiple members of GMU to the ground. Kyrie trying to put the team on his back, but GMU yet again making sure they don't lose as many members as they could have, taking out one person from the side of the Scarlet Knights. That will be Wiz, and with the fight pushing closer and closer at the end of second point, Insane lands a beautiful anti-grenade onto almost the entire lineup of GMU, but Big Boy McMatt and the Beat coming down are going to be such good tools for GMU, and Opio with a massive Diva Bomb is going to stop the Scarlet Knights' progress here at the end of second point with under a minute left.
And look at the defender's advantage George Mason University has. They have these beautiful straightaways that they're going to be able to shoot down. 2-0 is going to have an absolute field day in this one because they are able to just kind of look down those sight lines. Neuro as well, being able to land some good sleeps or just kind of find those opportunities to land those nades again or just get some extra damage. So Rutgers University is going to have to play this one safe. This might be last fight territory depending on how long it takes for them to engage.
Yeah, Kyrie going to get frozen out, gets anti-grenaded. The Beat is going to come in just barely to save him. Surprising to say the least. And now the Scarlet Knights, though, are stuck in a blizzard. Beautifully done there by Cupid, securing much-needed time here for GMU. And Necra, we only have 15 seconds left. The wall may stop them for only a moment, but it doesn't look like the Scarlet Knights are going to be able to get back to this payload with any sort of success and with any sort of strength to their numbers. With 3 seconds left, George Mason just trying to keep that Pascal Lucio off the point. And even though overtime may start ticking down, George Mason are sitting pretty here at the end of point 2 on Kings Row.
Not, still pretty far away for that cart to go, though, so it's not over just yet. Now we have to side swap again, and this is where Rutgers University gets a chance to show us whether or not this map pick was the right choice for their potential match point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the Scarlet Knights' chance to close out the series, and GMU are fighting for their tournament lives right now, because if GMU is not able to win out on this offense, then Scarlet Knights are moving on to the grand finals. But if momentum tells us anything, and we've talked about momentum a lot, Necra, it's looking good for GMU right now.
Yeah, it is looking really good for GMU. It's kind of like they figured out the secret to what Rutgers University's strategy was on that third map, and they were able to take advantage of it. I want to be really call out the skill level that 2-0 has been playing this McCree with, because something that I've noticed is that they're very patient. They're not just kind of shooting shots at, they're obviously shooting shots at the barrier, but they're also waiting for those opportunities where that barrier goes down to target something down that's a little bit squishier in the back line, like the supports, so that the supports have to focus on healing each other rather than healing the front line of Rutgers University. So that's something that I think has been playing to George Mason's strengths a lot. And I'm excited to see whether or not George George Mason's going to stick to Neuro on this Baptiste. Baptiste, especially on the offense, able to provide so much extra damage with that amplification matrix, if we're going to be talking about that kind of pressure. But no, it's more of the same. Neuro going back over to the Ana.
Yep, more of the same, all reliable, staying true, and now we see an anti-grenade get dropped onto only one member of GMU. Scarlet Knights trying to push the defense into an offensive kind of look, but with only one member down from each side, it's going to take a little bit more to end this fight in one favor or the another, and Necros is going to pick off 2-0, forcing GMU to stand back a bit. And Necro, I want to talk about, to the point you just made right there, it's also important for viewers to think about, we are seeing these players from a third's eye view a lot of the times, and we may be able to say like, oh, why didn't Anna heal over there, or why didn't Anna sleep that over there, but these players are in the first person perspective, so by forcing a distraction like we talked about, forcing them to change line of sight, that changes the entirety of how they can play the game.
Absolutely, it absolutely does. Like, take a look at how these Maywalls also changed the game for a lot of these fights too. Rutgers University really sticking George Mason between a rock and a hard place.
I don't know if anyone else saw, but insane with a melee range left click onto McCree and then just punching him to finish off the kill. Supports don't get that too often, so when they do, you gotta shout out for it.
You do. You gotta shout out those frags. It's not just the DPS that are the tanks that are putting in the work here to do damage onto the enemy team. It's absolutely the supports too.
Yeah, Necro, look at that ultimate economy now as Wiz finishes off a kill onto Early Bird, but look at the ultimate difference right now. Kyrie throwing down one to try and change the tides. Unfortunately, does not find any success with it. He's going to charge in and say, screw it, I need to make a big play, and I need to make it now. The Nano Boost, though, coming down onto Big Boy McMahon. He will try and stay alive through this blizzard, but with the high noon coming in from 2 of the takeout king, Wiz responds with 2 kills of his own to the high noon, and with Early Bird on that back end, trying to finish off one, it won't end up securing anything here for GMU just yet. But you know what?
Wow.
He comes in, surprises Wiz, and we have a Reddit Lucio fragging out here for everyone, and he gets out alive. Oh, Early Bird did it somehow.
I'm so impressed. This is what I mean by those supports are fragging. You've got to give them a lot of credit. Rutgers University, though, is going to take a step back because they are waiting for Necrosis to come back from spawn for that last second recontest. They have the Sound Bearer, they have the Nano Boost, they have a lot of tools to potentially be able to keep this alive.
Yeah, but that beat is dropped now by Early Bird, and he is trying to match that of Necrosis. Both of them using their ultimates, and now Kyrie, who is now receiving anti-grenade, will get dropped as he tries to charge out. 2-3 going in the favor of GMU. Now the Scarlet Knights trying to find a way to recover themselves, but unfortunately, with GMU having so many members here and they have to close the respawn, Scarlet Knights are going to stall this out, but I don't think they're going to be able to defend it much longer.
No, it was very, very close there, but George Mason University ultimately going to be able to capture this point. But remember that we saw this cart get to basically the end of second point, so this cart still has a long way to go.
Yeah, and you know, the end of second point can seem like an easy task, but one fight won by the defense starts sending the card backwards, starts giving them priority positioning, and we talked from GMU how they were able to do such a good job at holding this second point freeze phase. Now Rutgers has to mimic exactly what was done to them, and actually have to do it even better. They can't let GMU get as far as they did. Now, a beautiful wall here by Cupid actually slipped off Kyrie for the rest of the team with charge coming in. Secure the final elimination on him, and now without the main tank here, Scarlet Knights are going to have to play a little bit of pick-me-up and try and find a sticky way around this fight. Carswell picking out one, dropping the Demon Bomb as he goes down. King going to follow up out. King going to try on his own. Blizzard going to be used by King, trying to make sure that this fight goes in the favor of the Scarlet Knights, and that will be one possible elimination coming in from there. Yes, that will be Early Bird's draw by that Blizzard, by that Megan. Oh no, the Nano Boost comes out onto an already anti-grenaded May. The ultimate wasted away there by Insane, and now GMU is looking poised to push on to the end of this second point.
GMU, they are approaching that golden box of victory that will tie up this series. But you gotta watch out for Kyrie. Kyrie's coming back with an Earth Shatter, and if that Maywall gets utilized to segment them off from the team, then there's no Maywall to be used reactively to stop this Earth Shatter. Can they get back in time?
Yeah, that's a big thing, and we see Euro is going to use his Nano Boost onto his Mei, and that Mei is going to stay alive for the whole time of it. King trying to use that Mei wall to separate the two teams up, while Wiz able to dissect the separation, take out 2-0. King taking out Opio's mech, with his Blizzard coming out here is doing a great job at preventing anyone from getting within melee range. Unfortunately, though, the Scarlet Knights were able to work around that and take out GMU's offense with 52.52 meters away from the endpoint. So, Scarlet Knights, 2 fights left to play defense, and GMU 2 more opportunities to secure themselves a map 4 victory.
Ooh, things are getting really spicy. Quickly utilized the Blizzard so early in that last fight, but Rutgers University was able to find their way out of that sticky situation very quickly. But now the tables are reversed. King is the one that has the Blizzard online.
King does have it. He's going to have to use it to perfection. Unfortunately, a Shadow's going to come down onto the entire game of Scarlet Knights, trying to use that high mid to keep them from getting eliminated, and he actually gets early bird. That's a massive hit right there as King follows up with an elimination thanks to his Blizzard. Unfortunately, Big Boy McMatt will, in fact, charge into a freeze, not find an elimination there. And now, Scarlet Knights and GMU, there is 1 fight left here. If the Scarlet Knights successfully defend it, they will move on to the grand finals. If GMU successfully takes this, we're going to a game 5.
This is really tough, though, because Parzival does not have their mech back, and there's so much shielding and so much defense matrix coming out from George Mason University that Parzival is fighting to get this mech back before they come in. Maywell to try to stop this pressure.
Yeah, but Parzival does get that net back, and he's very close. But oh my gosh, the Shatter from Kyrie gets 4 members of GMU, and it was back and forth. The bomb is on the point, trying to secure it. But with Parzival coming in from the back, throwing down the bomb, securing that elimination, the Scarlet Knights managed to just barely win out this fight on King's Row, hold off GMU, and we're going to see a rematch in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like we are going to see a rematch. The Tracer trying to come back, but gets taken out as quickly as they arrive. George Mason University throwing everything that they can at this kitchen sink that is this payload to try to push it into that golden box victory, take us to a map 5, but Rutgers University takes it in the end.
Wow, what a series. What a map alone, let alone series.
Yes, a very, very good series for sure. And with those 3 wins, that is going to be enough to push Rutgers University back into the winner's bracket for this grand finals. I'm excited about this rematch.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a team to have a dog in the fight against Harrisburg, it's going to be Rutgers, who got wiped by them on stream to start the day. And you know, it's interesting because Scarlet Knights looking like a very different team from that first matchup. This GMU series, we saw them face adversity, lose a map instead of giving up Kings Row entirely. They managed to hold the second point, which from a perspective of a player, I feel like that's very difficult to not get to the end of a hybrid map like that and know you cannot give up even the second point from being taken.
Yeah, it's very tough to come back from that one, but I appreciate the, the gumption that both of these teams had and all the fight and all the heart that they left on the line for this last fight. We have a 3rd match that's coming up next, though. I'm really excited about that one.
Yeah, I mean, also, before we move on to that, just GMU put up an incredible series, by the way. You know, I talked about NYU versus Rutgers being the closest 3-0 I've ever seen. This series was also up there. Even though it was a 3-1, it felt like it was a 3-2 at some points because these teams were just so evenly matched, so many steps of the way. You can point to the COP. You can point to the Escort. You can point to the Hybrid. I wouldn't point to the Assault because that was GMU's the entire way, but we can look around that for the real intense ones.
Yeah, we definitely are going to have to. But before we get into the grand finals of the Northeastern Andbox Spring Rally bracket, we're going to be throwing it to a short break. Follow the operating system on Twitch because it is a community-based channel featuring all of the latest gaming content. They give away tons of free stuff too, so it's definitely worth the follow. Definitely want to follow along, especially if you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for everybody that's been watching so far.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we'll be back very shortly.
Come here, let me spin
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
flavor, yeah. Ooh, like kicking flavor, yeah. Come here, let me whisper, yeah.
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Welcome back, everybody. We had a little wardrobe change here, still rocking some Andbox merch, which you can go get yourself from the Andbox shop. But we got some Overwatch action to come to you, and not just any kind of Overwatch action. We're bringing you the grand finals of the Northeast bracket here for Spring Rally. I'm Beanies, joined alongside Nekra, and we got a heck of a match coming your way soon.
Yes, we do. It's a rematch of a match that we've already seen on stream, which was the winners' finals between Harrisburg University and Rutgers University. These two powerhouse teams that were undefeated before they met each other in the bracket are now facing off again. Rutgers University, after their match against George Mason, looks really clean and really awake. I wonder if this is going to be a different turn of events now versus Harrisburg.
Yeah, Harrisburg has had a decent chunk of time away from playing. I believe they've been about 2 hours just sitting on the sideline waiting to see who their next opponent would be. And maybe Rutgers, being a little more warmed up and ready, has a chance to strike back at Harrisburg. But we also have to remember, as you said, Harrisburg in that first series, to say they were dominating would be an understatement. 2 of the 3 maps we went to, Harrisburg didn't even give up the first point they were holding.
Yeah.
Like, that's a mind-blowing stat in of itself.
It really is. I mean, Junkertown didn't get past that first point, and the same thing went for Anubis, just didn't get past that first point. Harrisburg University is still going to be a tough opponent, but I wonder if during a little bit of their downtime earlier today, and also from their practice against George Mason University, if Rutgers has figured out a plan.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need a plan for sure. But fortunately for these teams, the top 4 teams from both Call of Duty and Overwatch are being invited to the KontrolFreek Forge esports program. They're going to be launching this and using this program as a way to help other amateur esports athletes try and find their way through the craziness that is professional esports. They're going to guide you every step of the way and use their resources and experience to help you become the greatest version of you that you can in an esports world.
And if you're curious about the KontrolFreek Forge program, you can go to KontrolFreek.com and learn a little bit more about Forge. But you can also use a promotional code, Spring Rally 2020, for 20% off of KontrolFreek merchandise. You're definitely going to want to do that.
Yeah, and while you're at it using all these codes, why don't you go to shop.andbox.com, use the 25% discount, also conveniently named Spring Rally 2020, and you can pick up a sweet little sweatshirt like this one right here, or maybe something else. Maybe you're feeling some pants or joggers. They got it all. So just take a look and you won't be disappointed.
Yeah, but now we're about ready to get into this match. I'm so excited to kind of kick things off here. The first map of the day is going to be Lijiang Tower, going to a little bit of a different tune this time, where the composition that Rutgers University was rocking against George Mason is going to be very effective on this first point of Control Tower.
Yeah, I mean, the control tower is also something we should talk about. It's such a different map than the other two styles. You know, we talked about Ilios. Ilios, all three maps, while they do provide environmental kills, they also have very unique styles to each of them, how you play them and whatnot. But for the sake of Lijiang Tower, it feels like Control Center is really the lone one that has a different kind of play style to it because of these close corridor fights and the low sky ceiling that they have.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a bit more of that deathball composition come out from Rutgers to start. So changing things up a little bit here. Maybe not necessarily going for the Mei strategy, but potentially an interesting one with Symmetra on both sides, but Elk on Harrisburg hovering over that Mei too. So I think that we're going to see some really good fights from both of these teams, but some very interesting changes in composition between them too.
Yeah, we have Cyrus coming out here on that Symmetra. I have not seen Symmetra played yet today, so it's a good chance to take a first peek. And going to be holding down that left click. The turrets are definitely an annoyance for any team trying to move past. If you play Reinhardt, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And Akawa, the Reinhardt player on the side of HU, is going to try and force off his opponents from the point. But Scarlet Knights are going back to spawn, taking the slower route and changing out heroes, putting Wiz on that Junkrat.
That Junkrat really impactful against the double shield. Like, the double shield is kind of one of the reasons why Rutgers is going to have a difficult time accessing this point.
Yeah, and now, unfortunately, they have multiple reasons that they can't get to the point. First and foremost, they're not still alive to even get there, and that's Harrisburg dominating the Scarlet Knights right now, sending them back to spawn, but there's only been 20% of the point taken so far, so a lot of time left to work for both of these teams.
A lot of time, absolutely. We did see a little bit of a late cap coming in from Harrisburg University, which is buying Rutgers some time in order to regroup. But look at the turrets that are set outside of this choke by Styron.
Wiz. Unfortunate to say the least. Wiz was caught between a bad spot, and he gets dropped before the rest of his team can even get through the wall. Necra King may have picked up a kill there on the back side of it, but Scarlet Knights really are just looking very similar to the last time these two teams played.
It's a dominant performance by Harrisburg. There's not really too much more to say about that one. Wiz is going to have to play a little bit closer to the team, and I think the coordination needs to be there. But what Harrisburg University is doing really well is capitalizing on those members of Rutgers that are a little bit out of place or not behind a shield or not behind some architecture. Like, there's a lot riding on Kyrie's shoulders right now.
Yeah, you talk about the different parts of the map and whatnot. You have a Symmetra wall that splits down one of the few openings that they have, and now that's just closed off entirely. And Junkrat cannot break through that shield thanks to its immense amount of HP. And Elk taking out Wizard's Kyre. Everything has been going wrong here for the Scarlet Knights. The Shatters come down. Akawa finds value where Kyrie does not. And that's yet another team wipe coming in here by the Harrisburg Storm.
Last fight as well. If Rutgers can even get back, the only tools that they have are the sound barrier and this Dragon Strike, which Harrisburg University can easily answer with the Blizzard and the Coalescence. So how is this one going to go?
Yeah, it's really just a guessing man's game at this point. Necrosis trying his best to keep himself and his team alive with a beat on point. Unfortunately, Elk's Blizzard and Insomniac will team up to take him down. Elk in tandem with Parsifal also dropping one, and King, yet again the lone member of the Scarlet Knights, trying his best to stay alive, but my gosh, Retna, Soames, Cyrus, all of them are doing such a good job at just preventing anyone from touching the point, and that's going to be a 1-0 round score here on Lijiang Tower to Harrisburg.
I really like the way that Harrisburg University was playing with the Orisa pulls that match. Not only just kind of taking a look at where those pulls were going, but also making sure that they had tools of their own in order to make use of them and capitalize on those Orisa pulls that were pulling members above Kyrie's and Parzival's shields. It was really spectacular to watch, but now we're switching over to yet another map where Harrisburg University going for a bit more of another composition here, where Rutgers is going for more of a dive-centric comp.
Yeah, I like the way you described it because there's honestly no way to talk about what we're seeing from Harrisburg. We haven't seen a lineup like this in so long. We have Retna and Nakawa running that Hammond Zarya. This is like 18 in a few of your comp games that do not end well, but with the HU Storm skill ceiling, these guys and gals are going to have such an easy time of securing these kills right now. The Scarlet Knights losing 2 members already, even though Stones has gone down. And yeah, Insomniac on that break is going to be such a nuisance dealing with the likes of Wiz, like King, and even when Kyrie jumps in there, Brig is such a good answer.
It's not even that though. It's also the shield packs. It's really helpful for the squishier heroes that are on the team, like Soames, like Cyrus, like Elk. They really benefit from having those armor packs.
Necro, I don't know if you've ever had to deal with an armored up Tracer diving at you as a Zenyatta, but let me tell you, it is one of the coolest things in the world to deal with. And
you can send a full volley at the head.
Yeah, oh my gosh, King taking Stones out right there. Going to drop 1, Elk taking out Kyrie in response. It's a 2-for-1 trade over in the favor of the Scarlet Knights, but now Elk yet again with a shot right there, flexing his skills and his muffles right now. And even though the Scarlet Knights have now taken the point, it doesn't fully feel like they have control over it, Necra.
No, because Harrisburg University is right there and waiting, but I think that with that final blow onto Retna, that might be the opening that Rutgers was really looking for.
Oh man, King gets knocked up and doesn't have anything he can do in response to that. As Akawa, nicely done there, dropping 1. Elk and company going to follow up to try and pick up these following kills. Wiz doing his best right there, but Akawa and Elk, their names keep popping up, and for good reason, my friends. They are doing God's work right now, with Stones also getting a little bit of fun there in the kill feed. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Knights, they're not going to hold that point for much longer. And Harrisburg taking it back with a beautiful retake and taking a peek at those ultimate timers up there, Necra. Harrisburg looks very poised to not give up another fight.
Right, but they have to deal with an EMP from King, and EMP shuts down the ability for Harrisburg to really interact and respond, especially that Wrecking Ball that relies so heavily on their kit for mobility and to do things. Soames is going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, for sure. Soames is a vital member of this, and unfortunately, he cannot be careful enough. He does get hit by the EMP and instantly dropped, but that is only going to be 1 member down for the Harrisburg Storm as of now. The Scarlet Knights do lose Kyrie there in response, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, with Retna actually picking up Wiz. Overall, a 2-for-1 trade. The Scarlet Knights going to have to try and come back in the fight, but Insomniac and company are just such a force on that front line. There's so many different avenues that they can stun you, they can damage you, they can eliminate you at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, this is now last fight territory where you have the Transcendence online to the sustained healing for both sides, but there's also a rally that Necrosis has available to them on Rutgers, but can they even come back to this point? It's so chaotic that I don't think Rutgers is even together as a team of 6.
No, I mean, look at that Transcendence by Soames trying to race back to the point. Necrosis is on with his break, trying to just delay a fight that he knows is coming to him, and he's got to worry about the fully charged Zarya, who's even accruing more charge in the middle of that fight. Akawa, he may be low right here, but he gets over to the point, to the health pack in time to heal back up. He gets a nice little Brig heal to come in and secure a little bit of extra armor, and now with a 700 HP Hammond on the point, he does actually get forced off. So the Scarlet Knights contesting Harrisburg right here, now with 60% of the point taken.
And working back up to another EMP. The last one was impactful enough to be able to at least deal with Soames. Soames does not want to be on that Zenyatta anymore after using that Transcendence, especially not in the face of King. So we'll be switching over to the Moira just to add a little bit of extra sustain and maybe help out with the healing, since Rita does offer some low value. But Cyrus with an early pick.
Yeah, being eliminated there hurts the Scarlet Knights a lot. Wiz trying to recover it for them, taking out Retna, a crucial member of the Harrisburg Storm. But Soames, you talked about no longer being on that Zenyatta, and it's a much easier job to aim on the Moira, and she will be picking out Wiz. Make that 2, taking out Insane. Soames just taking out both supports here on the Scarlet Knights, and with no healing available for the Scarlet Knights, it's going to be very hard for them to win this fight here. But Kyrie able to stay alive just a little bit longer, and the EMP coming in here from King, going to be taking make that 2 members into the hack jail. But Insomniac, he may be hacked, but his flail doesn't start working, my friends, and he's going to just hold that left click until he gets sent back to spawn. And quite honestly, he's not even going to be sent back to spawn. HU Storm, a beautiful job right here, minimizing losses, retaking the point. And I don't know if Rutgers is going to get back in time for a recontest. No, they will not. and that's going to be the Harrisburg Storm taking a 1-0 series lead up against the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, but look how close that second round was on Lijiang. Rutgers has definitely woken up, and this is a different team facing off against Harrisburg this time.
Rutgers trying to stay woke right now, but the Sandman coming from the side of Harrisburg trying to send them to bed, and they've done a good job so far, coming out with a 1-0 map score. And now, after that, the Harrisburg Storm are poised going into map number 2, which is going to be an escort to keep their dominance going. And Necra, we saw an escort map already happen between these two teams, with Rutgers University choosing out Junkertown, and honestly, it wasn't much to show as they didn't even get very far throughout the map. So do you expect the Scarlet Knights to try and go back to Junkertown, or do you think it's time to bring out something new?
Tough to say.
Tough,
like,
yeah. I mean,
they chose that map against Harrisburg for a reason, right? So it's very tough to say whether or not Rutgers feels very confident in their game plan, and maybe they just felt, yeah, we didn't quite execute it to the best of our ability on that one, or if that really was Harrisburg just being dominant. And we'll have to wait and find out. The choices, there are 6 different choices: Dorado, Havana, Junkertown, Rialto, Route 66, and Watchpoint Gibraltar. Looks like Rutgers is kind of heavily favoring Kyrie being on that Reinhardt. And we have to kind of look at maps that are going to really benefit Rutgers' style of play around that.
If we're talking about Reinhardt, first comes to mind are Rialto, maybe, Havana, maybe. I mean, those two. Dorado also has Reinhardt available on some parts of the map, I guess, but a lot of these instances, if I feel like you could also justify running either an Orisa and a Diva, or even Dive like we saw come out there, but that might be a little anomaly.
It looks like Rutgers has decided to go with Havana as their next stage.
Wow. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, and there's something that's really unique about this map, and it's something that you see pretty similarly to how defensive teams like to hold on Rialto as well. Popularized in the European region, you hold really close to spawn to buy yourself extra time and extra recontests. And I wonder if Harrisburg University is going to kind of go with a different strategy, or like a strategy kind of like that. But at the same time, Harrisburg got set up pretty far away from spawn when they had their defense on Junkertown. So maybe they will give Rutgers kind of that respect and that space. It all just depends on what they decide to go with in terms of their composition.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about being able to hold so close. Rialto and Havana have that in common. And a lot of and Junkertown, even, as we saw come out from the Scarlet Knights in their last series. But excuse me, they also have to worry about the idea that even if you lose that first fight, you take that initial fight and the defense ends up losing it, that's still part of the plan to try and get as many fights as possible on a single point. And with this cut in particular, you can force, I think, 3 separate fights on first point Havana, assuming the team all is working together and group thinking well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to see that. So Harrisburg's still going to be on the defense, and Rutgers is going to be on the attack. Cyrus is reprising their role on Widowmaker.
Ooh.
With all of these long sightlines and all of this verticality featured on this first point, it's brewing a recipe here for some success for Harrisburg University. Cyrus was such a deadly Widowmaker, but I also feel like Wiz has really woken up and in this role as well. So if Wiz decides to go for a hit scan to really match that of Cyrus's, then we might see some really good duels.
Yep, and as you said, Necro, we do have a close fight happening here. Scarlet Knights expecting it, coming out that side entrance. And now a lot of posturing going on at this gas station. You're going to have to fight between a pickup, a heavy loaded truck, and a nice little gas tank. But it's not going to amount to too much outside damage as these heroes are dealing all the damage to each other. The Crocs and Stones both picking up an elimination. Elf once again following up with an elimination on the Wiz, and all these kills are going to be forcing the Scarlet Knights back into their spawn where they can regroup at 6 and try and come out with another stronger attempt. And ooh, Parzival. I like the hog.
I really like the Roadhog too. That's a lot of high pick potential, and it really deals with characters like May, especially if you can get a Rice outside of an ice block. That's definitely something that we want to look out for.
Definitely.
Giving up a little bit of room
Yeah, they're picking up room, and as you said, it also makes it a lot scarier for Mace to take those aggressive spots that they like to take right next to the Reinhardts, as we see Elk trying to back his up here. Unfortunately, Scarlet Knights lose there. Zakawa, though, having a field day at their misfortune, picking up 2 eliminations, and that's going to be looking for a third onto King or Parzival. Yet again, the wall trying to secure their avenue back to their spawn, but the HU Storm are relentless and so dominant right now, just not letting the Scarlet Knights breathe for a moment.
Really no breathing room here, and Cyrus has those Widow sites ready and available, so they're going to glean a lot of information on where Rutgers University is approaching from, and this is the perfect time to utilize that ult.
Here's Cyrus having a chance to take some shots at the Scarlet Knights as they take this very horizontal avenue up to about the halfway point of the map, I'd say. But oh, the shatter after a sleep coming in by Akawa. So nicely done there, ladies and gentlemen. The HU Storm just layering these cooldowns one after another. So well done. And while these Venn diagrams of Blizzards do come out, Kyrie is actually the one standing taller at the end of this with 2 eliminations thanks to his Fire Strike. Necrosis picking up a kill as well. And that fight started off so strong for the HU Storm, but the Scarlet Knights did find an opening.
They found an opening with the Blizzard. King was able to hit that Q button at the perfect time, and Harrisburg University just kind of waiting their time in order to come back. Cyrus has switched over to McCree, but here comes the Diva Bomb.
Yeah, the Diva Bomb going to get dropped. No elimination is going to come off of that until Wiz is actually the one to pick up a kill on the Stones, who was very close to that Nano. So that's going to be big for the Scarlet Knights. A Shatter takes down one, and Kyrie swings around to try and charge the other. He will not eliminate anyone until the end of the fight, but the Scarlet Knight did in fact come out again on this fight. So far, Necra, this is looking a lot better for the Scarlet Knights than last time around.
It is looking a lot better, and now they have a pretty good advantage in terms of momentum going through this second point, where this is a little bit more difficult for the defense to hold. And you also have the Deadeye, so you can use the verticality of the second point to get that Deadeye to be very impactful, especially because there's only one shield on the side of Harrisburg University that will be able to go over this Reinhardt shield if they're able to get the Kawa shield down.
Yeah, well, King taking out the counterpart to Wiz's McCree is going to make it a lot easier to have this McCree just rain down terror from above. Akawa blocking out that shield. He's going to try and charge out that Mei, but unfortunately for him, he barely misses out on the charge. Elk, though, cheering up his teammates, making sure they get Kyrie down. Taking out the main tank is so crucial for these situations. And even though Elk may have fallen, I do believe HU Storm are in a better spot to hold this point and prevent any further progress. Oh, no, backing off.
Yeah, backing off a little bit. They lost a couple of members in that fight. They want to make sure that they are a team of 6 before this last contest has to come in. This part is moving very close to the second point.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to the end there, Necro. Cyrus, though, taking out one, and Retna actually eats the Blizzard from King. That could have been crucial right there for the Scarlet Knights, but Retna is eliminating that Wind Avenue. So nicely done there, and the rest of HU Storm are trying to follow up in tandem, one after another. Akawa just holding down the fort here. A nice sweep down there onto Necrosis will get him eliminated, and the charge misses from Kyrie. Akawa winning out the Reinhardt mind games right there, and the HU Storm stopping the Scarlet Knights in their track. And to your point, Necra, they beautifully backed up and won the fight that they knew they could take.
Especially having the spawn right there, it's a lot easier to wait and give Rutgers University that space instead of throwing bodies at the point and throwing ultimate charge to the way of Rutgers University. So Harrisburg smartly taking a backup there, but it will take this very aggressive approach, knowing that they have a lot of tools to work with, especially this Nano.
Oh yeah, speaking of the Nano, both Reinhardts have Nano boosts. They're looking like the Spider-Man meme, just pointing at each other until something happens, and Cyrus is going to be the one that breaks the even tie there, taking out Wiz with a 1-for-0 trade coming in there. It's going to be good for the HU Storm as they wall off the retreat of the Scarlet Knights, and I believe a sleep is thrown down, just barely missing onto the Scarlet Knights. And so with Mei Wall coming in from King, they will be able to stagger out and wait this fight out. But with a minute left, it's going to be very difficult for the Scarlet Knights to force 2 fights in this if they cannot win this one right here. The beat getting dropped. The Venn diagrams not going to be found, as only one Mei Blizzard going to be used here. A Diva Bomb coming in as well. Retna taking out King, and 50 seconds left now. The Scarlet Knights need to wipe quickly, as they are going to have just one more fight left here on Havana.
one more fight, but Rutgers has ultimates and Harrisburg University does not. Those who ult first, and it's a lot of these close quarters fights can really do a lot of damage, but something that Harrisburg University has is that May wall that might be able to crucially block off Rutgers' ability to kind of follow up on these ultimates moving into these next fights.
Yeah, now we have one single fight left, ladies and gentlemen, so now it's going to depend on who wins this for how this map goes. And Necrosis and Wiz picking up eliminations. The Scarlet Knights may have been anti-grenaded, but they are still standing tall, getting the heals now that they needed not too long ago. And with the Scarlet Knights flipping the map here on the Storm, both Reinhardt's getting nanoed and anti-grenade for good measure. The Scarlet Knights, yet again, are going to push through to the third point here of Havana.
Yeah, right in overtime too. This is a good spot for Rutgers to be in. Gonna get rewarded with another minute and a half on the clock in order to get this third point. Still not too many ultimates online yet. Cyrus does have the Deadeye for Harrisburg University, and this is kind of a prime spot to use it right on the straightaway. So if Harrisburg wants to find some value from this, they're gonna want to bully down the shield.
Yeah, they need to try and bully that down, but a wall is going to stand in HU's way, and they do actually pick up a kill. Nice high noon elevation there. Beautiful teamwork being exhibited by the Storm, showing off that their DPS are able to work together even when they try to flex on one another and get those kills in the kill feed. Scarlet Knights, though, are going to be forced over to an awkward position. Could have been punished, but the HU Storm are going to be holding off for the time being, and King actually going to pick off one member. Going to be Cyrus dropping there. Carswell going to take out Elk, and Scarlet Knights are able to push back the HU Storm here in this fight, and actually multiple members coming out on top of these engages.
Yeah, Rutgers is doing a phenomenal job right now, really taking advantage of the openings that they see, and now they have a full slate of 6 ultimates that they could just throw at this last point, which ends up being such a critical part of this payload and a part of this map. So Rutgers University, this is your fight to lose. You have a lot of tools to be able to use in this next fight. Just don't use them all at once.
Yeah, this is going to be an entertaining fight to say the least now, as every ultimate is going to be on the board, minus Cyrus and his high noon. So with Nano Boost throwing down on the both Reinhardt's Diva Bomb being used there by Parsifal, we have a beat being dropped. We have Blizzard actually coming out there, a Shatter being thrown down to the Blizzard, another Shatter, another Diva Bomb coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been back and forth to say the least, and Retina, in all that craziness, manages to actually eat King's Blizzard, and that could have been a game changer there for the Scarlet Knights, but the Harrisburg Storm doing such a good job with these minor interactions, those micro decisions, and that proves the difference here as they fully managed to hold out on third point of Havana.
Whew, this is going to be a long map, though. Harrisburg University has to basically take this cart all the way to the end. Rutgers University, this is definitely a different showing than what we saw in Junkertown.
Yeah, for sure. Putting up a much better fight and giving themselves a stronger opportunity to try and take this map, but they're going to have to take a map against Harrisburg, who we've said time and time again has not dropped a map this entire tournament. Not even, let alone this series, they haven't even dropped a map in any of their matchups. So it's going to be very important for them to make sure that they stick to what's been working and get through this third point of Havana.
Yeah. Whew, this is going to be a tough one. Harrisburg University is going to have to kind of think about how they create their own advantages in these fights, because Rutgers did such a phenomenal job of finding those openings, and sometimes it was an opening pick, sometimes it was just, ulting last. Real star though, I think it was the Diva play for Harrisburg, just like a lot of moments where I think the defense matrix was used in such a responsible way, where it wasn't just to, eat ultimates, right? But it was also to save teammates, especially if you're taking a look at Soames, that might have been taking some shots from Wiz in the back line. But take a look at this strategy. Rutgers is also going to be really close to this spawn.
Yep, and they're trying to be a little sneaky about it. Kyrie getting chunked out early on, going to fall to half HP, but he's going to get picked back up by his teammates. And Akawa and company also dropping their HP bars a bit, but they're dealing with this as best they can. King getting a little too aggressive there, gets walled off, gets cut off from his team, and now the rest of the squad don't have much else to say. Elk and Cyrus finishing off kills. It's going to be the Harrisburg Storm moving through this first fight of Havana pretty convincingly.
It was pretty decisive. I like the split approach that Harrisburg took there. So Rutgers kind of had to make those decisions. Harrisburg understands that they're able to win out 1v1s against this team of Rutgers pretty handedly. And I think they put themselves, really set themselves up for success in that first team fight, knowing that they could just kind of split Rutgers' focus.
Yeah, speaking of splitting that focus, Akawa is trying his best to maintain focus on his opponent, Kyrie. But there's so much going on around him, he just has to be that frontline force, and that is going to be 2 members of Harrisburg picking up eliminations, Insomniac being one of them, and Scarlet Knights just throwing their bodies at the point, trying to be eliminated so they can regroup for a possible third fight here on first point.
Going to be a tough fight. Rutgers only has the Nano Boost, which might be able to build them up to an Earth Shatter here, but Harrisburg University is already ready with one of their own.
Yeah, now they've gotten through that first objective here, making their way onto the second point of Havana. Just need to keep doing what's been working. They have a lot stronger of a time bank compared to what the Scarlet Knights were working with at this point. So Harrisburg, they do have the ultimates, they have the momentum. They just need to make sure they maintain that patience, and it looks like it's going to all go their way.
Yeah, Parsifal, though, has seen some pretty impressive eats, though, too. So Elf being ready with this Blizzard doesn't mean it's just a done deal yet.
True, very true. These divas can have such a large impact in these fights. And look at that, multiple nano boosts coming out onto the Reinhardts. We have a high noon coming in from Wit, very nicely done, taking out Insomniac, and Parsifal going to be taking out Retina. The Scarlet Knight at a fight, at an ultimate disadvantage, actually managed to come back up top and build a few more ultimates in the process. So going into this next fight, it's going to be tied 4 for 4 with these ultimates.
Harrisburg's able to come back pretty quickly, though.
Yeah.
This respawns are just so close. They're also coming back still, not having used much in that last fight, just the nano boost. But you're right about the ultimate economy really shaking up here. Rutgers and Harrisburg are pretty even in terms of what they've got going for them moving into the second point.
Yeah, now we have the Diva Bomb being thrown in. A beat is used to try and stop it, but half of them don't even get touched by it. Retina taking out Kyrie, and Akawa charging down the Crows as a beautifully done left shift. And that's Harrisburg booming down this door, creating that opening that they needed, that we talked about. And they did it without investing too many ultimates in the fight. They do have 3 available to them as soon as Retina takes one. Yep, they do have 3 available to them. Someone's going to get that ultimate up in no time. All he needs is a few teammates drop below full HP. And we're getting near the end of this third fight, or this, I guess, second fight, we should be saying, on Havana.
Yeah, big anti-nade, though, to stop Rutgers in their tracks.
Yeah, Parzival eating that Elk Blizzard. You talked about needing to respect Parzival's Diva, and he shows why. He eats a crucial ultimate there, and that may be enough for the Scarlet Knights to take this fight, but the beat will have to be dropped to ensure that, and Elk is doing everything he can alongside his Reinhardt to make sure that they have that point presence. Necrosis, though, dancing on the payload, just doing a little jig for them. Unfortunately, he can't drop a beat right now, and I think the Scarlet Knights are just staggers at this point, and the HU Storm are going to push on to the third point here of Havana with a very large time bank.
Yeah, 4 minutes is going to be a lot to work with in terms of getting through to that third point, but Rutgers all got the close spawn. We will be able to take a recontest here, but Akawa's going to have to watch out. Rutgers has been really pressuring down that shield, which has made Akawa have some trouble in terms of sticking to that front line. That shield going down means that Akawa doesn't necessarily have the ability to protect the team, especially when you have this big open space.
Yeah, and unfortunately, though, this big open space has turned into a tiny crevice. The High Noon trying to find value, unfortunately, doesn't pick up anyone. The wall comes down. A Shatter is actually used there by Kyrie. Not going to drop anyone with that, but the Blizzard will secure Retina, and that wall is going to seal her fate as the bomb does come out, trying to get some kind of semblance of a kill. Unfortunately, though, not able to do so. And the Scarlet Knights, at a very close-held third-point fight, do manage to win out, but they have 3 minutes ahead of them that they have to defend.
I think it's doable, though. The way that Rutgers University has been playing is that they've been capitalizing on just moments, capitalizing on really small moments that are very difficult to discern, but you can tell that the team is really playing together as a unit and utilizing everything that they have.
Yeah, they're trying to use everything right now. They have thrown in the Diva Bomb, they have thrown out the High Noon, and now they're throwing the Nano in for good measure, none of which have amounted to any eliminations until we see Akawa does in fact fall there to Kyrie. So that's going to be one elimination now for the Scarlet Knights as they push back the rest of HU into their spawn, and HU eliminating the chance for any more ultimate charge to be gained, just regrouping at the drop of a dime.
The first time that we saw Rutgers take this close hold approach, Harrisburg was able to decisively move out and take over the fight against Rutgers, but Rutgers now has really put Harrisburg in a tough position about how they get out of spawn.
Yeah, we see actually a tough shatter come down by Kyrie, not going to pick up anybody. Elk does get his blizzard down before he falls, and I spoke too soon. Kyrie shatter did come down, and Akawa gets held in that animation for so long by so many displacements. He can't get the shatter down that he intended, and the Scarlet Knights push Harrisburg back into their spawn.
We've seen teams do this before. Rutgers is really executing this game plan to great fruition here. A minute and a half left. Harrisburg University cannot make mistakes now.
Yeah, this is really the crunch time for them as they are down to 2 more fights, possibly 3, depending how they go. And now with ultimates being thrown out there, the High Noon does not pick up anybody, but it delays the push from the side of Harrisburg for a moment. And with King using his ice block, a shatter does come down from Kyrie, and Akawa reads it like a children's book, picks up the block, I should say. No elimination found as a sleeping Kyrie is protected by that blizzard from King. So now with the Diva Bomb coming out, Parzival does not manage to block out that anti-grenade, and Brenna actually going to pick up Kyrie. Beautifully timed charge coming in from his counterpart Akawa to secure that elimination. Parzival going to get dropped as well, and the Scarlet Knights squishies have been sent back to spawn to await their big beefy tank bomb.
Now that Harrisburg University has gotten out of spawn, this is where they get a chance to shine as this card continues to move forward. They have the Earth Shatter, they have the Deadeye on all of these straightaways, the Blizzard, the Sound Barrier. They might even have the Nano Boost by the time Rutgers University is able to come back. And Rutgers making a risky switch here with going over to the Widowmaker for this last part of this point, where you really need some point presence.
Yeah, he's trying to create that one pick that can win them the fight, but Necrosis is actually the one that secures that kill. A High Noon comes out just as he's given the beat as protection. A Blizzard is used as well. A Diva Bomb comes out trying to keep the Scarlet Knights in this, but they're not going to find any eliminations with that, as Elk, Insomniac, and Akawa, all from the Harrisburg store, are going to be lighting that kill feed up. It's shining like Christmas lights now, ladies and gentlemen, and with Elk and Retina standing on the point tall, it's going to be the Harrisburg Storm managing to squeak out a second map victory and secure a 2-0 series lead.
So close. Beanies, did you see how much time Rutgers ate off of that clock? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. That's how much was gone by the close hold on that third point. It's really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about their prior matchup. It's day and night difference from that first series. The Scarlet Knights definitely look like they may have had some kind of rust, maybe weren't awake, whatever it may be, but they've got a better game plan now. Unfortunately, though, that better game plan still wasn't enough to beat Harrisburg on either map.
No, Harrisburg able to squeak out wins on both Lijiang as well as Havana. And now moving into our assault map, we saw a dominant performance by Harrisburg on Anubis where they full held that first point. Is that going to happen again? Do you think Rutgers is going to choose Anubis? Or now that they know what Harrisburg is capable of doing on Anubis, go with a different strategy? There's also Hanamura and Volskaya to pick from.
Yeah, I mean, I think we look at what was the decision for the Escort map. Scarlet Knights went with Junkertown first series. This series, they decide to take it to Havana. So if that's anything to go off of, I'm going to guess they're choosing one of the other 2 maps just because they don't want to have, the whole idea of trying to change the Insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again with the same result. Yeah, they don't need to be looking for that, I think. So I think they're going to be going to a new assault map.
Yes, and that new assault map is actually going to be Hanamura. Really interesting strategies that we get a chance to see on this map. Good Torbjorn map, good May map, very good May map. A good Symmetra map. I've seen some really great strategies before, especially on the defense, actually utilizing a Symmetra, placing a teleporter near the spawn, just so that reinforcements can come back a little bit faster. I think Symmetra might be a really good hero pick here, but I don't know if Harrisburg feels confident going with a strategy like that, or if Rutgers does either.
Yeah, and I always think about with Hanamura, I feel like on certain maps, we have those plays we think of. King's Row, we think of the gladiators rotate for Surefour. On Junkertown, I think of that crazy come from behind that, what's his name? Pine had, where he had a three-piece jumping from the flank. Hanamura, I think of the Chengdu Hunters and that Symmetra strategy from last season, which I know was a big hit for a lot of people. And I think something like that could be, what the Scarlet Knights need to revitalize themselves in this series.
It's been close. This series looks definitely a night and day difference to the first series that we saw between Harrisburg University and Rutgers University. Match point, though. So Rutgers really going to have to hold their ground on this one and also get past the really formidable defenses that Harrisburg University has had on these maps.
Yeah, and everyone remember that this is for the $3,000 first place prize. Now, the second place team will be getting $1,500, so that's nothing to scoff at, but it's no $3,000 that the first place teams are looking to snag with this tournament victory. And the winner gets to move on to that national matchup against Utah, where there is another $1,000 on the line, winner take all. So there's a lot to be looking to win for here, as Harrisburg trying to set themselves up to get that sweet moolah, secure the bag, and Scarlet Knights really looking to swing the momentum back in their favor and create that reverse sweep that would really be a Cinderella tale.
It would be such a Cinderella tale. I mean, they're really close to it too. They had Harrisburg down to the wire on the second round of Lijiang, and again on Havana. So I don't, you just never know. You just never know how this one's going to go. Rutgers looks so much better. That's all I can say.
Yeah, honestly, and it's fantastic to see, because this is the time to be bringing it. We're in the grand finals of the Spring Rally Northeast bracket. You really want to strut your stuff on stream, and they're showing some good stuff. It's just, I talked about this with other instances, like with the GMU matchup. It's these very, very small differences that Harrisburg is making, it feels like, that is showing to be what wins them the maps. The first thing I think of right now is the amount of times we saw Retina eating King's Blizzards. I think he had 2 or 3 eats on Havana. I think he had another eat that we saw on Lijiang Tower. So Parzival has been doing his part, but I think Retina has really been stepping up in the matchup between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a solid match for sure. Looking at that Symmetra strategy that Rutgers is coming out with, let's see if Harrisburg is ready for it. I love the confidence. I love the gumption. Rutgers, let's see what you got.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be that Symmetra TP strategy. A little different from what I was thinking, but nonetheless, it's going to be them trying to get to that point as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they do lose their main support in the process. So without that Ana, you lose an insurmountable amount of healing. Your only source of healing now is that Lucio passive and the occasional amp it up. But when you have point presence like this, Necra, they still gain 1 tick off this push. So no matter what, it's going to be a successful first fight for them.
Yeah, very successful first fight. Harrisburg University, though, now knows that this is the Symmetra strategy coming out here. Parzival does have to take a hard reset, but now Harrisburg has a lot of knowledge about how they really want to play this specific matchup. You gotta be patient, and I really want to reward Harrisburg for knowing that you can't just kind of attack wherever you see the big ball of heroes appear, right? You gotta wait for the right opportunity. So that might mean giving up part of it.
Yeah, now the Scarlet Knights, look at that, going to the opposite side of the map, trying to make sure that they can get their squishies through safely. Remember, they lost Insane last fight, so it's going to depend a lot on if they have that main support up and running to keep them alive. Wiz, though, gets walled off with his team, going to drop very low right there, going down to near 50 HP, but gets picked back up. Unfortunately for them, my gosh, all 3 members at the same exact time get halted by Akawa and just instantly dropped by the rest of the Harrisburg lineup. Very nicely done by the defense here, and once again, the saddest story in Overwatch is watching a D.Va be the last member alive in the fight.
I need healing.
definitely a sad story, but what's not sad is how Harrisburg University has been playing with those reversive pulls. I've been noticing as well. It's like almost as if Akawa shouts out a pull, and then the rest of the team looks at it and shoots exactly in that direction, making it very easy for Harrisburg University to get the cleanup. Maywall showing why this May is so powerful.
Yeah, look at this now. We have Retina running that Gravitic Flux, going to drop it down onto the Scarlet Knights, an Immortality Field just to keep the defense alive for good measure, and that's a definition of a wipe if I've ever seen it.
Rutgers is coming back with a couple of ultimates, though. Wiz, unfortunately, giving up the Symmetra, and also now giving up the McCree, going over to the Hanzo, providing a bit more shield break because Harrisburg University is running that double shield composition. So the shield break going to allow for Rutgers University to kind of get in, but Amplification Matrix first.
Yeah, but it's going to be so hard to get past this window that's just staring them down into their soul. Retina and company just holding down left click and finding a massive success from it. A blizzard comes in from King, trying to make sure that his team can get some kind of small victories here, but the Scarlet Knights are not getting any, and Kyrie gets turned around by the Maywall. Beautiful by Elf right there. I can't stress enough how well-timed that Maywall was, and unfortunate for the Scarlet Knights.
Very unfortunate because now their team is split. Some of the team has been able to make it through up to the high ground, and a couple of the members are still kind of patiently waiting by the spawn. Here comes the drop though, and Wiz again can't make it through.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult now with Wiz gone as well. There hasn't been one fight where the Scarlet Knights have successfully gotten all their members through this rotation. It's so difficult if you're not moving as a death ball. And Necro, you talk about death ball composition sometimes being a way for teams to get through these difficult, not being able to run double shield, but death ball needs you working as a team, and there's too many people lagging in these situations for the Scarlet Knights to find success.
Well, Wiz isn't playing with the team. I think that they're kind of going for a last strategy here, switching over to the Widowmaker to see if they can get a quick pick, but there's 1 second left.
Yeah, it's not going to be promising for them to even get to the point, but they do manage to do that. So it's going to depend now on what kind of stall Scarlet Knights can create. But the Harrisburg Storm have no signs of slowing up. Even though they lose their Zenyatta, they still have that primary healing from Insomniac. They still have plenty of damage from their Immaculate Target focus. And with only the tank standing here for the Scarlet Knights, it's going to be all she wrote for this offensive push now. As the Harrisburg Storm may have given up half of the point, they did not falter and give up the entire one. And they are sitting very pretty to take a 3-0.
Symmetra strategy incoming on the opposing side? I don't know, but I think that Rutgers stayed on the strategy too long, and I don't think also executed it to the point where it was going to be beneficial for them. You even had a question mark over your head when you saw the very first teleporter get placed down by the Symmetra, and you're like, it's not really where I thought it was going to go. Because that's not usually where you see the teleporter. But I think that it also had to do with where Harrisburg had kind of placed themselves, really making it awkward for Rutgers to run that composition. But they tried it a couple of times, and unfortunately it just didn't work for them. So they had Wiz kind of going all over the place without really a good strategy or a good game plan in mind, because Rutgers kind of fell on the default of, okay, this is our game plan, this is what's going to work. And then when it didn't work, they didn't really know what to do to switch it up.
Yeah, and honestly, adaptability is one of the hardest skills you can learn in any video game, not just Overwatch. Being able to adapt to what your opponent brings out in the middle of a match, whether it's Call of Duty, Overwatch, Valorant, any other you can think of, being able to make these decisions on the fly and adjust to problems your opponents present to you is an invaluable skill. And it seems like the Harrisburg Storm haven't even had to flex that skill as much, because what they've been running with hasn't been a matter of the picks are worse, it's a matter of just executing better. Whereas the Scarlet Knights have had a few instances where the picks didn't really feel like they were working that much.
Well, we'll see how Rutgers responds to this, because Harrisburg is coming back with a teleporter strategy of their own. And quick work, Cyrus, setting up those turrets.
Yeah, look at that. Just getting onto the point so quickly. The Scarlet Knights now have very little time to try and recontest, because the half mark of this point is being closed on closer and closer, and the Harrisburg Storm just waiting for their opportunity to secure this point, and they do just that. The Harrisburg Storm take the victory from the Scarlet Knights, another 3-0, and the Harrisburg Storm are going to be your Northeast Spring Rally champions.
Congratulations to the Storm, and really good commiserations to Rutgers. Like, they were able to take the win and become the inaugural Spring Rally champion, but it's time for a changing of the guard, and Harrisburg was here to show that they wanted to prove themselves in this matchup, and that they did. I gotta say though, Rutgers really did put up a huge fight. This was a lot closer than the first time we got a chance to see these two schools duke it out. But Harrisburg winning the Northeast Championships, and now they get a chance to go for the undisputed national title.
Exactly, that undisputed title, which means nobody can debate it. Nobody can say otherwise. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they compete against the national bracket winner of Utah. But yes, to your point, both teams played well. Scarlet Knights, to be pointed out, the only maps they lost in this entire tournament were maps that they lost to Harrisburg. And so while they did come in second place, if one team is going to be the team that beats you, it might as well be the winner of the whole bracket.
Yeah, what a spectacular showing by both of these teams, though. They ended up doing such a great job, and you got to give both of these teams a lot of credit. Rutgers as well, having a really hard schedule today, to be very honest. The George Mason game was, again, one that sticks out in my mind as one that was a well-earned win for Rutgers to be able to get back here. And it just unfortunately wasn't enough against Harrisburg's team.
Yeah, now Harrisburg gets to reap the benefits of that prize pool, and they get their shot at the undisputed title. But before we can get to that, just gotta say a quick thank you to Corsair. Thank you, Corsair, for supporting the Spring Rally prizing by providing keyboards, headsets, and mice. Corsair providing not only the K68 keyboard, the M65 Elite mouse, but they also added in the H560 headset. And on top of that, some shirts just thrown in there, because why not? Everybody likes some free clothes. So thank you, Corsair, for all that love.
Yeah, everybody likes some free stuff, and Twitch Student giving out some free stuff as well. Thank you so much to Twitch Student for giving out bits for the schools that got the most votes so that they can utilize those to support their favorite streams.
Yep, and if you're enjoying the stream and want to see more from OS operating systems, make sure you hit a follow there for the channel. Support them. They are community run and community driven. So if you want to be a part of the ever-growing New York City metropolitan area esports scene, you know where to find them. But we got to head to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So when we come back, it will be the be-all, end-all of this tournament. We will finally be able to crown our undisputed national champion, Utah or Harrisburg. Don't go anywhere. Find out when we come back.
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to half an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Play the kick and play the relax, kick and play the come here, let me whisper flavor, yeah. Kick and flavor, yeah. Ooh, that kick and flavor, yeah. Come here, let me whisper, yeah.
Whoa, we're back in live, everybody, and here we go. We have the finals. Undisputed winner is going to be decided in the Andbox Spring Rally 2020 Overwatch Tournament. Now, Andbox is the parent company, the owners of the NYXL and the New York Subliners. You know them, you love them, and they're here making sure that our college community has a chance to showcase the best of the best. And Nekra, that's what we're going to be getting here in this matchup.
Yeah, we are going to be getting the best of the best. And something else that Andbox has been working towards is a global, kind of making a goal of New York as the new gaming capital of the world. And I think they're doing just that, especially with the Spring Rally, bringing all of these different colleges together. They have the national bracket. We just finished up the Northeastern bracket that Harrisburg University took. And now it's time to find the undisputed Spring Rally 2020 Overwatch Champion between these two.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been a long day, not only for these teams, but for everyone watching, because we've been on the edge of our seats. We saw Harrisburg dominate Rutgers. We saw Rutgers come and dominate GMU. And then Rutgers put up a little bit of a fight, but it was still the same. Harrisburg just showing us why they are the #1 team in the Northeast and why they haven't dropped a single map this entire bracket yet. But something, Necker, we didn't get to see at all is Utah. And so everybody watching, and possibly even Harrisburg, are going to be going into this match with not much to know about what Utah will be running. Where on the other hand, Utah has the ability to watch 2 separate Harrisburg matches with 6 different maps.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot from the University of Utah. These two teams have duked it out before. This is the #1 seed and the #2 seed of the national championships that we had last year. University of Utah, unfortunately, dropping to a set versus Harrisburg University. Yep. So I love that we are seeing both of these teams at it again.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to become an annual thing. You know, last year around this time, there was the TESPA Nationals. Now we got the undisputed matchup between Utah and Harrisburg. And it feels like it's just a long-term story that's constantly building. You know, a lot of these members of Utah were on that national team. They were members such as Cool ABC, such as, I believe, Koblar, who many may know as Ensper, and Dog21, one of my personal favorite players and personalities to come out of Utah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see this team in action. It's been a long time since I've gotten a chance to watch the University of Utah, let alone cast them. But I'm really, really excited about the gameplay that we're about to see coming out from both of these teams. Harrisburg University, University of Utah. I think we're going to be really happy no matter who the winner ends up being because of the amazing Overwatch that we get a chance to watch.
Exactly. And, you know, we said it a lot before the break, but this is a $1,000 matchup. So if there was ever a money match, this is that money match.
Yes, it is. I cannot wait. And to start things off, we are going to be going to the beautiful map of Oasis. Oasis, usually known for seeing some Pharah play, but this time we are not going to be seeing too much Pharah. It's actually going to be a little bit of a Mei battle here, and maybe a McCree battle for that high ground.
Yeah, and both of these hit scans coming out here on McCree, nothing to be surprised of. And I want to bring up Cool ABC. He's a player that a lot of high-ranking Overwatch players may know. He's very prominent in various Discords, in the Overwatch Discord. And he's one of these players that's able to play every single role to, if not at a 4.4K level, to near it, and hold his own against anyone. So seeing him on the Mei, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it because he has such a strong perspective of how every single role should be playing on the map.
Yeah, it means that Cool ABC really understands like how players are going to react to seeing a Mei wall, and also how his own teammates are going to really play around this Mei wall.
Yeah, and here we have both Mei walls being thrown out onto the battlefield. Cyrus going to be striking first in this fight, taking out Dog, but Akawa and Cyrus going to be following it up as well with these final eliminations onto the 2 tanks. And with 2 members of Utah trying their best to stabilize out of here, it's going to still be Harrisburg, it looks like, winning this first fight and taking point control early on Oasis.
Okay, but did you see how fast Andy got that coalescence? And then all of a sudden it was online and it was being used. And I have absolutely no idea how that happened, except for the fact that Andy ended up pumping out a lot of healing and a lot of damage in that last fight. But Harrisburg University as well, in that scrappy fight that happened on the point, has a lot of tools in their kit to work with, so even the rally already being online.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that rally too, as Insomniac actually takes out Coldborn. A very big pickoff coming there, but Dog21 going to be taking out that Brig, eliminating her from any contention, and that freeze comes in on Pioneer, and he manages though to survive just in time to charge out Akawa. Unfortunately though, on the other end of the fight, it was Utah getting wiped across the floor, and now Harrisburg, 40% on the point, closer and closer hitting that 50% mark, and Necra, they have 5 ultimates waiting to be used.
5 ultimates, might be the Battle of the Blizzards, might be a battle of these Cowboys, but it's definitely going to be an onslaught of ultimates for this next fight, especially if University of Utah wants to get in on this. Not only do they have to dislodge Harrisburg from high ground, but force them to use these tools.
Hey, if we see both Lucios use their ultimate, we'll call it Battle of the Bands here as the Diva Bomb comes down. Cool ABC does in fact take out Retina as she's trying to get back into her mech. A very exposed part of the Diva's kit is shown through by Cool. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the team cannot follow up any successful kills for the time being until Stones is a little too aggressive. Hollow actually taking out Elf in tandem with that. So this is going to be Harrisburg losing the point control to the side of Utah.
Still have some ultimates to use in order to get back in this one. But I think the way that University of Utah played that, kind of going around the point and then forcing Harrisburg to drop off, Harrisburg just didn't really didn't seem to have a game plan about how they were going to attack the team of University of Utah. Now the Utes, they're ready. They're on this high ground that now Harrisburg has to figure out a way to get them off of.
Yeah, exactly. They have to try and figure out how to get them off it. But to be honest with you, it looks like Utah just got off it on their own. And with that Retina eating Cool ABC's Blizzard, you gotta think that if that Blizzard got through, we'll be looking at a very different fight here, Necra. But with that happening, I feel like that wins out this fight here for HU Storm.
It really does. And now HU Storm is going to push this into last fight territory with 78% captured progress on this point already. University of Utah has one last chance to get back into this, and Dog21 has a decision to make. Are they going to utilize this bomb to create some space? Are they going to try to yeet the bomb and try to get some kills? Or do they have to utilize this bomb in order to get back into mech? So kind of like the least of the ideal situations.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot for Utah to get into, but they're going to have to find their way through because it's hitting 99% on the point. Pioneer dropping very low there, but Andy's going to be the first one to fall. And now with Akawa laying the smack down onto his opponent, it's going to be all she wrote here as Harrisburg is able to wipe the floor with Utah and secure themselves a round 1 victory here on Oasis.
I really liked the Brigida play from Harrisburg. It's not often that you get a chance to see Brigida paired up with the heroes that Harrisburg was running, but something that was really special about that was just how closely together that really allowed Harrisburg to play, which was very difficult for University of Utah to break, especially when your McCree is trying to get value from out of place individuals on the opposing team. That's something that you really do have to worry about now that we're going on to a more kind of open map of Oasis. This is really where the high ground gets a chance to shine. Koblart playing the McCree for University of Utah. It's going to be very important that Utah takes control of this point first so that the McCree can get set up.
Here we go, Akawa with a speedy rollout here onto the point. Very nicely done by them. Going to be trying to cause a little chaos here as Utah goes for that rotation to the high ground, but he gets caught out, he gets frozen up, and he gets charged. Every ability that could be thrown at him is, and that's exactly what you need to do to secure a kill onto the Hammond. And now, with Retina and company trying to salvage this with their lost member, they don't have to hold out for too much longer. We've seen how quickly Akawa can get back to the point on that Hammond. It only takes about 5-6 seconds to go from spawn back, and look at that. Akawa already back in the fight here, and the point control is going over to Harrisburg because of how quickly they get back that lost member.
Yeah, this is going to be Harrisburg just kind of doing a bit of cleanup here. There is the Reinhardt and the Lucio from University of Utah left on point, but once they are found, Harrisburg's going to be able to take control of this point and now get their own setup. Elk now able to take control of that high ground with the Soldier, and now University of Utah ends up getting forced into this position of having to meet Harrisburg University on this high ground. Otherwise, there's just too many fantastic sightlines for Elk to be able to play with. I think University of Utah has scouted this out, though, knowing that they're going to have to take this rotation.
Yeah, and Utah is going to be moving around for that. We saw Tracer try and take a flank route just to be a nuisance, but not get picked off too early, so nicely done. ABC just jumping straight from the high ground down, walling off Insomniac, catching her out of position. Very nicely done there. And with the Coalescence being used here by Andy, he's going to have to try and deal with the Soldier Visor that comes out. The Aimbot is going to be doing some damage there. The Tracer actually sticks it onto the shield of Pioneer, but he gets out of dodge for now. Cyrus getting very close to dropping a main tank, and now with Akawa using the mines, he's going to try and slow down any sort of rotations that can come out from Utah. But with Kovar now high nooning, slowdowns will be going back to the side of Harrisburg. They just have to try and stabilize it, but my gosh, Akawa just causing so much stress with that Hammond, getting that Moira very low there by Andy, and with a beak being used here, a Blizzard being thrown in as well, a Transcendence to protect from that Blizzard. It's ultimate after ultimate, the Shatter comes in, the bomb comes down, and oh my gosh, everything is being used here by Utah, and it will secure them a fight win, but long-term, Necra, this may not be what they wanted.
But Harrisburg had to throw everything at the kitchen sink too. They had so many ultimates in their own disposal that they were able to utilize here, and University of Utah still has the ability to kind of like maneuver around the P.V.A. bomb, but maybe even maneuver around the Pulse bomb, especially if that Pulse bomb ends up landing once again onto a shield. So it's not over for the University of Utah, especially if Colart can kind of stay on their own, get that flank, and get a really, really nice Deadeye onto the enemy from Harrisburg.
Exactly, and here we go. We see ABC trying to land some dead-eyed shots in the head of his opponents. Unfortunately, that and the bomb will not find any. High noon from Kovar back up again. The uptime from its ultimate is fantastic right now, but you have to watch out for Cyrus with that Tracer bomb. One stick, and that's going to spell the end of this fight here for Utah. It's going to depend on that, and look at Akawa and Elk also building up their ultimate. Very nice. The Minesweeper going to come in, though, from Akawa, sectioning off the team of Utah from itself, actually. And that's going to be what the side of Harrisburg needed. Separating this deathball from itself, making sure that they can't get that teamwork that comes from working as a unit. And that is beautifully done by Harrisburg. Very nice, taking the point back from Utah.
Taking the point back, but it was still a very expensive fight. University of Utah is coming back with the Blizzard as well as the Coalescence, the Sound Barrier, the Earth Shatter. I could name off every single ultimate because they're going to have them for this next team fight, where it would be last fight territory if University of Utah takes back control of this point. Harrisburg just has its Transcendence, and Soames has a very, very big task of deciding what to utilize that Transcendence for.
Yeah, Nakawa looked like he could have been in the spot to knock them off the map, but couldn't, unfortunately. And now Andy's going to have that Coalescence available. Cool ABC throwing down that Blizzard in just a moment's time as the Transcendence was baited out. Very nicely done, so they won't have that to protect from the Blizzard. But you have to acknowledge Cyrus is going to be up with that Tracer bomb very shortly. He's going to have pick potential if he sticks it correctly. Insomniac, though, getting picked off, so at risk of falling too, but Kovar cannot land the shot. Right now, tipping up Cool ABC before he gets used that ultimate. No Blizzard in play is going to make it very difficult for Utah to secure this, as multiple members of Harrisburg are spreading this fight out and doing what they do best with their Hammond, with their Tracer, making sure that they cannot be found in the same location. Hammond going to draw Apollo on that Lucio very nicely, but Utah is actually going to swing the point back, and they won't be able to get, and Harrisburg won't get on the point. Utah brings us to a round 3 here on Oasis.
Round 3, two very evenly matched teams going at it. Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. It really doesn't, Beanies.
It doesn't. I mean, this is what you want to see, a neck-and-neck matchup on the first map, and we're going to have to go to 99-99 here for us to get the real good stuff, the real enjoyable experience.
We have a mirrored composition again, very favored from a lot of these teams, but wait, as I say that, Harrisburg University might be trying out something really cheeky. I have seen Symmetra utilized on this map before. That teleporter gets teams to point so fast and really gives teams the upper hand when control points, once you have control of that point, you have a pretty significant advantage being the defender on that point. So let's see if Harrisburg University can really kind of take advantage of it here.
You talked about that, and now look at what happens here. We see Harrisburg get to the point first, and they manage to wall off Pioneer. Walling off that, Reinhardt paid dividends there for the Harrisburg Storm, and they are going to be set up very pretty on this point with that Symmetra just sitting there with the turrets. It's going to be so difficult to get those down.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Yeah, do you go over to Winston Tesla Cannon or something? It used to be kind of the OG strategy to deal with Symmetra turrets, but I think not. I think that University of Utah just has to dive at this in full force or just get a pick.
Yeah, Hollow taking matters into his own hands, hollowing out his opponent's skull right there with a nice shot, taking down Cyrus. Someone's also going to fall with ultimate, unfortunately, and Utah taking the point back after losing the first fight.
Yeah, just a couple of stragglers here. So Harrisburg's going to be able to take at least 25% capture progress on this one. But University of Utah outpacing the Blizzard on the opposing team at the moment. So Cool ABC looking pretty cool with the Blizzard of their own, working on this one. A nice aggressive approach from University of Utah as well, where Pioneer also is working up to that Earth Shatter and might be able to kind of engage in this next fight with that ultimate.
Elf now dropping very low, gets healed up though, and he's going to be sitting on that Blizzard very shortly. He did wall off his opponent, unfortunately could not get a pick from that, but now with the ultimate available and the nano boost of Reinhardt helping out his team, it's going to be very dependent on Elf's Blizzard getting out, and it does get out. The Blizzard was not used by Dog as he tried to, and that is big for Harrisburg as Cyrus and Akawa both filling off some kills right here very nicely, and that's going to be swinging back in the favor of Harrisburg.
Harrisburg taking this one. University of Utah securing 50% here. A lot to be able to answer the Blizzard, though, now from Cool ABC. Cool ABC had a really good opportunity, as well as the rest of the team of Utah, to kind of set the pace of that last fight. But unfortunately, Harrisburg was the one that got to the jump first. And now with this control of this point, should be able to utilize their ultimates if they have to hold on to it.
Oh, we see a Shatter coming down, cannot connect with many as nobody will fall. We have a Coalescence come out and a Shatter in response from Akawa. He won't find anyone either, but unfortunately Akawa does get frozen up in a Blizzard. Dog21 also filling out a kill there onto Harrisburg, securing 2 eliminations here for Utah and their company. But Coldblart also picking up one more just on the back end for good measure. And Necker, we talked about this being a back and forth series, but this is the definition of back and forth.
It is, and the stagger as well, buying University of Utah so much time here. Retina just can't seem to get away. Oh, how unfortunate. But it was an expensive team fight for both of these squads. University of Utah being able to take advantage of this high ground now, as Harrisburg University gets a chance to regroup. I'm really appreciating the difference, though, in supports from University of Utah. I think the Coalescence has done a lot for the side of Utah, where they're able to get through, and the orbs as well to just pick off those final little bits of damage.
Yeah, very nicely done. Andy securing that kill right there, and with 87% of the point taken, Dog does manage to eat this Blizzard, and with the wall coming, it's going to separate the two teams from getting to the point. This is Harrisburg's chance to strike, but they could not take down the tank, thanks to that Coalescence. But Akawa finds his opening, and Dog responds with one of his own. The back and forth trading between these teams. Harrisburg is going to need to win out on this fight to keep the map alive, and with Cyrus picking off Hollow, they are one step closer to doing just that. Losing the healing for Utah is going to be massive, but unfortunately, Retina doesn't have his mech. Akawa goes down thanks to beautiful Maywalls, and if Cyrus is the only one popping off, it's not going to be able to sustain a victory for them in this fight. But with that beat coming down, it gives them a little longevity here on the point. It gives them sustainability. Unfortunately, Insomniac will fall after using that, and the Doomfist barely misses touching, and Utah will win Map 1 in our Undisputed Champion Series.
I think we're in for a really good treat of Overwatch for this set. Oh my goodness. Back and forth, taking control of the point, losing it, giving it up. There were so many moments where it kind of looked like it could go any specific way. But I think that right now, University of Utah is capitalizing on their ultimates just a tiny bit better. Just a little bit. And that's giving them the slight edge over Harrisburg University in this series.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the big thing about two of these teams that are at such a high level of play. Harrisburg and Utah are widely considered two of the most dominant teams in all of college,
Yeah.
let alone college Overwatch with the championships they've won, the various titles, and the performances they've had. It's really an interesting clash of the Titans that we get to see here, for lack of a better explanation, because really these are powerhouse schools that are able to compete every single tournament they enter. No matter what, you can expect these two to be in the top 3 of any placement.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, especially when we take a look at their dominant performance last year, right? And they've only gotten better, especially with the coaching that they have at each school. They're just continuing to find great power. There's so much synergy, there's so much teamwork, and there's so much history for all of the players that are on Utah as well as Harrisburg. And it really shows. It really shows in these last fights.
Exactly, yeah, and to the point of the coaches, the stat from Utah, Snap, their head coach, is a fantastic coach, but he has some bonkers ideas about what to be playing. You might see this team come out with a Torbjorn Symmetra composition on one specific part of one specific map because they have ran it, practiced it, and understand the limitations of it. And I think that's one of the strongest suits of Utah, is the way that they buy into their coaches' ideas and the way they buy into working as a team. And on the side of HU Storm, I think they have a combination of both fantastic teamwork and individual skill to back it up. I mean, we touched on Elk being a former Overwatch League pro, but then you add on to that, the likes of Insomniac, Retina. I mean, the list goes on of the contenders players that our fans may recognize.
Yeah, we have a lot of all-star talent on both of these teams. The University of Utah players really well known in the collegiate scene, and Harrisburg's players extending a little bit beyond that, but they're going toe-to-toe right now. University of Utah getting a 1-up in this series so far as well. I just can't wait to go into our next map, which the map pick has come through. Harrisburg University has chosen Dorado. This is the first time we get a chance to see that today.
Yeah, shout out to them for choosing a third unique escort map, so that way we're not getting any repeats here, giving all fresh content to everyone watching. And that's going to be interesting too, because as I mentioned, Dorado haven't seen it, so we may not know exactly what to be expecting from these teams. But Nekra, if you had to wager a guess, do you think we'll be seeing a similar meta composition with McCree, May, of Reinhardt, Diva, likes?
At least on the first point. It just that underpass that I'm thinking about on Dorado that is so classic to being full held in a lot of instances. It may just be working wonders there. Yep. You know, you and I both know from some of our comp games that that's definitely a place where teams get often stuck, especially if you have a perfect rotation off of that original high ground that defending teams like to sit on. Then you have a good advantage going into the rest of the fight if you are able to win that first engagement right at the underpass.
Yeah, and it's moving on to the second part of the map. Even if you're not able to get a hold on the first part of the second point of Dorado on defense, then it really gets hard to control the high ground that can be taken by the offense, and then it feels like that point can just snowball so quickly. So it's going to be really dependent on how well these teams can accept losses and retreat back to regroup. And I don't think that's going to be anything difficult, because both of them have shown to understand the limitations of not only their heroes but their team composition as well.
Right. I don't think that either of these teams are really going to look at a loss and say, we can't do this. They're definitely going to be coming back with a vengeance. And I think that Harrisburg University specifically picking this map is going to really play to their strengths, especially because Double Sniper is also a composition that works really, really well on Dorado, especially if you lose that first point, you get really well set up on the second, and that's where that Double Sniper composition tends to shine.
Yeah, unfortunately, if that sniper has their way with you, you'll be where we're looking at right now, swimming with the fishies, because Cyrus and Elk, we got to see them in that first Rutgers series on both, I believe, Ilios and on Junkertown. They got to flex out some sniper picks, and Elk specifically stood out to me as a fantastic Hanzo, because he was he was trading with Rutgers Hanzo back and forth, but ended up coming out on top because of when he was getting these kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely taking a look at, how this game is going to go. We've got University of Utah that is going to be on the attack here. So Harrisburg University, the first to defend, and they're taking a very, very close hold here.
Exactly. They're going for that close hold that they're trying to get one fight in maybe before that arch, but it's also looking good because Akawa's just jumping up and down off of that high ground, having his way because nobody else can really contest him when he jumps on up there. And looking at this Winston, he can get a lot of value from his Tesla cannon just by using that cleave and a death ball.
Yeah, you could also kind of popcorn down. So what Akawa is kind of doing is you just kind of drop down and then use your kit to get away.
I want to point out that fight was won there by the Storm because of a beautiful anti-nade that Soames threw out, and to his credit, Soames sitting there with an ultimate already charged, very nicely done by him. And, we talked about before that anti-grenade being such a strong ability, and right there, hitting the anti-grenade on Cool ABC looked like it just sent them right packing because of how well it was done.
Yeah, you also have your support really well set up on high ground. There's a lot of spread out nature in terms of these fights, but Deadeye already coming out.
Yeah, the Deadeye coming out. Not going to find any value just yet. Going to have the coalescence come through as well. Unfortunately, not dropping any eliminations. Multiple ultimates being used. Oh, but the beautiful primal rage from Akawa! Knocking Cobart right into Elk's Dragon Strike. That's teamwork through and through, my friends. And Harrisburg is putting on the clinic of working as a 6-person unit.
Whew. Yeah, this is definitely a different looking team now, especially with Akawa playing this Winston, working really well with Retina. Again, one of the reasons why Soames' ultimate is getting charged up so much, and Insomniacs as well, just so quickly, is because of how these tanks from Harrisburg are playing on this point. And Cyrus with quick picks.
Yeah, I think Cyrus heard me talking about Elk and wanted to flex for the stream a bit. Well done, my friend. You deserve that moment. Very nice shot. And now we're going back to see Akawa and Retina are just uncontested on this high ground. And it's so valuable because when they take any damage, Necra, they just jump back up and get the healing that they need.
Exactly. That's something that, it's been very difficult for University of Utah to deny. They're not running an Ana of their own, so they don't really have a way to mitigate that healing.
Yeah, now they're trying to get back into this tight little corridor. They got hit with an anti-grenade, but managed to stabilize. The shadow does come out there from Pioneer. Cyrus does pick off Cool ABC. This May has been absolutely neutralized now by Harrisburg. Unfortunately for Harrisburg, though, Cyrus will go down to Doc 21's bomb, ultimately leading to a 1-for-1 trade between both of these teams. But with that Primal Rage coming out yet again, it's going to extend the life force of Akawa. A beat coming in just too late there by Hollow, going to mean that Pioneer does not sustain himself, and a Dragon Strike just for good measure to clear off the point. And Harrisburg was not happy with that round, with that map 1 loss, and they have come out storming on the second one.
Ha! No pun intended.
Aha!
Yeah, Harrisburg University hasn't given up this first point yet, and they haven't even approached the underpass, which we were talking about being such a problem.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't get to that underpass. You don't have to worry about it being an issue, Necra. Elk, look at that, picking up 2 kills there as this fight is just devolving into pure chaos. A Nano Boosted Diva trying to find some value, but Coblart will be the only one to be doing just that, as even Retina does get dropped. It's going to be Harrisburg in a good spot as they have this Utah team split up and stuck in a bad position, but they are able to regroup.
Yeah, able to regroup. Cyrus is, being able to kind of sit pretty on that high ground there as the cart ends up still being barely unable to pass through this underpass. And 5 seconds left. It's already overtime.
It is. It's already looking at overtime here, and it's going to be Cool ABC getting dropped again. I don't think Cool ABC has used that Blizzard being entirely a first point, and Insomniac throwing out a left shift just to secure a kill. Akawa dropping one as well, and Harrisburg, they were not happy at all with that first map. And ladies and gentlemen, you can tell just by their play here, and absolutely dominant performance coming out by Harrisburg, and that's going to be round 1 complete on Dorado.
Oh my goodness, the way that Akawa is using the Tesla cannon to get opponents really low or finish them off so that DPS could finish them off, vice versa. It was such a beautiful sight to see. Now the sides are swapped. Harrisburg University going up on the attack, where University of Utah now has to defend. This cart didn't move very far. It's looking like a Junkertown all over again.
And so going into this, we have quite a hold that Utah's going to have to come out with. It's possible. I mean, we've seen multiple full holds in this tournament. Surprisingly, Necro, more full holds than I think I've seen in any string of casts before. We had, I think, 2 from Harrisburg earlier. We have another from Harrisburg right now. 3 full holds. My gosh, they're flexing right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the composition that they're running either. Got the heavy pick potential from the Widowmaker and the Hanzo. Why not throw in the Roadhog on top of that? Why not?
Exactly. Why not? If you have that pick potential, you can really just tear apart any defense, it feels like. And I personally just love seeing Hogs because when that hook lands, there are very few things more exciting than that.
Yeah, it's just so much high pick potential now for Harrisburg. I'm not even mad about seeing the Brigida coming out from Insomniac either. I really like the way that University of Utah has decided to approach this point, though. If they're going to be running this same style of composition with Pioneer on the Reinhardt, the Diva, and all of this stuff, then it is going to be really important for the University of Utah to stick together as a unit. So they're doing that really well on high ground, and this also affords them a really, really easy drop-down method that we just witnessed.
We got a nice shot of Dog's flick to eat the anti-grenade there, so little play right there, but deserves some love because it was a nice little Diva flick. And Akawa sticking with this Winston, going to keep just jumping up to that skybox, going to make sure he gets as much value as possible from the verticality he can provide. Retina doing Diva things, holding down the point, trying to break shield if possible, trading out with her opponents, and the fight moving over to the staircase here actually could be what Utah wants until they have to worry about that point again. And Andy actually gets slept and barely survives. Andy dropping to what looked like 10 HP, and he does actually get finished off there by Cyrus. So unfortunate for Utah, they lose their main source of healing, and in some instances, their main source of damage as well, as Cyrus just having a field day, picking 1-2 members out of the sky. Elf joining in the fun. Insomniac having his way with it, and a clean wipe here by Harrisburg, going to secure them map number 2 of our best of 5.
That is going to be map number 2 going the way of Harrisburg. So it's all tied up 1-1. University of Utah taking Oasis, and now Harrisburg taking Dorado. It's going to be University of Utah's map pick going into the 3rd map of the night. Choices being Hanamura, Anubis, and Volskaya for the assault maps.
Yeah, and if we're gonna keep that streak up, we're gonna have to get a 3rd map in here. I don't want to see Anubis or Hanamura, or excuse me, Anubis or Hanamura. I want to get Volskaya in here as well. Even though we've seen it, we gotta get some refreshment in there for the chat, for the people. But Necra, what are you looking at for assault maps? If there's anything we can go by.
They're all really good double sniper maps. If you can make it work on any of them. So I would be a little bit nervous about maybe University of Utah specifically picking Volskaya or Anubis. Especially because we've seen Harrisburg University flex a couple of times now onto this more, divey tank setup. So the most logical pick to me, especially if University of Utah is comfortable with it, would maybe be Hanamura. But we also saw a really dominant strategy come out from Harrisburg as well, which was just bunker down on point, and then on attack, go in with the Symmetra and try to take that point really quickly. So it's tough to say.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to say, to be honest with you, but that's the point of playing out these matchups. We want to make sure we can see who has the better strategy when it comes to all these things. And Harrisburg has been the only one with an opportunity to flex their strategies in this matchup.
Yeah. It is going to be really difficult.
Looking ahead, just have to wait for these players, what they want the map to be, just giving them the opportunity to properly decide for what could be a very important 3rd map. Because now, essentially, everything's been reset. We're playing a best of 3 from here on out, basically. Both teams are tied at 1 map apiece, and it's all determined by who has the edge after 5 games are played. So we could be looking at a 5-game series if this keeps up, and I would not have any problem with that kind of entertainment.
Me either. University of Utah looks like they have selected their map choice for the assault type map, and that's going to be Hanamura. I think this is a really good strategic call, knowing that this isn't going to play to Harrisburg's full strengths with that double sniper composition, right? it really forces them to kind of play something that University of Utah might not struggle against as much, given that we have seen the Harrisburg University run something like that Symmetra play, and that's something that University of Utah had a chance to watch.
Exactly. Yeah, we touched on at the start of the broadcast that Utah had the pleasure of watching 2 separate Harrisburg games and had the chance to really study them the entire afternoon. Whereas Harrisburg, they may know Utah, but they're the ones who really have to make sure that their strategies are sound because they've been spied on this entire time, essentially. So, but, Harrisburg, after facing adversity, after their first map loss in the entire tournament, come out with one of the most dominating performances we've seen in the entire tournament, and that's including their series against Rutgers.
Yeah, absolutely. Harrisburg University is just no slouch, right? And University of Utah isn't either. So this is going to be a very back and forth series for sure. I expect good performances coming out from both of these teams for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just waiting for those readies to come through, just waiting for everyone to be set in stone so they can go into this next matchup and secure a victory for their team. And Hanamura going to be looking at, it looks like Storm are going to be on the defensive side first. So Storm having the ability to set the tempo just like they did against the Scarlet Knights on Hanamura. They're going to have the opportunity to hold down with the strategy that you mentioned, Nekra, and see if it has 100% success rate in 2 matches.
That'll bring one of these. This next map is going to bring one of these teams one step closer to becoming the undisputed Spring Rally champion.
Yeah.
And
one step closer to that $1,000 winner take all, which we can't forget that all these players are playing for. That's a lot of money for one Overwatch match. Of course, sign me up.
Right? And Harrisburg University just took home $3,000 for their first place finish. So they're already sitting pretty in the bank. Let's see if they can bring home an additional 1,000, or if University of Utah is going to take home this money match.
Yeah, and so now, as we just wait for everyone to get rated up, just want to give one quick shout out to Andbox, who, as though some of you may or may not know, Andbox is in fact the heads of this tournament. They are running Spring Rally. They are the owners of the New York Subliners and the New York Excelsior, the Call of Duty and Overwatch teams respectively. And this is just one part of their goal to turn New York City into the new gaming capital of the world. And when you're putting on matches like this in such a high caliber tournament, it's pretty good justification for why they should be the mecca of esports.
Yeah, I again have been very impressed due to the COVID-19 situation. Spring Rally last year was in a LAN environment, but because of COVID, it has had to be moved online, but it still feels like we're playing in that LAN environment. And that's all thanks to the efforts from Andbox and the rest of the community and all of the sponsors that we have today to make this day possible.
And so here we are, ladies and gentlemen, loaded up onto the map of Hanamura. We're going to be taking a look at Harrisburg on the defense first, with Utah rolling out with their offense first. And I'm hoping we'll get to see something like this from Cool ABC. But I want to touch on that, actually, Nekra. Cool ABC on Dorado, I don't think he had a single Blizzard use the entirety of the map.
No, I don't think that... I think you're right. I think that was a really difficult ultimate to build up, given that Harrisburg was just shutting Cool ABC down as much as possible. But now this is going to be, especially if University of Utah decides to leave with this composition, you're going to have to see Harrisburg play this in a very different way. Soam's probably going to be pretty unhappy again after what we watched on Legion, knowing that Cool ABC was thinking about that that Sombra choice. But Sombra probably just used for scouting here. Cool ABC going back over to the May just because they know Elk is going to be playing that May too.
Yep, and so having that May is such a crucial pick, gives them a chance to do this. And Nekra, this is something that we saw the Scarlet Knights trying to do. And unfortunately, they weren't able to successfully rotate around the map here. And we're going to have to see if Utah is able to do just that. They do get walled off, if only for a moment, but their Moira made it through the other side. Dodging wrenches, dodging accretions. He's ready for a game of dodgeball now, ladies and gentlemen. And Retina is trying to hit him with the next one that he can. But with the fight actually transitioning over to the point here in Nekra, and that wall being used by both teams, this is actually going to be anybody's fight. It's just going to depend on those minor differences, like Cobalt getting picked off in a bad situation.
It's not just that though, but you have to play really passively as Pioneer on this Reinhardt when you get hit with an Orb of Discord. You can't just go ham, which is part of the composition and how University of Utah makes this composition work. Otherwise, you're just gonna get chunked down. So Pioneer ultimately had to play very passively there and wasn't able to dish out the damage that the team was hoping that they would be able to do. Retina, though, putting in a lot of legwork on this Sigma, just getting a lot of damage down. Gravitic Flux is already aligned.
Yeah, Sigma playing some drowning pools for us as the bodies hit the floor, and he does actually take out Pioneer. Very nicely done. And that's going to be all she wrote for this push from Utah, as Cyrus finishes off Dog outside of his mech, and we're down to 2 minutes on the clock, so there's still a good amount of time left in the bank, but you definitely have to keep that in the back of your head if you're Utah.
Utah has the Coalescence, they have the Sound Barrier, both supports putting in a lot of work here, not only in the damage department, but also healing up the team because of how much damage Harrisburg is really dishing out before University of Utah makes it onto this point. So Coalescence already coming out.
Yeah, we have Retina backing up to the point with this team, making sure that they can hunker down, but Akawa somehow sneaks in a kill onto Cool ABC. A very nicely done team kill, because it's hard to say Arisa was dealing all that damage, but she sure gets the credit.
Yeah, she's gonna get some credit there for sure because of not only the assist that she gets from being able to just kind of do some damage, but also the pulls as well.
Yeah, those halts are game changers. Some would argue that's one of the strongest abilities in Overwatch with how much pressure you can really provide just with a good halt and yoinking people out of a spot they once were. Or one of my personal favorites, yoinking people above the Reinhardt shield so your snipers have a shot at them. And it really can be game changing if used correctly.
That's something that Harrisburg University, like we've kind of like reveled in this before, but they work around those Arisa halts really, really nicely. And the Supercharger is also online, which
Oh, okay, the Maywall stays floating. Let's go. Physics does not apply with Maywall, ladies and gentlemen. You just found that out first and foremost. But Andy here going to secure that ultimate charge as his team gets halted back a little bit. And now Cool ABC trying to get that May ultimate down. He throws it into the point, but a Transcendent from So going to be beautifully timed securing these, preventing these kills, I should say, from the side of Utah. And now Cool ABC just keeping his opponents off the point, going to secure one tick, and Cyrus actually goes down to his own accord. And now that goal button has been hit there, the Nitrous has been boosted, and Dog21 and Cool ABC are going to be pushing the pedal to the metal here as their opponents from the Storm may have secured a few back-end eliminations, but that's not going to be enough. And we do finally get to see the second point of Hanamura here.
we are going to see the second point of Hanamura, but this is one that heavily favors the defense. University of Utah had to expend a lot of resources on that one, so they're not going to have too much going into this next fight, so not too much snowball potential on this attack push. But stands to reason too, Harrisburg University doesn't have too much either. So this is going to be a really tough fight for both of these teams. But a lot of damage Akawa was able to get onto the enemy team of the University of Utah. Pioneer's going to have to be really careful with that shield.
Yep, and Akawa has to be cautious with his own. He does get that refresh on it every few seconds, about 9 seconds, I believe, and he can use that effectively, but can't get picked off in a bad spot with it. Now, though, we have it. Speaking of picked off, Retina is in a horrible location. He uses the gravitic flux in a panic as well, and this looks like it's Utah finding the opening they've been waiting for. 2 eliminations going to go down, but Andy falls. The primary healing from Utah is going to go down, and with that, Dog won't be able to stay in his mech. Cyrus is going to be able to drop Koblar, and that one single pick feels like it snowballed the entire fight win for Harrisburg.
Yeah, you lose your main support, that push is mostly over. It's kind of the same in terms of if you lose your main tank as well, that shield ends up being so important, and obviously the healing as well, and it just is too far, spawns too far for the attacking team to really, hold yourself in there without giving up too much ultimate charge to the enemy. So University of Utah backing up, regrouping, and moving in with the Deadeye as well with that movement.
Oh, speaking of the Deadeye, they move in with multiple members just charging down the front line. Cool ABC and Collegiate getting the kill credits there, but Retina on the backside trying to still provide that off fire from the high ground. Andy will be using that Coalescence though as an aggressive tool, eliminating one member of Harrisburg. Make that 2 actually, as Retna will fall also. And with Cool ABC throwing down this Blizzard, he won't be able to drop a Kawa because of that Fortify. Very nicely done there by the main tank from Harrisburg to keep himself alive and actually surprise Utah. But that may not be enough. Pioneer throwing the shower. Now the charge comes out of spawn and hits Hollow. Oh no. That's such an unfortunate turn of events for Utah, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Harrisburg.
Utah was so close to getting that second tick of progress on this point as well, but at least they were rewarded for their efforts with the first one. So it's not a lost push here. They have one last chance to try to get this point captured, and they've got a bomb to do it with. So there's a lot of ways that University of Utah can take this point, but yeah, gotta get there, gotta get there.
Yeah, it's going to be hard in that correct because Cool ABC is down. You don't have a main wall, you don't have a possible Blizzard, and you don't have that freezing mechanic, which is so crucial. And without any of those, Cyrus is going to have a field day as he takes down Dog's mech. He's going to help drop Pioneer and the likes, and Utah may have looked like they found their footing at some point. Harrisburg will hold out here on second point of Hanamura.
We'll hold out. Now we're going to swap sides. That was a long fought battle for both of these teams. It's felt like a long side of the map here, but now the sides are swapped. Harrisburg University going up to bat on their attack. Just let's see how well University of Utah is able to defend this one.
Yeah, and so now Utah, as you said, are able to give us their defense performance here. Harrisburg, though, safe to say, is the team that's feeling the momentum right now. Utah may be happy with that push, but there are minor differences that could have exponentially increased that possibility just if they got that last tick, that second tick, I should say, on that previous push. Because if they had that, maybe that builds up a little more percentage, maybe that builds up a little more total goal that Harrisburg has to reach. And so now Harrisburg does have to take only 64% of the point, not the entire point, for them to secure themselves a map victory.
Something that I've noticed is that every single time University of Utah has won a fight convincingly, they've had to expend, 3 or 4 ultimates in order to do that. Whereas in a lot of instances, especially for Harrisburg University, they need either a pick or they need maybe 1 or 2. So I think the ultimate economy ends up getting off a little bit, off kilter for the University of Utah. And it makes it really, really awkward, especially on the attack, to find those extra openings because you can't just wait for a full slate of ultimates. You're trying to take advantage of every little opportunity that you see.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really big thing is if you can't properly identify the mistakes your opponent's making, it's going to be really difficult to expose their weaknesses. We saw, for example, the likes of Utah had a few instances where they were able to jump through the hoops that Harrisburg was setting up, specifically the first point on Hanamura when they were able to secure the fight win. They walled off their opponents, kept them off points, separated the fight well enough, and they did a good job. But if they aren't able to identify mistakes going forward, it's going to be very hard for them to secure these wins. And it's important because Harrisburg is not making many mistakes.
No, they're really not. It's almost like especially on a lot of the maps that we've seen dominant performances, has been pretty flawless from them, especially with the synergy between the main and the off tank, as well as kind of how that works with the supports. You really saw that on Dorado, how few mistakes Harrisburg ended up making. And even though the cart made it really close to that, capping that first point, it was almost as if Harrisburg gave up some of that distance in order to make sure that they were going to win those fights. Like they knew what they had to give to take.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think that shows what a good team looks like, because I've mentioned before, Harrisburg is fantastic at knowing their limits. They know the limits of their own individual heroes, and they know the limits of their team composition. And if you lose a focal point of that, like the main tank, like the main support, it's going to be a drastic change in what you can do successfully.
Mm-hmm. last year, when we got a chance to see University of Utah breach the top 16 for the first time and get that second place at the national championships, they were running a very different style of team. We talked about this more towards the top of the broadcast, but it was that Clockwork Vendetta bunker composition that everybody in
I know
contender
well.
had troubles with. You know very well how much trouble that composition caused. And I'm actually really surprised that University of Utah hasn't strayed away from their current formula, given that they do understand how to play that specific composition well. Yeah, they have a couple of different pieces. They don't have Captain Babe anymore playing for the team. So that might have maybe a little bit of something to do with it. It maybe is just the members of the team that make the pieces of the puzzle work, much like how Clockwork Vendetta really changed when the meta had to change. But I just wonder if, especially in the May duel, you know how cool ABC knows. Oh, wait a minute though. Hollow though with a nice quick pick.
Yeah, Hollow picking up a nice kill there on the Cyrus, dropping him early on the fight there, and that's going to delay the push here from Harrisburg quite a bit. Not too much because they are on the offense, so they do have that attacker's advantage right now with the spawns being so close, but it still gives not only time for Utah to kill, but it also gives them the opportunity to build more ultimate charge. I mean, look at Andy, look at Pioneer, and look at their counterparts on Harrisburg. Unfortunately, though, those ultimates don't mean much when you get snuck up on from behind. Harrisburg trying to do just that. Will get walled off by Cool ABC for the time being until the amplification matrix is used, and Pioneer is stuck in an awful spot. So well done by Elf and the rest of his team right there, walling off as the amplification matrix is used to catch Pioneer off guard. Incredible.
Yeah, super incredible work there. This is what I mean. This is what we've been talking about in terms of the strength that Harrisburg University has in terms of finding those small openings and really taking advantage of those. It's just also the target focus. There's a lot of different reasons why this is working. Very surprised that they are going to be running that Arisa and the Reinhardt together, but it is working so far. And they have 4 ultimates going into this next push, where University of Utah does have some ways and some tools to fight back. But let's see where Harrisburg University decides to kind of approach this point from.
Yeah, they don't. The ultimates Utah has don't feel nearly as influential as the ultimates we see on Harrisburg. Using that rally and the Symmetra wall to sustain the team a little bit longer, but Dog eats the blizzards! An incredible move right there by Dog, keeping his team in this. That is the best that they could have hoped for to sustain this fight. Unfortunately for them, though, they get shattered right afterwards, and Cyrus will be picking up a kill alongside Elf. And with the Diva Bomb coming in there by Dog21, he's going to try and sustain this out for his team, but multiple eliminations coming in here by Harrisburg until a beat is going to be dropped, and that will actually allow Dog21 to pick up an elimination. And Necra, remember, these eliminations that Utah is getting are insurmountably larger and more effective than any eliminations that Harrisburg is coming off with.
Yeah, they really are, and the Blizzard on top might actually just seal the deal here for Harrisburg University's push. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through the level of reinforcement coming in from the University of Utah, but there's still 2 members remaining. Teleporter is there, Wrecking Ball is left, that's it!
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's just Retina and Elf. 2 team against the world, and unfortunately, they do have to give up after that push, but that was a very close fight there by the 2 sides, and Utah barely coming out on top there and not giving up a tick at all. Important to point out.
No, University of Utah solidified their defenses, and it had a lot to do with the fact that Cool ABC recognized the perfect opportunity to use the Blizzard. You talked about them not getting a chance to use it on Dorado. Well, I think this is them saying, I know exactly what I'm doing with this ultimate.
Oh, but look at this. So well done there. Cyrus walling off the teleporter so they can get free entry to the point and eliminating any usefulness of the high ground here that Utah had. Akawa going to be dropping down Hollow, and now the Blizzard comes out for Elk. It's his turn to shine in the spotlight. It's going to be 1 dropping there, make that Pioneer falling. Cyrus is going to be joining in the fun, but this is Elk's world that we're just living in, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Harrisburg University is up 2-0 in this series.
It's been a really close series. It's looked a lot different as we've continued through the series, for sure.
Exactly.
But I think that a lot of it just, again, has to do with, I think, how warm Harrisburg University is. They've had to play against some really tough opponents today, and they're really ready, and they also understand the strategies that they need to execute in order to take these wins. Like they've been so decisive in their maneuvers and so decisive in how they have approached a lot of these different team fight situations. So really interested to kind of see where we go next. University of Utah has the next pick in terms of a hybrid map. I wouldn't be really too surprised based on the composition that they're running if we saw something like a Kings Row come out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Kings Row. I love watching that map anytime it gets pulled up. And,
Yeah.
you know, I slipped up and said 2-0 Harrisburg, but honestly, you know, we talked about Harrisburg just looking very different on these last two maps compared to that King of the Hill. Some people might argue that King of the Hill is more of a deathmatch kind of map type that doesn't lend itself to as much strategy, more about, you know, just getting the eliminations and whatnot.
Brawl,
So
mechanical skill, all of
brawl.
that. Yeah.
Exactly. And so Harrisburg is really showing, I think, that mentally and coming into this game, they have stronger strategies, but Utah might be a little better in those minor interactions and mechanical brawls that we see. And it's going to be interesting to see if that continues to flow over into a map like Kings Row.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be Kings Row coming out as a choice here for the University of Utah. This is match point. For all the marbles, this is match point. We are here to crown the undisputed Spring Rally 2020 Overwatch Champion.
Oh, yeah.
And Harrisburg is 1 point away from becoming that champion.
Harrisburg looking to secure those beans. The bag is in their sight. It's just past a window that they have to get through. Now, it depends if they're going to be able to grab that bag or Utah's going to keep them away from it. And honestly, I wish I could give a prediction, because going into this, I thought Utah would be putting up a much stronger fight on some of these maps, but it's really looking like Harrisburg had one slip up, and they should have been everyone's favorites going into this.
I don't want to count University of Utah out of this one yet, though, because I've seen so many glimpses of such a powerful team from University of Utah. Like, I don't think that the map losses here are speaking to University of Utah being bad. No. I think it's more so speaking to Harrisburg's strengths. I'm hoping that with this map choice, this is going to be where University of Utah gets to put all of the bets off on the table, because this is the last chance, but also this map type really does lend itself well to the composition that University of Utah is running.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And personally, I want to see a 5-game series, just because that would be a fantastic way to end this Spring Rally day.
Yeah.
So I'm pulling for Utah on this map 4 so we can get there. But Kings Row, a little bit different than what we've seen so far. It's a very close quartered map. We may, in fact, be able to see a little bit of flexing onto a pick like Zarya. I know I saw Parzival running that in our previous matchup. Maybe something they can revert over to. And you touched on it in those matchups as well. The Zarya and D.Va providing very different utility for, specifically, I want to point out the Ana. And having the D.Va, on one hand, is a more preventative feature, and Zarya a little more reactive and whatnot. And honestly, Necker, do you think a Zarya could play well here, or do you think we should be sticking with the D.Va?
To be honest, I think that we would get a little bit more utility out of Dog 21, maybe if we saw the Zarya come out here. I know that the D.Va has really worked well with the Reinhardt, but I just don't feel like I've seen too much utility out of the D.Va bombs, which is expected at this high of a level. Don't get me wrong. It is expected that you're not going to see D.Va bombs pick up major kills at this level of competition. But I also think that with a player that is able to play so reactively like Soames, as soon as you see that defense matrix come out from Dog 21, Soames is just like, okay, nade, right? And then what do you do against that? So I wonder if switching it up here would make a difference. I know that Dog 21 is a monstrous Roadhog, like an absolutely monstrous Roadhog. I wish we would go to a map that Roadhog would be the choice, because I think that this team would really be able to shine with a hero like that. But I also know that that is the selfish part of me, hoping to see that resurgence of the University of Utah bunker composition. But that's beside the point.
And to add to that, I know Snap a little bit. I know him decently well. Rutgers and Utah play Overwatch together a little bit here and there, and Snap is a big Roadhog fan. Back when the game first came out, he was one of the original Roadhog mains, climbing up to the top tiers of competitive play way back in Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. So he fully, I believe, he fully understands every situation when Roadhog can be played. And if that pops up, we might be able to see it. Unfortunately, though, we'll have to wait and see if this is going to be that situation, because, ladies and gentlemen, Harrisburg is set up to take the Undisputed title away from Utah. They're one map from securing that title, and they're one map from securing that $1,000 bag of prize pool cash.
I can't wait. I'm at the edge of my seat right now. Ooh, I'm seeing something spicy come out from the University of Utah. I hope they stick to this. This is a change up from what we've seen before. I would love if Koblar stayed on this Hanzo and if Cool ABC tried out this Widowmaker. I think it would be really fun to see, and I think that's also something that Harrisburg University would not be expecting, especially being on the defense first. Now, it stands to reason, though, this is also a little bit risky for the first couple of pushes from the University of Utah. If they don't find value from having the snipers, then I think that's something that ends up being a little bit of a misplay in terms of their ultimate economy. But looks like they're not going to try it. I'm a little sad, but I also understand that this is a competition that they're really comfortable with, and this is definitely the time for it.
Kawa and Company. Cyrus actually lighting it up. 1, 2, 3 kills right there. Beautifully done. So joining in the fun right there on the backside, but still Cyrus popping off right there. And ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the top of your screen. Cyrus 55% of the way to his ultimate after one single fight. That is accuracy.
That is some accuracy there, and that's another team fight win under Harrisburg's books. University of Utah, though, is going to have to play this really patiently. The main walls are just a big problem right now.
Yeah, I mean, main walls are really just changing the battlefield at the drop of a hat. You don't know when it's going to come up and when they're going to try and stop your pathway or stop your retreat. It's hard to tell. And now with Harrisburg trying to flip the map here, it's going to be Utah responding as well with the map flipping. Both of these teams just going to end up brawling here, as it looks like the offense and defense have swapped sides once to try and, I guess, get them out of a unique position here. It's going to be a wall coming up there from the side of Cool ABC. A response wall being dropped there by Elk, and he's going to just try his best to posture on this point with his tank. Cyrus, though, coming around the side of Hotel, going to be taking down Koblar, and that is a big elimination there for the side of Harrisburg. Soames following up there, going to be dropping the likes of Hollow and Andy one after another. Harrisburg, the defense, standing tall here after 2 convincing fights.
Really did look like they swapped sides there for a second without us knowing. University of Utah kind of going towards Harrisburg's spawn and rounding that hotel in order to try to get a positional advantage. But in a lot of ways, I actually feel as though some of the May walls that University of Utah has working a bit against them. Blocking sightlines.
That's what a Maywall does. It can hurt and help your own team depending on the situation. And honestly, it won't matter where your Maywall goes when you throw a blizzard down like that. Elk just sectioning off a part of the map that nobody's allowed to enter, and that's just going to be a fight win here for the side of Harrisburg. And Necker, we're ticking down and down to that 1.5 minute mark, and at 1.5 minutes, you have 2, maybe 3 fights left as an offense.
Oh, the shatter!
Oh my gosh, the stun shatter combination done to near perfection. The reaction ultimates come in, the Diva Bomb, the May Blizzard, and now a shatter of their own. And Utah is actually able to come out with this fight in their favor here. Even though it's multiple kills going back over to Harrisburg, the spawns were coming in from Utah. But Harrisburg, again, just stabilizing so well, understanding the maximum limits they can get to, and look at that, getting these 3 out safely is going to be so crucial to winning this next fight, and I think they're going to be able to do just that.
Oh my goodness, Ikawa, I'm like speechless right now at how fat that shatter was. But I think that Harrisburg stabilizes here. Cyrus on the flank in Hotel.
Yeah, Cyrus actually picking up a kill with that high noon. Elk going to be dropping Andy there with the Mei. And now Utah is sent back to spawn, and Necra. It looked so good for Utah at one point in that fight there. But again, it's just Harrisburg understanding the limits they can go to on every single hero and their composition. They understand the fights they can win and lose with each given hero being taken out or put into a situation.
They're pushing the limits. And it doesn't really seem like University of Utah knows how to respond to that, because who sees a Reinhardt charge away like that?
Nobody, except if you're dealing with Harrisburg. And now Cyrus gonna be dropping one. Soam's gonna be taking out Cool ABC. Cyrus with another. And no, Utah, they had their opportunity, but Harrisburg, with such an impressive defense, only gives up 45% of the point. And Harrisburg is now set up to win out this series.
Wow. I really thought in that moment that University of Utah had it, especially with the respawns being as close as they were. But I'm trying to wrap my head around how Harrisburg won that fight. I can't.
And it started off so impressively, because it started off with, I believe, Cyrus on McCree was hiding behind that wall, and right as Utah came by, he stunned them into the shatter, and it knocked 4 people down. And then all of a sudden, everyone just started smashing every button they had available, and every animation was being used.
Oh my goodness. That was a brawl. That was definitely one for the highlight reel.
Ready for battle.
It's not over yet, though. That's kind of like the theme of today, is like we've seen a lot of surprises come out here. University of Utah does have to lock into a composition, so Harrisburg has a little bit of the upper hand, having spawns as close as they are to be able to react to what University of Utah is running. But I don't think Harrisburg's going to be too surprised to see, Pioneer still on that Reinhardt, Dog21 still on this Diva, and then forth.
And Necra, I want to ask you, really. Soames has been sticking with this Brig, and it provides an interesting amount of CC. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Harrisburg provide stuns, and then on top of that, you have a Lucio and a Diva that can displace people. And is this going to be a new meta pick, or is Soames just running this because it works in this situation?
I think it's kind of a bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think Soames is just one of those players that really understands cooldowns and really understands what the team needs in any given situation.
Yeah, and honestly, he's understanding it very well here. Unfortunately, didn't understand there was a wall stuck behind him. He backs up into it and gets dropped, and now it's the rest of Harrisburg just trying to get themselves eliminated here, but Retna going to have a much harder time than most, as Diva ultimately is given a little bit of mercy there by Utah, allowed to go back to spawn sooner than she would have expected. And now Harrisburg, they did lose that first fight, and Utah is sitting very pretty with their ultimate charges, but there is a lot of time left on this clock.
I'm really proud of Utah. That fight was clean. That fight was really, really, really clean.
Yeah, seriously, and that could be what they need to come back in this fight and in this series, really. It all depends on what they do right now. They're standing with their backs against the wall, elimination on the brink here, and they just need to get to hold out for 2 minutes and 45 seconds longer. And it's gonna start pretty well there with a shatter by Pioneer. Unfortunately, no follow-up going to come from that. A beat in response to the high noon that came out from Koblar. Cyrus, though, still has his available, and that's a very useful tool when you need to break shields. And there we go. We see a wall coming up, trying to aid them in delaying this high noon. But it's going to end up not hitting anyone, not even breaking the shield there. So very nicely done by Utah. Pioneer carrying his team back around the corner, and Koblar going to find the elimination on the Soam. But a charge onto Elk as he drops the Blizzard is going to be disastrous here for Harrisburg, because not only do they lose their Mei, they lose their Blizzard on top of that.
University of Utah looks so different. They look so good. They look so in control of this map. I told you, it's not over yet till it is over, and University of Utah is taking those words to heart right now. They have a Blizzard of their own. Retna's gonna have to be ready for this one, or else it's gonna be another team wipe. University of Utah knows exactly what the game plan is going to be moving into this next fight.
Yeah, they have to make sure they execute that game plan to perfection, and it's gonna be hard when Cool ABC does in fact fall, and I don't believe he got the Blizzard out there. I think the Blizzard, he was killed mid-Blizzard. Cyrus with an incredible elimination right there. That could be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, as Harrisburg have their go button. The Shatter comes down and it hits 2. The Diva Bomb goes up in the air, and it's going to look for any eliminations, but none will come out. Dog 21 not able to find that, and Akawa is going to be taking down Pioneer. It's going to be Paulo following up there with an elimination as well, and honestly, it's going back and forth between both these teams at the 11th hour, and with Akawa and company trying to keep themselves alive. Soames is going to pick up a kill. Cyrus is going to pick up a kill. Utah does not have very many members left here on the point. It's just going to be Stalls coming in, Staggers coming in. They're trying to regroup, but they don't have the numbers. They do have the beat, though. Could that be what they need? But no! A massive block coming in from Akawa. He's going to seal the deal for his team, and that's going to be Harrisburg walking out as your undisputed Spring Rally 2020 Overwatch champions.
Not only did Harrisburg get the Northeastern Championship, but they also won in the national bracket. Congratulations to Harrisburg for taking home not 1, but 2 Spring Rally titles today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Harrisburg just clean sweep after losing 1 map. They were not happy having that blemish on their almost perfect record, and they made sure that not only Utah, but everybody watching knew that they were not happy. And so, Harrisburg, an incredibly well-deserved victory there, incredibly deserved prizing going to them, and honestly, I just gotta say GG's.
Yeah, GG's to all the teams involved in our Spring Rally today. We wouldn't even be able to have this amazing event if it weren't for the participation from all the colleges and students. So thank you so much to everybody that was involved, especially those that were watching.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you to not only students, everyone who helped put this event together, the sponsors, the broadcast team, everyone at Andbox, Corsair, Aimlab, Twitch Student, KontrolFreek Forge, and KontrolFreek Community Tournaments. And on top of that, the lovely people broadcasting this to you right now, Operating Systems. Without any of these groups right here, you would not be seeing the show that we put on today.
No, you really wouldn't be. But there's more action to come. Unfortunately, not from us, but from another channel. We have the Valorant tournament, the first collegiate Valorant tournament that has been taking place all the while. And the Grand Championships are going to be coming up very, very shortly. You don't want to miss it. So make sure you go head over to gameday.andbox.com/Valorant because that's going to bring you right to that action.
Yep, and one more time before we sign off, I've been Beanies. You can check me out on socials at BeaniesENT. This has been my partner, Nekra. Nekra, share your socials with everyone.
You can find me at Nekra Gaming on Twitter and all the other social medias. That's NEKKRA Gaming. Hopefully I'll see you guys there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic day of Overwatch. We hope you guys enjoyed it too. And make sure you continue to support not only college esports, but your local community of gaming as well. GG's, everyone. We'll see you later.
We are KontrolFreek. Our performance thumbsticks are the world's most advanced thumb grips. Snap this performance thumbstick onto your analog stick and it will add up to ½ an inch of height. This extends your stick, or lever, giving you more arc distance from full stop to full stop. Added height lessens your analog stick resistance and makes your small aiming adjustments easier to control. This translates into better accuracy, comfort, and control while gaming. Visit KontrolFreek.com and explore our multiple heights, styles, and colors to find the best fit for your game.
Play the kick and play the relax and play the come here, let me spin it.